everybody, it might be nice to start with the existing members or the prior members and kind of introduce yourself just briefly, just a sentence or two about your background, and then we'll hear from Trish and Manu. Tom, you want to get started?
Sure. My name is Tom McCormick, and I'm an old retired lawyer here, just serving on this board.
Okay. Cynthia?
I'm Cynthia Ball, and I serve in addition to this service job, I am a member of the General Assembly, representing House District 49.
And I'm Denise Klein, and I'm a lawyer too, and I have been, I think this is my second or third, I meant to look this up, term on the commission, and enjoy the work a great deal. And now Alex.
I'm Alex. I am not an attorney, so I'm probably the least educated person on this panel, but that brings balance, and I'm halfway into my first term.
Manu?
My name is Manu Lee. I am not an attorney as well, so we're on the same boat. I'm a student at North Carolina State University studying political science, and I'm excited to be on this commission.
Great. Trish?
Hi, I'm Trish Holland, and I am a retired attorney, recovering attorney, and I now in my retirement, I came from a field of employment law, and so what I do now is mediate employment disputes primarily and investigations for employers on employment-related matters. So I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you.
Well, welcome all. Just a few little housekeeping things. We're going to hear today first a motion to dismiss and then an evidentiary hearing. But I wanted just to say that we have, for the last couple of months, been struggling to figure out how to have these hearings, and I know it's frustrating for the petitioners who are waiting for cases that are long been waiting to be heard. And I wanted to explain that sometimes what happens is that the city has rules that essentially if either party does not consent to a virtual hearing, they're entitled to an in-person hearing. And so we've had a number of situations in which we had scheduled perhaps a virtual hearing, and either the city or the petitioner has said that has exercised their right to an in-person hearing. So we do have a little bit of a backlog of cases, but we are, I assure you, working very hard to get that backlog resolved. We have had, just for your calendars, and I don't know what's going to happen here, whether we'll reschedule something or not, but we have an April hearing that has been scheduled for a motion to dismiss. And because of a health concern of one of the participants, we're going to move that hearing to another date. And so we may or may not have an April hearing. As soon as we resolve that, we'll let you know. But just wanted to let you know that the currently scheduled motion to dismiss will not be heard on our regular April date. So having said that, I think we can go ahead and get started today. I think Ms. Sarah Rapp, you want to introduce yourself, and then I'll let the counsel for the city introduce himself.
Sure. Well, I'm taking it all these mics are on and live. Wow. I've spent so many times being here in the capacity of filming that it's so cool to be up here. My name is Sarah Rapp. I just turned 29. I now live in Atlanta area, and I made the trip back last night, and I'm really looking forward to being here, and it's an honor to meet all of you. I know, like I said, this is a volunteer capacity, and I just greatly appreciate all of you taking the time to be here today.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Seymour, and I'm an attorney with the Raleigh City Attorney's Office. That's it. But I do have a couple, before we get to the city's motion for partial dismissal, a couple housekeeping issues I can raise. So based on some emails back and forth between Ms. Rapp and myself, I have grave concerns that she's going to violate your order that you entered with regards to the city's motion in limine. She had explained to me that she's going to call a witness that will testify to matters that you specifically excluded from evidence. So I just want to bring that to the Commission's attention.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And having said that, we are now going to get started. And as I said, the first order of business is the city's motion for partial dismissal. Andrew, if you have notebooks, or Sarah, if you have notebooks you want to distribute to the commissioners before we get started, that's go ahead and
Sure. What I'm going to give to you now is a notebook of all the stipulated exhibits that Ms. Rapp and I agreed to prior to the hearing. Also, there's this USB drive that also has electronic copies of all the stipulated exhibits, if you have a computer. And these also, the USB drive also includes all the pleadings. So I was unsure exactly what the commissioners had available to them, so I wanted to make sure you had everything. So. Yeah, yes, ma'am. Okay. And will the witnesses be sitting here? Because this one, okay, they will be sitting over there as well. I have an extra notebook for the witness, but I'll bring it over there whenever we get.
Does Ms. Rapp have an open?
Ms. Rapp, here we go.
All right, I think we can go ahead and get started officially. Now, Mr. Seymour, if you want to go ahead and present, the city has a motion for partial dismissal. If you want to go ahead and begin your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, Commissioner, this case is about Ms. Rapp's termination from her civilian job at RPD, the Raleigh Police Department. Ms. Rapp worked there as a social media specialist, and she was terminated in the fall of 2020. In her appeal to the commission, in her hearing request, she claims that she was terminated. She claims that her termination was unjustified. In her hearing request, she asked the commission to reinstate her employment. She asks the commission to award her back pay since the date of her termination. And she asked for attorney's fees. In addition to that termination appeal, she also raises a bunch of other claims. And that's the subject of my motion to dismiss, those other claims. And the grounds for the dismissal is that the commission has had no jurisdiction or authority to hear those other claims. I'm sorry. So I'll talk a little bit about the commission's jurisdiction. The commission's jurisdiction is a board of limited jurisdiction. You have only that power granted to you by the Raleigh Civil Service Act. And I've included as Exhibit 3 to my motion to dismiss a copy of the Raleigh Civil Service Act. Under the Raleigh Civil Service Act, the commission is granted authority to hear appeals of city employees regarding a violation of city policy that relate to suspension, layoff, removal, promotions, forfeiture of pay, and loss of time. That's it. The Act also requires the exhaustion. The petitioner must exhaust their administrative remedies under the city's established grievance process.
Mr. Seymour, just one correction. I think this is Exhibit 1, is it? In my stack, it's...
So, okay. I guess I should have explained that. Those are the stipulated exhibits.
Right here.
The motion to dismiss has its own set of exhibits. The motion in limine has its own set of exhibits. And so there's going to be a lot of overlap, but it's, the Raleigh Civil Service Act is number 1 in your notebook. So I'll do my best to remember that where the numbers are in your notebook. So
Fine.
I apologize for that. So in addition to exhaustion, the commission also requires, or the Act also requires, that the employee file their appeal within 30 days of the date they have notice of the administrative decision being appealed. And ultimately, the petitioner bears the burden of showing the commission that the personnel action that they have on appeal can be heard by you. Sorry, we're going to have to, I got to be a better teammate here. Okay, so I'm going to call these petitioners non-termination claims, and there's 5 of them. The first one is a probationary period extension. This is, Ms. Rapp alleges that in July of 2018, when she was still a probationary employee, her probation period was extended for an indefinite amount of time in violation of nothing. She didn't explain to us what policy that violated. She also raises a final written warning that happened in September of 2018. Now, these are two prior disciplines that occurred 2 years before the date that she filed her appeal with the commission. Now, the city's not arguing or not contending that these aren't relevant to her termination appeal, but what the city is arguing is that the commission has no authority to address the merits of these prior disciplinary actions. So the remaining claims that petitioner raises in her hearing request are state and federal law claims. The first one is under North Carolina General Statute 168-168. The next is Ms. Rapp claims that the city violated the Workers' Compensation Act. And the fifth claim is she claims that she makes essentially an argument that her supervisor created a hostile work environment. These final three claims are also outside the scope of your jurisdiction because they're state law claims. So as to the 2018 prior discipline, there's three reasons why you can't hear these claims. One, they're not among the listed personnel actions that can be appealed to the civil service. The Civil Service Act lists suspensions, layoff, removal, promotion, forfeiture of pay, and loss of times. It doesn't list probation extensions, and it doesn't list final written warnings. Those are addressed at the city level, and they stop at the city level. These claims are also untimely. They're well beyond the 30-day filing period, even assuming that you could hear these. She also has presented no evidence that she exhausted her administrative rights, administrative remedies under the city's policy. As for the remaining three state and federal law claims, these all likewise should be dismissed. So the Civil Service Act does not grant the commission authority to hear or decide violations of state or federal laws. It's a board of limited jurisdiction. When sitting as a grievance appeals board, your jurisdiction is limited to deciding whether or not the city violated its policies when it imposed the personnel action that's the subject of the appeal. Even if you could address the merits of her claims, they fail as a matter of law. So Ms. Rapp's 168 claim. She says that the city violated that because we didn't maintain our disciplinary records in a single solitary file. That's just not the law. The law doesn't require RPD to maintain a single master file. It's impractical. There's different division files, there's HR. The law just does not require that. And also the law does not allow a civil cause of action under 168. That can be a criminal. There's a subsection in that statute that talks about criminal misdemeanor. It's a criminal misdemeanor for me to disclose personnel information that's covered under the Act. As for Ms. Rapp's hostile work environment as for workers' compensation allegation. So she's saying the city violated the Workers' Compensation Act because she had mentioned to a supervisor that she thought she had PTSD, and she claims that it was in passing. As you'll see in the attached declaration that's attached to the motion, but it's not attached in the notebook, Ms. Lisa Milam is a claims adjuster for the city's third-party administrator, Corvell. Ms. Rapp's PTSD allegations weren't filed with the North Carolina Industrial Commission, as she claims. The city just notified their third-party administrator to investigate the claims. As Ms. Milam said in her declaration, she was the adjuster assigned to the case. She got notice from the city, hey, you need to take a look at this, which she did, and she called Ms. Rapp. They had a conversation, and Ms. Rapp said, I don't have PTSD, I don't want to file a PTSD claim, that's it. And so Ms. Rapp closed her file, that's the end of it. If Ms. Rapp's supervisor hadn't reported that allegation of PTSD, that supervisor would have been in violation of city policy. And then Ms. Rapp's hostile work environment claim. She says that the city and her supervisor created a hostile work environment claim throughout her career with her supervisor's intimidating tactics, conflicting directives, and public unwarranted criticism. That claim fails as a matter of law. Could you go back one? Because in order to state or establish a hostile work environment claim, it has to be based on some protected activity class or class or trait, such as gender, race, sex. And she doesn't address any of those. She doesn't say that she was harassed because of one of those characteristics. So that's a long way of me getting to the point of that the commission has no jurisdiction to hear those additional claims. I'm not saying that the commission can't hear a termination claim. That's why we're here today. But what I am asking the commission is to dismiss those other claims and allow only her termination claim to move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rapp?
Well, there's quite a lot I would like to say. First of all, I did get terminated based on essentially a incident in which my supervisor, former supervisor, had completed an independent investigation on. The decision to terminate me came behind my back. There were claims of the workers' compensation claim, which Mr. Seymour had mentioned. I did not ask for that. There was a conversation where Ms. Harris had called me and took away all of my job description, which I wasn't expecting. I wrote a letter of duress to Ms. Harris after the incident, which I was coached to do that by a coworker, which to this day Ms. Harris has not acknowledged. I've always been the employee that would do anything it would take to be the best employee for Ms. Harris. This was my first job. It was my dream job, actually. If you can imagine getting terminated in the middle of a pandemic from your dream job, it was tough, and this is why I'm here today. I have several responses to all of Mr. Seymour's slideshow. The probationary period extension, final written warning, all of these disciplinary actions that you're going to be hearing about, they all have a part in this. The city is going to try and tell you that I got terminated off of one incident, one day, one conversation, one outburst. So I'm here to say that I would like for you all to hear at least the disciplinary action portion of this, because it is very telling of the relationship that I have with my former supervisor. I actually wanted her to be here today. However, I was told on Friday that I missed a step with subpoenaing people because I am a citizen. I don't even live in the state anymore, and I am not an attorney. So my friends who are not attorneys, I will probably be speaking your language for most of this. I'm going to be doing my best. However, this is a huge day for me. April 16th, 2018 was by far the best day of my life. I started working for the Raleigh Police Department in the city I grew up in. And the first thing my boss said to me was, "Let me know if you find something else. I'll write you a sparkling letter of recommendation," on my first day. So I would like to at least keep the knowledge that the probationary period was extended for a reason that actually former Chief of Police Cassandra Deck Brown can speak on, and I will be planning to ask her about. The final written warning came, if you do the math, April I started, September I had a final written warning for insubordination. And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about it if we haven't gotten it approved. However, it was time reporting related. My position was exempt. That means I was not really supposed to have to report my time. However, I was written up and final written warning given over that, over a failure to report my time accurately. And it wasn't in the way that you probably think it was. I've always been one to save money. My family's here today. They raised me well. They raised me to be a very successfully efficient, and I save money all the time. I have cared about the city since I moved here, since I grew up here, and getting terminated from the city was probably the hardest thing that's ever happened to me. And I had to leave the state. I got a new job after 11 months. I applied for over 150 jobs in this career field because helping the city of Raleigh grow trust with their police department was all I wanted to do. However, all of these that he just changed, all of these motions or whatever the technical term is for these claims that I brought up are because it was me trying my best to understand the legal terms. This was all I had. This was the ammo that I had when no attorney in the city would want my case. None attorney. I had over 15 appointments. I had over 30 attorneys tell me, we're too busy, sorry, we're not taking any extra cases. So I'm by myself today, not really on my own desire. Would I have hired an attorney? Most likely, yeah. If I had gotten one, if that would, I could afford, or actually accepted this, because like I said, over 40 of them said no. So I'm hoping I can keep all of my disciplinary actions in. My journal entries, I'm not sure if those are up there. I'm understanding that we are focusing on July 11th, 2020. That is why we're here. One conversation turned into a termination, and that is for you all to decide on if that was fair or not. Because based on my 2.5 years with the city, if you ask any other employee, they would tell you what happened to me wasn't right. So
Anything else, Ms. Rapp?
I'm sure there's plenty more.
I mean, with regard to the jurisdictional argument that
Jurisdictional argument. So I do have exhibits about the hostile work environment claim or the complaint that was never completed. I have evidence that it was started. I have evidence that there was some progress with it, and unfortunately, I have evidence that they were wondering who should finish it or if we should not finish it. And I believe we have a witness here today who took over Ashley Gower's position and can better answer those questions.
So without regard to the exhibits or evidence that you would present, do you have anything additional with regard to the city's arguments that the commission can not hear certain matters?
You're saying they cannot
No.
hear?
Do you have anything else in response to Mr. Seymour's?
Oh, no, I have nothing to hide.
Okay, all right. Mr. Seymour?
Just briefly, I'm not saying that we can't talk about our prior disciplinary actions. We're going to be talking about that today. What I'm saying is you can't address the merits of those. The appeal period is long gone, and you just, under the statute, you don't have authority to address those. Also, you're not a court of equity. You're a court of limited jurisdiction. You look at whether the city violated its policies when it terminated Ms. Rapp. And I'm also want to repeat what I had, my concerns earlier with regards to the evidence that was previously excluded. So I have nothing further.
All right.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Mr. Seymour, how do we separate the things that we can act on from, you just said that we could hear about those previous incidents, but it's a little hard for me to separate that out if it's something we cannot act on. Can you help me with that?
Because the prior discipline is going to be relevant. It's not, without getting into kind of the meat and potatoes of the testimony, you can decide. It's relevant to a termination, and Ms. Rapp's probationary period extension wasn't considered. The only consideration under the only prior discipline that is up there that was considered was the final written warning. But to address the merits is just outside the scope of your jurisdiction. I mean, I suppose it would go to the weight of the decision on whether or not Ms. Rabb carried her burden of proving that her termination was unjustified, but you can't decide whether city policy was violated with regards to those prior disciplines because it's outside the scope of your authority to do so. But you can surely, if it comes into evidence, consider it as part of your ruling.
So are you saying that we can consider that there was this disciplinary action, but we can't go back and decide whether that was legitimate?
Absolutely. That's when I said it better than I just did.
Any other questions from the commissioners? All right, so let's, our ordinary procedure here is to have a period for the commissioners to discuss or ask questions or indicate how you see the motion and what your inclination is. So if there are any other questions, if there are not any other questions, I'll hear from any of the commissioners who have any thoughts or questions, or if you want to have any other discussions about this before we vote.
Yeah, I think I'm just struggling to differentiate. Like, we can acknowledge the existence of the prior discipline, but if she alleges that part of her the legitimacy of those disciplines plays into the legitimacy of her termination, like, are we allowed to consider that? That's my question. Is like, we're not going to go back and litigate whether her final written warning should have happened and reverse that, because that's outside the scope of our jurisdiction. But obviously, if there's a pattern of malfeasance by the city and it's evidence in these prior actions, then I'm just having a hard time figuring out how we're going to, like, say, she's alleging a pattern of misbehavior by the city by these prior actions, and so we're not going to litigate those actions, but I believe that those affect her termination, as she alleges, in 2020. So I'm just having a hard time figuring out how we're gonna do that.
Ms. Rapp is held by what she wrote in her hearing request. The commission can't decide or can't rule on any other issues that are outside the scope of her hearing request. She didn't allege that there was a pattern of malfeasance or anything in her hearing request, so that can't be considered. But you can absolutely consider her feelings and how she felt during this process. But other than that, I think it's well beyond the scope of her hearing request, and the commission, the Civil Service Act specifically says what's in that hearing request is what can be presented. And a copy of that hearing request is attached at number 18 of the stipulated exhibit. Probably should have said that.
Thank you. Am I allowed to say something?
Absolutely.
So I was hoping to use my prior disciplinary actions as evidence to describe or illustrate examples of what happened throughout my career that were in writing. I mean, you can't argue disciplinary actions. You can't argue an internal affairs investigation. So I was hoping to use those because that's essentially common ground.
The city's not saying she can't. I plan to use that too.
Okay.
We're just saying that you can't decide the merits of those previous cases.
Okay. And so with regard to the other, you say non-termination related claims, would you review again the claims that you would like to have dismissed, you're seeking to have dismissed? I think we've talked about the prior disciplinary actions. Mm-hmm. Would you review again, and then Ms. Rapp, you can certainly respond to what you believe should be dismissed by the commission based on jurisdiction?
There's three claims. One is a alleged violation of North Carolina General Statute 160A 168. It's the Personnel Privacy Act for municipal employees. Ms. Rapp claims that we violated that because we didn't keep her disciplinary actions or her records in one single folder. The case law establishes that 160A 168 does not create a civil cause of action. It's a criminal statute. It says that if I violate that, I am subject to a criminal, I think it's a misdemeanor. So it's just, this cause of action doesn't exist. As for a workers' compensation complaint, she says that the city violated the act somehow by having her supervisor report her alleged PTSD allegations, which she reported were from watching the protests and on video and YouTube. The law requires, and city policy requires, that supervisors report serious allegations like that. PTSD is a serious thing. The city isn't going to take that lightly, especially whenever it comes from an employee from the Raleigh Police Department. The third claim that we're asking to dismiss is this hostile work environment claim. And Ms. Rapp's going to talk about today about, it's no dispute that she didn't like her supervisor. I mean, that's just, but just because you have a supervisor you don't like doesn't mean that they create a hostile work environment. The Supreme Court, the Fourth Circuit, set a high bar for the behavior that must establish a hostile work environment claim. Ms. Rapp hasn't alleged any of that. She also has not alleged discrimination in her appeal. In order for there to be a hostile work environment claim, there must be some sort of harassment or discrimination based on a protected activity or class. She just didn't raise that in her appeal. So essentially those were the main reasons why, and also the commission just, the Civil Service Act lists out exactly what the commission can hear, and the commission is not a board of general jurisdiction. If she wanted to raise those claims, she could go to trial court, she could go to Superior Court, she could go to the Eastern District. But we're here today in front of the commission, and the commission is a body of limited jurisdiction, and it's just beyond the scope.
So what you're moving is that we can't rule on those actions, but we can hear them as evidence in her claim that her termination in 2020 was unjustified because of prior behavior. We just can't rule and reverse those prior or those prior disciplines or claims and rule on those and make our ruling based on the fact that she was treated, you know, in her words, in a hostile work environment and those types of things, that we can hear those as supporting evidence for her claim. We just can't go back and remedy those and rule on those. Is that what you're suggesting?
Not those three claims. Jurisdiction to get you in the door. If you have jurisdiction, you can let the information in the door. But these allegations are outside the scope of your jurisdiction. You got to close the door before you can even consider it. Any consideration of it is beyond your scope.
So is your movement that we can't even talk about it?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to be clear, talk
about the state and federal claims.
Can we go back to that slide so we can outline exactly what we're talking about?
Sure. Towards the end. Well, actually, there we go.
Okay.
1 and 2, you can't address the merits, but we can talk about. 3, 4, and 5, can't talk about at all.
Ms. Rapp, do you have a response?
Absolutely. I did not dislike my supervisor at all. Actually, I had spent my entire career trying to win her over and create a space where we could co-work and make the best possible communications team for the city of Raleigh's police department. That was my ultimate goal every single day. I ran track in college. I was coached. I've been coached my entire life. I asked almost monthly how I could improve. I wanted to succeed.
Yeah, so Ms. Rapp, you'll be able to testify about what your case is and your relationship, but do you have a response to the where we are now with regard to this motion to dismiss and what's just gone on with regard to the claims that the city is beyond this commission's jurisdiction?
Yeah, sure. I just didn't want to let that comment of me
Understand.
disliking her go by because it's not true. And again, I am lacking legal background here. If I am allowed to speak to the witnesses that are here today about these crossed out items, I'm okay with it. I understand we've talked about this many times. I understand we're here because of the termination not because of things that happened 2 years before that. All I'm saying is that the history of these 2 items that are struck out are basically the bread and it's basically the meat of my entire case today. So I'm going to plead that we can talk about these, and not that it affects any other employee, just me and my supervisor. That will honestly be the best way, and at this point, the only way to prove that I was doing my very best every single day to get along and be a good supervisor. No, I'm not a supervisor. Be a good employee of the city of Raleigh.
Okay, thank you. Tom, did you have something?
Well, I'm at the point now, I would like possibly to make a motion. I mean, I think the law is clear, as Mr. Seymour has laid out very well for us, that
Tom, can you speak up just a bit?
sure, that we cannot consider these state and federal claims. That's not part of our jurisdiction. So I think I would I would request and make a motion that we grant the city's partial motion regarding to any state and federal claims that should have been brought in another forum, and that we have an understanding here that even though we cannot overturn or modify these older personnel actions, that they may be discussed during the hearing. So that would be my suggestion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We'll take a vote now with regard to, or unless there's further discussion, we can go ahead and take a vote on the city.
So Tom, your motion is that we are removing these from our ability to review or overturn or litigate those, but they can still be discussed in the course of the hearing for her ultimate termination.
No, my motion is that 3, 4, and 5 there won't be discussed at all.
Okay.
Because those relate to state and federal claims.
Okay.
But 1 and 2 can be discussed as
Okay.
we proceed with evidentiary
Okay.
part of the hearing.
Any other discussion before we take a vote? All right. All in favor of Mr. McCormick's motion, which is to exclude from consideration today the state and federal claims, but understanding that we cannot overturn the prior personnel actions, that evidence can come in without regard to whether or not we can reverse or change that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And we can now proceed. So the next part of this hearing is, Ms. Rapp, the next part of this hearing, it will be your opportunity. We'll have brief opening statements, and then it will be your opportunity to present your case and your witnesses and your exhibits, and then the city will have an opportunity to cross-examine your witnesses, and then the city will have its opportunity to present its case. You will have an opportunity to cross-examine the city's witnesses. Then if there's a rebuttal, we'll have a rebuttal, and then we'll have closing arguments, and then the commission will vote. Understanding the order of business here, the next event is opening statements. Ms. Rapp, do you have a statement that you'd like to make as your opening statement today?
I do, and I know we're supposed to be super efficient with all of this, and I didn't realize the first part of when I was responding that was not the opening statement, so I apologize for that. I have a flash drive with some, I guess, exhibits or emails that I've referenced that Mr. Seymour and I have had a shared folder that he created, and we've seen all of this, and I have, like I said, emails that I got as part of an open records request that I would like to share with everyone. I am hopeful that the USB that I have is allowed. I also have a projector. So yeah, I guess my opening statement is this. My first real big girl job was with the city of Raleigh, the city I grew up in, city I wanted to stay and retire, work, live, and play in. I live downtown. I lived 4 blocks away from here when I was terminated. We were in the middle of chaos. Absolutely no one knew what to do, what to think, how to respond. I'll never forget the night of the riots. It was my sister's birthday, actually. I was hosting a party for her. It was May 30th. And we all had to go inside because our eyes were burning. And I kind of knew what it was, and I didn't want everyone else to know. So I made everyone go inside, and it was tear gas. It was tear gas that our officers eventually got chastised for using. It began this absolute war between our officers, the media, and the citizens. And this was probably the biggest, and I'm talking, I was on the Ahmaud Arbery trial team, and helping assist the Raleigh Police Department stand up for themselves during the riots and protests of the George Floyd era and the COVID and all of these people protesting reopen NC. I was there getting directions of, hey, Sarah, go run down to the governor's mansion. They're out there. They're spray painting this. Go catch it on camera. Hey, Sarah. Oh, I heard that these protesters are out. They're standing on people's cars. They're harassing this. Go get it on video.
I'm having some trouble with the connection.
I'm having trouble too.
I apologize. My Siri is so rude.
It's okay. Well, if I say Sarah, my devices, I actually had to change my devices to Echo instead of Siri because it's confusing.
My Siri apologize.
So I think I can say this, that no one knew what to expect with 2020. I certainly didn't expect to get terminated. I didn't want to. Like I said, I never went to HR before because I was told that nothing would happen. I wouldn't be protected. If anything, they would use it against me, and there would be what they say shouldn't happen. But when it comes around, the supervisor knows, you complained about me, so there's going to be whatever that word is. I can't think of it right now. So I never went to HR. I can take a lot. I'm a tough person. I know what I want to be doing with my life, and I didn't let misdirection and confusion and inability to do my job stop me from showing up and wanting to be there. Towards the end of it, I took comp time to avoid my supervisor because she was making it so uncomfortable and hostile. I was the one that was always coming and asking or apologizing for something, even if I didn't think I was even wrong. I would apologize just to clear the air, just to be the mediator. And that's exactly what I did after July 11th. I wrote a letter of duress, which I've learned to, even if I'm incorrect, I should say it. Oh, sorry. Even if I thought I was right, I should say I was wrong, just to clear the air, just to keep the peace. So we got to a point after July 11th where I didn't have an option. I had no communication. I had no, like I said before, I had no acknowledgement of my apology. I got the silent treatment for 2 days after this Saturday, July 11th incident. I didn't hear from my supervisor on Sunday, July 12th. I went to work on Monday, got avoided. Lunchtime, I said, you know what? I want to keep doing this job. So I'm going to write a letter to her and let her know that I'm sorry. Let her know that I'm passionate about this job, and let her know that I have been rocked by these riots. I have been rocked by these riots. They are happening outside my house. I can't sleep at night because I want to be helping. I think back to the night of May 30th, where there was a fire. CVS Pharmacy was on fire less than half a mile from where I lived. I was up getting asked to create a statement or do some video editing to Chief's message to say, please just stop. We have to stop. And then I was asked to come the next morning out in the middle of the rubble and see all of the destruction that I think we all know what I'm talking about. Graffiti all over the prison, trash all over Fayetteville Street. There were some people there helping to clean up. I remember that. First thing in the morning, they got there, but they were like, we got to get out of here before the protesters come back. And I thought, why are we allowing this to happen? Like, why are we scared of the protesters? And at that point, I realized no one was with us. The media wasn't with us. You know, it was my friends. I lost so many friends during that time because they saw me as one of them, the police officers. Oh, you're with them. You're on the blue. We can't trust you. Black Lives Matter this. Black Lives Matter that. Well, guess what? Black lives have always mattered to me. Why now are you guys alienating me, blaming it on the pandemic? Really? I knew why I lost friends. It's because I work for the police department. And I was proud to work for the police department because I know the truth. Unfortunately, after July 11th and this independent investigation, which I don't even know what the investigation entailed. I actually have emails of what I believe the investigation was, which I'll let you guys review that. Every other disciplinary action or serious offense that happened to me, I was in IA. I was in internal affairs getting interviewed. I had an opportunity to tell my side of the story. I was able to stop a couple. I got my final written warning based on time reporting, like I mentioned, which, again, not in the way you would expect. Hopefully I'm able to go into that with the lack of witnesses I have. However, I am, again, honored to be here once again in the city that I grew up in. I traveled from Atlanta last night, and again, I'm at a little bit of disadvantage because I don't have legal background, but I am honored to be in your presence today. My family is here. This used to be a fight for me to get my job back, to get reinstated in 2020. Now it's just to get closure. I want to be able to move on because, as I said before, this was my dream job. I was the biggest cheerleader. I asked Deputy Chief Todd Jordan, I said, why would you guys fire your biggest cheerleader, your biggest fan, in the middle of a pandemic? That's the question I am hoping to get answered to today. And I guess that's my opening statement.
All right, thank you. Mr. Seymour.
I was blinded by anger. Those are Ms. Rapp's own words to justify her actions that gave rise to her termination. I was blinded by anger. It was July 11th of 2020. We were only a few months into the pandemic. And it was only a few weeks since the in-custody death of George Floyd. We all know there was widespread civil unrest. Police departments across the nation were under a microscope. It was RPD's highest priority to build public trust. So, to further that, RPD held a face mask giveaway event. You'll hear about this all day. It was an event with the community. It was held in partnership with other city departments. Other city employees came and volunteered. It was just what it sounds like. RPD was giving away face masks. Local community groups showed up, and local media outlets also showed up, and even interviewed former police chief Cassandra Deck-Brown. But soon after the event started, a small group of individuals came to further their message to defund the police. They weren't violent. They didn't stop the event from taking place. and no law enforcement was needed to intervene with them. They were just peaceful protesters exercising their First Amendment rights. But Ms. Rapp didn't like them being there. By that time, Ms. Rapp had worked for the city's RPD for about 2 years as a social media specialist. Her jobs as a social media specialist were to manage RPD's social media accounts, like their Twitter accounts, Facebook. So she was the person behind those posts. And part of her jobs on the day of July 11th was to document that event and to show, the positive community building between RPD and the community. But all throughout those 2 years, Ms. Rapp struggled to keep separate her personal feelings about what was going on with the world with her professional responsibilities as a spokesperson and employee of the Raleigh Police Department. And July 11th was no different. Before and during the event, Ms. Rapp's supervisor, Dia Harris, gave her direct orders to not film or give publicity to any potential groups of protesters that show up, because it was right after George Floyd. It was inevitable that somebody was going to show up. But Ms. Rapp ignored those direct orders. Well, we're going to talk a lot today about chain of command and how important that is for police departments. RPD had, in effect, personnel or conduct policy and insubordination policies that require all RPD employees, not just sworn, but all, to obey lawful orders given by their supervisors. And the policy specifically says failure to obey direct lawful orders will result in discipline. So at the event, soon afterwards, a small group of individuals came. Ms. Rapp didn't like that. And she began to film them on her city cell phone. Her supervisor, Ms. Harris, said stop. So she did for a little bit. And then Ms. Rapp did it again. And after that second time, an argument ensued where Ms. Rapp, as she described earlier, essentially snapped. It was an outburst. She didn't want to stop. She didn't want to stop recording them because, as she said in her own words, people need to see how these people behave. This was in front of everybody at the event. This was behind closed doors. This was in front of the public. This was in front of all the city employees. It was in front of the police chief, and it was in front of the news cameras. At that point, former police chief Dick Brown had to intervene and say, whoa, cease and desist. You need to go home. And that's what happened. And that's the basis of the termination. That she violated not only the direct order from her supervisor, but also RPD's code of conduct policy. We'll talk a lot about that today. But to kind of zero in on her allegations in the hearing request, she appeals this termination because she's saying that it was unjustified. It doesn't go into much detail in the hearing request, but ultimately she's saying the commission doesn't, or the city didn't have just cause to terminate her. Under the city's disciplinary policy, which is, we'll admit it into evidence later and we'll review it. There has to be really two main things to happen before somebody's disciplined from the city of Raleigh. There has to be just cause, and the type of discipline has to be based on sound and considered judgment. The evidence will show that there was clear cause for discipline. Ms. Rapp's actions violated two of the RPD's policies, and violation of departmental policy on misconduct is grounds under the city's disciplinary policy for discipline. The evidence will also show that her termination was based on the sound and considered judgment of the appropriate authority. Ms. Rapp had a long history of insubordination. We talked a little bit about it earlier, about the final written warning. There are many instances, which we'll talk about, where there were verbal written warnings and Ms. Rapp was given multiple second chances. Having at her literally her fingertips the ability to present statements or we all know that nowadays social media is king. Having this power in her hand to essentially shoot off a tweet or a Facebook post is significant. And when we're dealing with the 2 years that we've been dealing with, where the world is literally on fire, that's very important. The evidence is going to show that Ms. Rapp used poor judgment in using that authority, that during the 11th event, the Facebook face mask event, that she displayed conduct that was unsatisfactory and met the standards under RPD policy to justify termination. The city's going to have 4 witnesses. We're going to have Antonio Cruz, who's the HR business partner for RPD. He's going to talk about the city's disciplinary policy, and his job is to interpret and review policies on behalf of RPD. Then we're going to have retired police chief Cassandra Deck Brown also testify, who was there that day, saw Ms. Rapp's conduct firsthand. She'll talk about how important it was to build public trust, and her actions that day went against everything that RPD was trying to do. Then you'll hear from Deputy Chief Todd Jordan, who was the final decision maker ultimately for RPD. He conducted a pre-termination hearing, gave Ms. Rapp notice of the proposed termination, gave her an opportunity to present evidence and witnesses in response to that. Then lastly, you'll hear from the city manager, Marshall Adams David, who at the time was assistant city manager and who heard the appeal of Ms. Rapp. You'll hear Ms. Adams David explain how she reviewed all the evidence. She listened to Ms. Rapp. She considered all the evidence that Ms. Rapp proposed. And that based on her review of the case and her understanding of the facts, she upheld the termination and it was justified. Look, bottom line, this isn't a close call case. We're not dealing with an ambiguous policy. We're not dealing with ambiguous facts. The facts occurred in the middle of the street, and the policies are clear. And so, at the end of the day, I think the commission at the end of the day, the evidence will show that the termination was proper, and the city asks that you uphold that termination and you deny her other requests for relief. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll now move into the evidentiary portion of the hearing. I just wanted to, just as a housekeeping matter, it's almost 10. What my anticipation for breaks and lunch and so forth is today is that I think maybe about 10:30, when we've been going about an hour and a half, we'll take a short 2-minute break. And then depending on where we are in the evidence, midday, we can talk about taking a little bit of time for everybody to get some sustenance. And then the afternoon, we'll probably have a similar 10-minute break somewhere in the middle of the proceedings. So that's kind of the housekeeping situation. Ms. Rapp, are you ready to present your first witness?
I got nobody here.
Okay. So are you going to be testifying on your own behalf?
Will I be questioned?
So the process here is that you have the opportunity, of course, to testify on your behalf as a witness. And then just like any other witness, the city's attorney has the opportunity to cross-examine you. And then you also can introduce other evidence if you wish. Similarly, when the city produces its witnesses, you will also have an opportunity to cross-examine their witnesses. So if you are the witness on your own behalf, first we'll have to swear you in, and then you can begin to have your testimony.
So then how would that work exactly? Am I asking myself questions or?
You certainly can. You can do this in whatever form you feel is appropriate. You may want to organize this in terms of the topics that have been discussed, which are now a part of the hearing. You can ask yourself questions and answer them. You can simply testify however you wish.
Okay.
But first, we need to get you sworn in as a witness.
Okay, swear me.
Okay?
Yeah, sure. Upstairs I have my. The one thing I don't have with me at this exact second. Would a picture work?
We'll have to ask her to declare that her testimony is under penalty of perjury. I can't swear her in without a driver's license.
So you don't have a driver's license with you today, Ms. Rapp? Okay. So go ahead and do the affirmation if you don't mind, or the declaration.
Is your car here? Would it be prudent to take a quick recess, or is your car not here? Okay.
So it would be okay to go forward under penalty of perjury?
I'm fine with that, yeah,
Okay.
sure.
So I don't ask you to raise your hand or anything, just the testimony that you give today will be under penalty of perjury and be straightforward. Do you declare that?
I do.
Okay, we're all set, thank you.
Okay, Sarah. This is interesting. So, Miss Rapp, when you initially contacted Human Resources on the day that Ms. Harris called you and took away all of
Gonna
your...
have to object here. Ms. Rapp's gonna talk about evidence that was excluded. That was part of the order.
So, Ms. Rapp, just to be clear, you're entitled to talk about and present evidence pertaining to the claims that remain in this case, which are the termination that you have made as a part of your petition. It's okay for you to talk about the fact that you had these prior disciplines. We're not going to be able to reverse the prior disciplines, but anything beyond the termination and what led to the termination and the fact of prior disciplines, we've ruled that that is not pertinent to the case. And so if you could, please, have your testimony fall within those categories.
So leading up to July 11th, or July 11th on the day. Okay.
So we're here today to decide whether or not the termination was proper and whether we can, within the rights that we have as a commissioner or as a commission, remedy any kind of issue there. And so, yes, the issue today is the termination.
Okay. Okay, Miss Rapp, where were you on July 11th, 2020? I was in Roberts Park in Raleigh, North Carolina, southeast Raleigh to be exact. What was your duty on that day? Well, it was the first event we had back from the pandemic in person. Everyone was wearing masks. We were all outside. The fire department was there. All the community officers I haven't seen in a long time were there. It was really my first time being out at a public event with people in a while. So my capacity was to do as I usually do and document the event, put it out on social media. I had free reign of posting from the Twitter, Facebook, Instagram accounts when I was at events such as this that the department was at. It was sponsored by the department, and I was working in the capacity of my job description. So, Ms. Rapp, how long were you scheduled to be there that day? I was not told how long I was supposed to be at the event on Saturday, July 11th. I typically wasn't told how long I was supposed to be anywhere on a weekend. I actually got in trouble for working on a weekend once. I got in trouble for volunteering on a weekend once. That was interesting. Okay, Ms. Rapp, tell me a little bit more about July 11th, 2020. So the beginning of the event was amazing. We had easily 85 to 100 people that day out there, socially distanced, of course. We had a DJ. We had members of the community from a motorcycle group to a young fraternity with, I think it was Central University at the time. helping pass out masks, water bottles. It was the first opportunity that RPD had to regain the public trust. And we had so many positive interactions. From the fire department was grilling. There were hot dogs, hamburgers for everybody. It was a blast. I was there for about an hour and a half, which is typical for a weekend event. I would be there as long as it took me to document what was going on, get a good tweet, get some good videos to create a longer video later, like a highlight video, if you will. And I was about to leave. I was trying to leave for the day. So what happened towards the end of your shift, if you will? Well, I was on my way to my car around an hour and a half into me being out at the park on that day. I was walking towards my belongings, which had my car keys and everything. And my coworker, Senior Officer Brian Hurd, comes over to me and we start talking to each other, as coworkers do. Coworkers talk to each other, especially ones that work together day in, day out, taking pictures and videos and collaborating on marketing ventures for the department. So we were catching up and sharing pictures and videos that we had taken, and we determined that we had enough footage and documentation of the day that we were both good for the day. So my supervisor at the time approached both of us, seemed a little frantic. She said, "Guys, there's a group of protesters that showed up. I want you two to go around and get as much video and interviews with people as possible to show that we are supported and we're loved. Because this protest group is bad news. This protest group, we need to not give them any publicity." My supervisor said, "Do not give them any publicity. So we need to take video and pictures to basically compensate for the fact that they are here and they are going to be filming and they are going to be attacking us on social media, as what the last month and a half had been." I say last month and a half, it was always, since I've been in college, we've always had issues with social media and police and how they're shown. So I say the last month and a half, as it had maybe escalated. It had escalated more leading up to COVID and the being locked in, people going around saying officers are pulling people over because, well, we're under a curfew, so they're out to get us. So I was told, and Senior Officer Brian Hurd was also told, not to give them publicity. I am not lying about that. Obviously, that is what she said. That is my recollection of what she said on that day. This is me asking a question. So, Ms. Rapp, did you film the protesters? I did film the protesters. I did do it because my position, my job description is to document the event. 1 week prior to this incident, my supervisor had called me after hours and asked me, "Ms. Rapp, go as fast as you can down to the governor's mansion because there are protesters surrounding a police vehicle. I need you to go and document it." So I ran track in college, as I mentioned before. I sprinted, hauled ass, if you will, down to the governor's mansion. I get to the parking lot. Nothing's going on. There's one SEU officer in his car in an empty parking lot. So I go over. He's like, "What are you doing out here?" I said, "Well, I was told to come out here to document this incident because we just had the incident with the kids on the woman's car, not maybe 2-3 days before this. And he said, wow, well, there's nothing going on over here. I don't know why you were sent over here. I said, I don't either. So I called Miss Harris and I said, well, you told me to haul ass to get down here to the governor's mansion to record protesters who aren't here. I wanted her to know that, so I didn't get in trouble for not doing it, for not having the video or not listening to her. In response, she said, oh, it's okay. They may be moved on, but in the future, if you ever see protesters acting foolish, please document it. I was over the moon with this directive. I was so excited because we had been fighting. My inbox had been blowing up with negative stuff all day long. And now I get the directive to share. I told the SCU officer, I said, did you just hear? My supervisor just said, if you guys see anything, if you see any behavior that's bad, that they're starting it, get them to record it and send it to us so we can defend ourselves on social media. That directive was given to me a week prior to this. So back to July 11th, forward to July 11th. I mentioned that I filmed the protesters. Not 2 times, 1 time. Why did I film the protesters? Because they were very aggressively in Councilman Corey Branch's face, all up in his face with their phones, asking him questions, da-da-da-da. And I knew from previous experience on social media that this is not going to end well. Councilman Corey Branch has a position to protect, and I am seeing these protesters all up in his face. Did I give them publicity by documenting them? I find publicity, the definition of publicity, and documentation to be completely different definitions. If that needs to be an exhibit, I can get that as an exhibit. Definition of documenting and definition of publicity. And that was the word that my supervisor didn't say that she told us. And I really wish Officer Brian Hurd could be here to back me up on that. But she said, do not give them publicity. Publicity means to publish, to post, to tweet, to do anything to suggest that we support it. Andrew Seymour, are you going to say something? You can say something.
No.
Okay. All right, let me see where I'm at. My witness testimony here. So, Ms. Rapp, what happened after?
Actually, I am. Ms. Rapp, could I just, I'm going to object to that, that definition. Was that your definition of publicity? Where'd you get that?
So you can ask questions. You
You're
can
right.
cross-examine
You're
her
right.
after
You're right. I'm
her
sorry.
testimony's finished. Go ahead, Ms. Rapp.
Okay. So, Ms. Rapp, what did you do after you documented the protesters? Well, after about 25 seconds, I captured the evidence, I will call it, documentation of the protesters up in Corey Branch's face, which I'm not a law enforcement officer, but they were very close. They were breaking the 6 feet rule, which was in effect. We were supposed to stay 6 feet away from each other. They were not. We were all in masks. However, they were definitely violating that. So Ms. Harris approaches me and says, I would much rather you be filming the chief right now. She's being interviewed by the media. So I stopped documenting and I walked with Ms. Harris over to the chief. The chief was indeed being interviewed by, I believe it was CBS, affiliate of CBS. And as instructed, I filmed the chief being interviewed by the media. I did that often. That was part of one of my job duties, was to document the chief being documented, or document the chief being interviewed. And I am standing there with my phone. I remember this clear as day. I am watching the chief through my phone, but I am seeing behind the chief the protest group moving. The protest group, who, by the way, had defund the police written across their black masks, all matching. They moved over to block in this woman in her car. Now, this woman was one of the women that I had previously either interviewed or spoken with at the event. I'm extroverted. I talk to everybody. And this woman was elderly. I remember it. She had gotten into her car, and the chief is being interviewed by the media, and the defund the police group are circling around her car, not allowing her to leave. Now, I am noticing this while filming the chief being interviewed. I can sense Miss Harris is staring at me, because that's what she would do. She would stare at me and make sure I wasn't going to do something I'm not supposed to be doing. So if my camera is facing this way, filming the chief, and the protesters are over here blocking in the car, there was no way that if Miss Harris is staring at me and I'm looking over here but also filming, that she could have assumed that I was going to go disobey her again. I am not a law enforcement officer. However, I'm a citizen, and when I see someone who might need some help, I'm going to go step in. So when the chief was finished with her interview, I took 1, maybe 2 steps in the direction of the protesters who were blocking in the woman's car. Not to record them, not to publish, not even to document it. I didn't even document it. I didn't even press record on my phone. I took 2 steps in the direction. And my motive was to get that woman help, because it was hot that day. What if she didn't have AC in her car? She just wanted to get home. And she's got these protesters knocking on her window. Roll your window down. Roll your window down. It was loud that day. It was very loud that day. And everyone was doing their thing, you know, passing out masks, interviewing with the media, trying to catch me doing something I'm not supposed to be doing, you name it. So after I was filming the chief getting interviewed, interview ended, I took 1, maybe 2 steps. Miss Harris comes at me like this and gets in my face. Again, 6 feet. Breaks to 6 feet. And her eyes, and my mask is somewhere. It's in my back. But if you guys have participated in this pandemic, which we all have participated in this pandemic, you understand that early on, when you're wearing a mask, it's very uncomfortable. It's extremely hard to understand what people are saying, especially when there's a DJ playing music, there's traffic, there's all this going on, and half my face is covered up. I was terminated because my supervisor said that I had an outburst. How are you supposed to know what I was actually feeling if you're just looking at this, right? I'm lost now. Okay, I have to ask myself another question. Ms. Rapp, how would you describe your response to Ms. Harris? Looking back on July 11th, I was upset. We all were upset. Everybody was upset. I was frustrated because I was trying to explain to my supervisor that I was trying to get these people help. I was not disobeying her. I was not afforded the opportunity to explain to her because she was so angry she wasn't listening to anything I was saying. And we could go back and forth on who said what said that. I have no video. I don't have anything except for what Chief Cassandra Deck Brown's going to say today, what there's a video of a news story that I found that shows a little bit of our interaction, but there is no evidence to suggest that I violated deportment. There's no evidence to suggest, besides seeing me, who is an animated person by nature, responding to an escalated voice, an escalated tone, someone who I felt threatened by, someone who I feared, who I took comp time to avoid seeing sometimes. So for me to be terminated off of an independent investigation which said that I had an outburst, which in any other normal situation without masks, we probably wouldn't be sitting here today. Because I believe my response in that moment was matched. It was matched with what my supervisor came at me with. When your supervisor comes to you and straight up accuses you of doing something wrong, when you know that you weren't doing what they said they think that you were doing, how would you respond? What would you do? If you can only see half your face and you're talking with your eyes, and I talk with my eyes all the time anyway. It makes me so upset to think about that. And yes, we're in 2022. We're all emotional people, right? I'm extremely passionate. I've always been passionate. But when injustice happens and I see it, I want to do something about it. I want to fix it. And no, I'm not the chief of police. No, I'm not a sworn officer. But as a citizen, it is our duty to, when we see someone who needs help, we step in a capacity, not get terminated from our jobs because we attempted to do something when they see something happen. So my question is, why are we sitting here today going back and forth about something that there's no documentation on besides hearsay, essentially, and in any other situation, this wouldn't have been a fireable offense. People yell at each other all the time. If this is even if you could define what my supervisor came at me with as yelling and what I responded to as yelling because we were in a loud environment with a DJ playing, then I don't really see how it's right to fire someone for matching an energy. Was I supposed to just sit there and let her yell at me and claim that I'm insubordinate and I'm violating her? I'm trying to set the record straight. I'm trying to tell her what I was trying to do. I was trying to tell her we need to get these people help. Whether it was blinded by anger. No, sorry, that was from my letter. Whether I said people need to see how they act, meaning the police need to see what they're doing, anything that was put in writing on that independent investigation that says what I said could have been 8 million different things. Could have been intended 8 million different ways. But the reality is this. I'm sitting here. I was unemployed for 11 months because of this one claim that I yelled at my supervisor. And I don't think that's right. So, Ms. Rapp, what happened after the incident? So, I can't really remember how long passed, but I do remember standing in the middle of the street where cars were coming. Cars were coming, and the chief was on my left. The chief came in, and Dia went to go stand next to her. And the chief told me, Sarah, the media is picking up on your behavior. And I didn't really know how to respond to that, because am I going to try and explain to the chief now too, who I've gotten in trouble for in the past, trying to explain why I was confused or I was wrong or I was insubordinate? I'm not going to try again. I'm going to be quiet. So I took the blame. She said, the media's picking up on your behavior. I am not going to argue back. I've learned better than that. 2.5 years of being here, almost 2.5, not exactly, but almost. Long enough to know not to argue, not even if I'm wrong, even if I'm right, I can't be right. I'm not allowed to be right. I'm wrong. So I took the blame. I said, I would like to go home now. I would like to go home now. It is a Saturday. I've been here for over 2 hours now. I did what I was supposed to do that day. I was at the Roberts Park face mask giveaway. I did my job. I documented. You can go on Twitter right now and still see what I did. Did my job. I was trying to leave. But I was asked to do one more thing. That one more thing was record the chief being interviewed. Now, a normal work day is 8 to 5. When you are given an assignment for something and you're not given parameters and it's a Saturday, how long are you going to stay at the event? Seriously. If you did your job description, and it's a Saturday, it's a beautiful day outside, and it's COVID, you're supposed to be staying away from people. Wouldn't you want to be leaving too as soon as possible? Because that's kind of my mindset. So what happened after the incident? Chief Deck Brown called us both over. It was my fault. I took the blame. Sure. I said I want to go home. I walked to get my stuff, which I was on the way to doing. And what did Miss Harris do? She follows me. She continues to get in my face. She says things like, I can't believe how insubordinate you are. You have crossed the line. You are this, you are that, you are this, you are that. And I can take criticism all day long. I can. You can call me anything you want. I won't care. But when my supervisor, the one person I've been trying to win over and be a good employee for this whole time, is in my face calling me insubordinate, the exact thing that she's gotten me in trouble for my entire career and assumed wrong about me this whole time, is in my face following me. I'm trying to get my stuff to go. And this is the part that you will see in the WRAL clip of the event. You will see her standing over me as I'm picking up my backpack to go on a Saturday afternoon at an event that I did not have any timeline of being there. I had no direction, typical. I had no direction of what I was supposed to do, when I could go home, anything. I was trying to leave because I didn't see another choice. I knew that the situation was not great. It happened in a split second. If you ask anyone at the event, most of them probably didn't even see it. I asked my coworker, Brian Hurd, hey, did you see what happened? No, you just left so quick. Like, what happened? That's all it took for me to get terminated, apparently. So there's no media coverage of this. There is no, if this hearing actually got media coverage, this would be more media coverage than the incident itself. I'm trying to think. I'm still a witness, right? So, Ms. Rapp, what happened after you left the event? I got in my car. I cried. I drove home. Brian Hurd told me, try and go on with your day. You're done. You know, enjoy this beautiful day. Okay. Sunday, the next day, I'm monitoring social media as part of my job. And I see something that I think we should respond to. And as per usual, I send my supervisor that screenshot of what we should respond to. I got nothing. No response, no nothing. I said, okay. Go in on Monday morning, same cold shoulder, nothing, got no response from her, avoided me completely. I stated earlier, I am the kind of person that is very direct. I want, if there's any awkwardness, if there's any uncomfortableness, I am going to attack it. I'm going to look it in the eyes and say, hey, if I have to say I was wrong just to clear the air, I will lie. I'll say it was wrong, even if I don't believe it. That's what I learned how to do in my 2.5 years of the police department. It truly is. So, Ms. Rapp, what did Ms. Harris say? Did Ms. Harris do anything to you? Did anything come from July 11th? Well, I handed Ms. Harris my letter of duress on July 13th on my lunch break. I heard nothing from her the rest of the day. So, what happened next? Well, at the moment, we were working off of 3 days in the office, 2 days out of the office as part of the COVID protocol for employees. I was willing to use all of my comp time, as much of it as I could, to avoid going into the office, because if the rest of the week was going to be anything like Monday was, I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be there because I had a feeling we were going to continue on this just cold shoulder situation. So I worked from home. I used a work from home day the next day. And I get a call from Ms. Harris that said, "You are not," sorry. I have that audio. Can I play that audio? Am I allowed to play that audio?
I'm going to object to that.
So
It was recorded.
what audio are you talking about, Ms.?
So on July 14th, Ms. Harris called me. I was working from home that day, and she took away every single thing I have to do for the police department. She told me that I was not authorized to post anything on the Raleigh Police Department social media. I wasn't able to access anything. I wasn't, just nothing. Until I email you something to do, I'm going to email you some things to do, but until then, you can't do anything.
Is this audio, was that included in your list of exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
For the pretrial order?
Yes, ma'am.
It was listed in the exhibits, but in the shared folder, it wasn't in there. So I haven't heard this audio, and I would object to its admission. If she wanted to have that conversation into evidence, she could have had her supervisor here to testify.
I'm sorry,
But she
once
not
again,
here
say
today.
what you just
If
said.
she wanted to have that conversation into evidence, she could have called her supervisor to come here and testify, and I haven't heard it. I don't know what it is.
And I would object to that because I have my notes of the index that I worked so hard to put together, and it's
in
on
there. It's listed. It is
Yes.
listed in there.
All right, so the question is whether or not you can play the audio, which was listed in your exhibits, but you've not seen it.
That's correct.
Okay, so.
No, it was there. It was available. I had it clearly labeled and marked.
So was it or was it not in the share file that you shared with Mr. Seymour? Do you know?
It was.
Okay, and Mr. Seymour? you
I
have-
can boot up my computer and show the commission. I mean, if you give me a minute to listen to it,
Okay,
you know.
so maybe what we could do at this point, this was not the subject of the motion in limine, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so just for the commissioner's benefit, we've been through a process, Ms. Rapp and Mr. Seymour and I have been through a process on a number of occasions about this case with regard to the evidence that will be presented and the evidence that will not be presented. And so you will hear, and you have here before you, the order that I granted earlier this week on certain items that will not be admitted and certain items that perhaps can be admitted. This is not one of the items that was identified in the motion in limine filed by the city. What I'm willing to do at this point, because Mr. Seymour, you have not heard the video or the audio,
That's right. And if
but it is, as I understand it, included in your pre-hearing list of exhibits. We can take a break.
And if I may, the audio was listed among phone calls and voicemails under Ms. Rapp's HR complaint that was excluded from evidence.
I'm sorry, can you point this out to me? in
Yes,
the
page
triggering
4,
order?
number 5, human resources complaint. This was the subject of my motion in limine.
Okay,
And I'm concerned that it's going to get into that evidence that was excluded.
The way I labeled it has absolutely nothing to do with the content that is in the audio.
I will listen to it.
all right. So show me in the motion in limine order, Mr. Seymour, where this would have been excluded.
It would have been covered, and it may not. It may not cover those instances. I don't know one way or the other, but
Okay.
if to the extent that it gets into her allegations of alleged misconduct committed by other employees, I would ask that it be excluded, but maybe if we have an in-camera, and I just don't know what it
All right.
says.
So it's time for our mid-morning break anyway. Ms. Rapp, can you provide for Mr. Seymour during the break the audio so that he can review it, and then we'll take up any objections after he's had an opportunity to review the audio?
Yep. I can either send you a link within the file that you created, or I can hand you this flash drive, whichever one you like.
Flash drive's fine.
All right, we're going to take, and given what you guys are going to be doing, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back into order at 10 till 11. Thank you. And we ready to start back up? Okay, so Mr. Seymour, during the break, were you able to see the audio that Ms. Rapp wants to
I
provide?
was, and I have no objection to the submission.
Okay. So, Ms. Rapp, do you want to play that now, or do you want to continue with your testimony now?
Yeah, I didn't
Whichever.
see a mouse over there, so I wasn't sure.
I got it.
Oh, okay. You can drive, it's okay. If you
I'm
go
fine.
to the audio folder, this is gonna be number 1. That's the call. Should I preface it again, since we took a break before I
If you'd like
introduced
to,
it?
it's up to you.
Okay, so this is a call that I received while I was at home doing remember I said we were 2 days out of the office, 3 days in the office. I had Monday, July 13th. I was in the office after July 11th, the incident, and I spent the day, like I said, at work doing my job as per usual. However, my supervisor was avoiding me, didn't mention my letter, was just completely absent throughout the day. So that Tuesday, I made it obvious and I communicated that I wanted to work from home as we were allowed to pick which days we were in the office and which days we were essentially working from home. So this is a call I received on Tuesday, July 14th at 11:14 a.m. And we can go ahead and let you listen to it.
And Ms. Rapp, the voices that we will hear are yours and whose voice?
Ms. Harris.
And Ms. Harris was your supervisor, is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right.
I brought speakers just in case. Really? Because I have them. Like, I'm not kidding. I brought speakers. Do you really need them? Okay. Well, came prepared. Didn't bring my ID, but I brought speakers. All right, let's see. Are you a tech guy? Do you know what to do?
It's not letting her.
I also have a JBL flip Bluetooth speaker, if that's it. I don't know if these. It's like the Nintendo game, you know? Putting all the. This goes into wherever the output is.
I think there may have just been
Yes, it is.
or
They stuck together.
Light is on. They also may be muted on the computer. Millennials helping millennials. I could play it from my computer if that would suffice as well, if you could try.
Do your speakers hook up to your computer?
I think they do, actually. I could see. All there is.
also this is, I like the white ones better, but they only have.
Play from my computer, okay. Okay. As long as it is allowed.
My video's not gonna have sound.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Speakers up to your computer. First rate. It's probably carried.
Yeah.
That works right.
That's what it been there.
Shut up, Dad. All right, so theory, this will work. Oh, yeah, I would need that, thank you. Sorry, guys, I know we're trying to get this done in one day. Not trying to hold up.
I've got decently loud speakers on this laptop if we want to play it from here.
Okay. See how loud this is by itself. Can you guys hear that? Oh, true, okay. Okay, so again, this took place on July 14th.
And if you would, Ms. Rapp, as the recording goes forward, identify when you're speaking and just initially identify
Okay.
when your voice versus Ms. Harris's
Okay.
voice.
All right, here we go, from the top.
Okay, all right. I am going to record this conversation. I just want to let you know I'm recording this conversation between me, Donna Maria Harris, and you, Sarah Rapp. Today is Tuesday, July 11th, and it is 11:14 a.m. So I want to make sure that you, I want to let you know, I want you to stay off social media.
Okay, on my personal social. So I'm gonna pause it real quick. That was Donna Maria Harris. She said it was July 11th on her recording, but this took place on Tuesday, July 14th. This is, now I'm gonna press play again. It's gonna be me talking. Media or Raleigh Police Department?
I can't tell you what to do on your personal social media, but for the Raleigh Police Department, I want you to stay off all social media. I don't want you posting anything. The only thing I want you working on at this point is helping Laura with the RPD Thank You Thursday document.
So I'll stop that. She's referring to Laura Horrigan, who is still with RPD. I did not attempt to call her as a witness because she's still a current RPD, and I didn't want to jeopardize anything that's going on or conflict of interest or anything like that. So, and the Thank You Thursday assignment she was referencing was an attempt for our office to be putting out weekly a thank you to the community. Thank you for feeding us, because sometimes there were some organizations that were feeding us. Sometimes there were organizations that showed up to our office and privately donated lunches or candy, something to show their support privately.
And then I'm going to have you working on some other things that I'm going to email to you. And so whenever I email you, I need you to confirm that you've received the email.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but no social media, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. So that conversation happened almost at lunchtime. So the first couple of hours of the day I spent monitoring social media. I was looking at the news as I typically did. I collected any mentions of Raleigh police that I saw in the news, which there were an insane amount, as you can imagine. Google alerts, if you will, if you're familiar with that. I was making a list of all of the mentions of Raleigh police, all the negative mentions of Raleigh police. And I am stopped by this call. Up until this point, I had been monitoring social media and documenting pretty much everything that mentioned us. Notifications were, as you can imagine, out of this world. I would compare it to the Ahmaud Arbery trial, the notification level that we got, which was a national level trial. And I had this call. And it startled me because I was hoping and expecting her to give me direction after I gave her the letter, because we're going to review the letter, I'm sure, soon. I did not know how to proceed. I never knew what I needed to say to her. I didn't know what to do, because my supervision, the style of supervision that I had, changed. Some days it would be, you need to do this. You can have complete freedom with posting about this. Or, I'd expect you to do this. Why wouldn't you do that? Or then it would be, no, I did not direct you to do this. don't do this. And that's paraphrasing. However, this directive, if you reviewed my job description, which I believe we all have, Mr. Seymour, I think it is exhibit number, my job description is exhibit number 7. So if you review what a social media specialist does, on July 14th at approximately 11:14 a.m., Ms. Harris called me and took away all of my job description, essentially. No social media. What does that leave me with to do? Wait until I email you things to do. I did not do anything except for that Thank You Thursday assignment, which I called Laura immediately after the call. And we had already completed that assignment. I told her what happened. I told her I got a call saying I cannot access social media. She advised me not to touch social media. Don't even log in. Don't even do anything. I asked her, do you think I should call HR? She said, I don't see anything else if I were you, I would. So that is when I called Ashley Gower with HR. And that was the first time in almost 2.5 years that I made an outcry of hostile work environment. I am not an HR professional. However, I would argue that the way Ms. Harris took away my job description, all my duties in that sense, and not really explain to me why, a little hostile. So I guess I'm still interviewing myself here. So Ms. Rapp, what did you do after Ms. Harris called you? I said, like I said, I called Laura Horgan as directed in the call to check in about the Thank You Thursday post. We had already accomplished that task, and I was encouraged to call HR. So I called HR, who I was transferred to Ashley Gower, and I gave her my, what I would call, intake. Now, I also have that on recording. I don't know if that is allowed.
I'm going to object to this testimony. I mean, we're getting into what was excluded by the commission, so I don't see the relevance.
And what is it that you're wanting to have entered, Ms. Rapp?
Well, if I can't talk about the HR complaint, I will just say that I was being completely subordinate. I didn't do anything that Ms. Harris did not ask me to do. And I had no reason to believe that she could fire me. I had no reason to believe that she could. Based on a conversation that I had with a couple people, I was not freaking out yet about losing my job. I did not believe they could. I didn't think I did anything wrong. I didn't believe that anything that I did was bad enough to be terminated from a position that I had planned to retire in. I planned to become who my supervisor was for the city. So after this call, I received one email from Ms. Harris. That email asked for all of the passwords and usernames for the social media accounts. I provided her with those social media passwords and usernames. Without logging into them, I made it very clear that there was one in particular that I would have to access the social media account to retrieve, and she did not ask me to retrieve it. I was contacted by Internal Affairs approximately 5 minutes after I got this call from Ms. Harris, asking me to please locate an additional post in regards to an investigation I assisted with about a month prior. The post did not exist. I had let the investigator know, he's no longer with the department, but Lieutenant Kyle Williams. I asked him if someone else could retrieve this information. He told me, no, we need you to be able to do it in the way that you did it before. And so I said, I'm going to need Ms. Harris's approval on this because I was just instructed not to access social media. He said, no, I'm not asking you to access RPD's social media. Maybe you should make a fake account or something like that. So I told him, Lieutenant Kyle Williams, I am overjoyed to help you with this. However, I am not allowed, I'm not authorized to access social media. So Ms. Harris did eventually send me an email allowing me, or it was a text message allowing me to assist with this investigation. And I did some research on my personal profile, my personal social media. Again, I'm not violating anything that she says for me to do at this point. And I was able to locate some posts that he described, and I shared that with him. He continuously said, this is not what I'm talking about. This is not what I'm talking about. Not what I'm talking about. This went on for about a week. And I asked him, well, if you're so sure about what this post is, why don't you send me a screenshot? Well, I don't have it. Who has it? He said one of the captains, I think it was Captain Tommy Vestal. He said, Captain Vestal has it. I said, if Captain Vestal wants to provide me with this said post, I am more than happy to put it in the format that I put in last month's list of posts that I found that assisted you with this investigation. So another thing happened, another event. My family contracted COVID. I was working from home. I got this call from Ms. Harris on the 14th, and my sister had just moved my family just helped my sister move into Orlando for med school, and they contracted COVID-19. This is it. My immediate family is what's here in Raleigh. So I'm in a position where I can work from home twice a week. I have to go in the office 3 times a week, but I'm actively avoiding my supervisor because, well, quite frankly, I had 3 days in a row where I had nothing to do. I literally got paid for 3 days waiting for emails. I got nothing. I did nothing. So what did I do then? I wanted to take comp time. I wanted to take comp time for 2 reasons. 1, I wanted to make sure my family was okay. 2, I didn't want to waste the city's money. I didn't see a point in being on payroll and doing absolutely nothing, waiting for something to happen. So this is between Tuesday, July 14th. I took comp time on, let me make sure my dates are
Can I
correct.
object? I don't see the relevance here.
Yeah, Ms. Rapp, how does this pertain to the termination?
This is all right before the termination. This is while the termination process was happening.
So is you're taking comp time, is that an issue with regard to the termination?
So the termination hearing was originally scheduled for an earlier date. There is documentation that says it was supposed to be on, I believe, July 30th. Like I was supposed to have a meeting with Deputy Chief Todd Jordan on July 30th. However, that had to get pushed to August 14th.
So what I'm asking is, and I think Mr. Seymour is asking is, help us, is there a way that your decision to take comp time has some sort of bearing on the decision about your termination?
Well, if you look at the emails between my supervisor and Ashley Gower, you will see that this bought her some time. My supervisor did not know how to fire me. If I'm allowed to show these emails.
Acting like assuming facts not in evidence. I mean.
Yeah, help us understand where.
Okay, I apologize. I'm not trying to
No, I understand.
talk bad about anybody. My supervisor was asking for advice on what to do. She had contacted Ashley Gower and stated that she wanted to fire me. She wanted to terminate me. And we can review these emails if that actually helps.
So the emails, are the emails part of the, are these emails that you've identified in the pre-hearing order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You certainly are, if you have evidentiary, if you have documents to present, you certainly are welcome to do that, as long as they are already provided and identified in the pre-hearing order.
Okay. If I may go back over there and put this in the monitor, if that's okay? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that's fine with me. Of course.
Okay, so we'll go to the emails. Go to, this is gonna be, I believe, July 16th, 2020. And if you make this bigger? Okay, Thursday, July 16th, 2020. From Ms. Harris to Ashley Gower. Please let me know next steps. If you scroll down, I believe the attachment is there. Findings and recommendations. Insubordination. Compliance with laws, regulations, and orders. Deportment. By the way, fun fact, when I got this, when I was sitting in Deputy Chief's office, I thought I got in trouble because my shorts were too short that day. Just saying. The deportment appearance and wearing of police uniforms, I had absolutely no idea. Okay, so Miss Harris completed this, and you can, you want me, should I drive it, or do you, actually, no, let me drive it. So this is what we all know. My focus right now is on the date. The
And
date that she sent this
this
out
is actually a stipulated exhibit.
What is it?
Just so they have copies of it. It's stipulated exhibit
Oh,
number
it's
11.
oh, okay.
Not the first email, but the findings and recommendations. So just to follow along.
Okay.
So now we're looking at Exhibit 11 in the joint exhibit book. Is that correct?
Actually, it might be different.
So this is the original copy that her first attempt.
So this is
And
the draft, is what you're showing us.
I believe so. So this was the attachment to.
So I'm going to object to that. This wasn't a final, this wasn't, this wasn't a final decision. It was merely a draft that's just not relevant. What she's talking about is Miss Harris is reaching out to HR saying, hey, I haven't fired anybody before. What are my next steps? What do I do? Here's the documentation that I plan to use. I don't know what to do. So if we're going to go over the draft findings and recommendations, that's one thing. If we want to go over the final version of it, I'm happy to do that, and that's a stipulated exhibit. If you can show me how this differs from the findings and recommendations that was the final product, I think that helps speed along the process.
And I think this might be a question for our HR guy, Antonio. I do believe that Ms. Harris has either gotten rid of someone before, terminated someone, and that's not my jurisdiction to say, but I don't believe that Ms. Harris, this is her first time getting rid of someone.
So here's my question, Ms. Rapp. Does this exhibit that you have up on the screen, did you include this in your exhibits that you wanted to produce?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it different from Exhibit 11 that we have in our joint exhibits?
So these are extremely similar, if not the exact same. I don't believe
No,
that there was any.
yeah, they are different. I mean, the first.
Are they different?
Yeah, the first line, it says on Saturday, July 11th. The first line of this, it says it is alleged. So they are different. They may be,
okay.
they may be similar, but they are different.
Okay.
And Ms. Rapp, because we are trying to move things along,
Yes.
can you help us understand why this
Yes.
draft is important when there was another final finding and recommendation document?
Yeah, so if you scroll down, all the way down, and you'll have to read it. Okay, So this was what Ms. Harris had. This is identical to the 13-page document that Ms. Harris put in my personnel file, which we discussed as I was confused that there's only one place to put a personnel note or something like that. These all were allegations that came kind of out of nowhere, in addition to the written, so up until this point, the only written disciplinary action against me was the final written warning and the only sustained disciplinary action against me was the final written warning for insubordination, which we'll get into that. And then there was another discourtesy violation. So I wasn't as bad as he makes me out to be. When they say multiple issues of insubordination, the point I'm trying to make here is that Ms. Harris tried to terminate me, and Ms. Gower with HR fought back because I had already contacted Ms.
I'm
Gower.
going to object on that. No.
Yeah, is Ms. Gower going to testify, Ms. Rapp?
She's not here.
Okay. So you can testify about what you know. You
Okay.
can't testify about what Ms. Gower said or.
Oh, but
Ms.
I can
Gower's-
testify about the emails that I have, right?
Well, depending on the emails, you can testify about emails that have
Yeah.
been produced and agreed to be part of the pre-hearing order.
Okay, so in the email, if you go back, I'll go back over here. Okay, go back to the folder. Okay, so Gower, August 21st, Ashley Gower. So this one is not the right one. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Documents for HR meeting. Yeah, maybe I did go in order. Okay, go up to the second one, sorry, number 2. Oh, yes it is. Okay, so Ashley was writing to her. Sorry, can I?
Were these emails between you and Ms. Gower? I don't believe they are, so I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
No.
No.
These were part of my open records request. These
Sure.
were provided to me as mentioning me, and I was given them. As part
I'm going to
of-
object on hearsay.
So Ms. Rapp, you're going to have to help me understand how these emails pertain. And Mr. Seymour, are you objecting? You said based on hearsay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Also, Ms. Rapp, are all of these exhibits, these emails, are they in your list of exhibits?
Yes.
And if you have an email, let's see, and can you identify what they are? Where they are in the pre-hearing conference order?
Yes, okay. Okay. Again, having issues with labeling things correctly.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you go to my exhibits, section 3,
And so you're looking now at the pre-hearing conference order?
yes, ma'am.
So I see your exhibits beginning on page 4. Or are you
Oh,
right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Section V, 5, email correspondence.
Okay. All right.
Date equals most recent version entitled email chain.
All right. And so which email have we just looked at that you want to have admitted?
It's the July 31st, which I'm not seeing it on that list. Wait, oh yeah, that is it, isn't it? July 31st, probation extension. No.
There is a July 31st, 2020 regarding EPSL approval. Is that the one you're talking about? That's the
So
only one
I
from
did.
2020.
So we've talked about how many documents were in, how many pages were in my open records request. There were thousands, and what I did was whittled it down to only one version of it that contained the most recent interaction from each person on that chain. And if you've ever seen an open records request before, it is massive. So the email I am specifically talking about is Miss Gower's response to Miss Harris, where she says that we should not terminate an employee based on.
I'm gonna object. I don't. She's just testifying now.
Right, and
Give me a
I don't
second.
see where this is in the list of your exhibits, Ms. Rapp.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Because as you recall, I know you have done a public record search, but the only exhibits that we can consider are the exhibits in the pre-hearing order. So there may be others that
It's
aren't.
on there, I promise. I'm just turned around with my labeling.
Okay, so, and this email that you want to have admitted goes to show what?
Because I could not have Miss Gower here today, I have an email from her that I was given as part of an open records request that I would like to be reviewed.
And that's the sole grounds, not the sole, but that is the grounds for my objection, is that Ms. Gower can't lay the proper foundation for it, and it's just textbook hearsay.
In the second email on that list, did we go all the way down?
So who are you talking to, Ms. Rapp?
Oh, yes.
Can you call out what that document is before we publish it?
Yes, it's the 2020 documents for HR meeting.
So they go to the evidence that was excluded? Is that correct?
So it appears that would be item number 4 on her list, which is July 17th, 2020, documents for HR meeting, and it identifies the participants. Just lining that up on subject line, I don't know, the dates obviously don't match.
There's an email chain where Ashley Gower is.
Object. She's testifying.
Yeah, sustained as to what Ms. Gower said.
That's what this one says. Okay. So I have it in writing right here. I'm not sure if I can like pass this around, but this is
And what is it you want to pass around?
the email chain that followed the first email that I said. The first email where Ms. Harris reached out to Ashley Gower and submitted this draft
Right.
of my.
And you've shown the draft.
Correct. Is there RE voice message requested documents on there from Wednesday, July 22nd? RE voice message. Oh, it's 5.
Number 10, it looks like, July 22nd.
RE, yes, 5.
On the pre-hearing motion, that would be number 10, it appears.
I don't think that's the right one.
It was 6. Sorry, 6. Okay, scroll all the way down.
So
I'm
Ms.
going to
Wright, what-
object again. I don't think Ms. Rapp is copied on any of this, and none of the witnesses are here to testify or lay the foundation. It'd be inadmissible hearsay.
So Ms. Rapp, here's what I need for you to do, if you would, just so that we're clear on what we're doing. If you're going to get ready to show us an exhibit, you need to identify it on the pre-hearing order so that we know that it is or is not part of what you've shown to Mr. Rapp and, Mr. Seymour, and we've discussed in these pre-hearing meetings. And so, and Mr. Seymour now is saying that unless that you lay some foundation, and what that means is unless you show where you got the exhibit, what the exhibit, where it came from, et cetera, then he's going to probably object to the foundation that you have or have not laid with regard to the exhibit. So first, I'm going to ask you to, before you put an exhibit up, to identify where on the pre-hearing order you identified it.
Okay, I apologize. The numbering on this is not matching up for some reason. So on the pre-hearing conference, exhibit section 5, under
Okay.
email correspondence, where the date is the most recent version entitled email chain,
Which one is that? Which number is that?
number 4 in section 5 of email correspondence. Date equals most recent version entitled email chain. I have it mislabeled as number 6 in this folder.
So we don't have, we don't have copies of what is in the folder. So if you could refer to, because I don't know what the folder is, it may be your personal collection of the exhibits you want to introduce. So if you are referring to, if you were referring to exhibits 2, Roman 5, number 4, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so whatever exhibits that you're going to put up with regard to that, at this point, needs to correspond to one of the exhibits on this pre-hearing order. And we don't have copies of this. I don't know what this is. So you need to make sure that whatever you propose, Mr. Seymour has seen it, it's part of the pre-hearing order, and then we'll take a look at it.
Okay. It has been a part of my pre-hearing order. It was from an open records request that I submitted and received thousands of pages.
Okay. So now, which exhibit are you asking us to look at?
Okay, I'm asking to look at exhibit under email correspondence, number 4, July 17th, 2020, documents for HR meeting.
Okay, and where is that exhibit? Can you bring up that exhibit?
It is number 6 on this list.
Okay, but we don't have access to this is, as I understand it, this is from your computer, and this is not something that the commission has copies of. So unless you present it as a piece of evidence today, as an exhibit, we don't have copies of all of these documents.
The shared folder was between me and you. It wasn't, the commission didn't have access to that shared folder. Because what happened was, in order for us to give exhibits back and forth, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's right.
We created a shared drive, and I dumped in the exhibits I wanted. She dumped in the exhibits that she wanted. But that doesn't look like the shared drive. That looks like just a reversal, just like what you said, Commissioner Klein.
And also, I want to be clear for the commission, what happened after that occurred, and I have not seen the shared drive. We had multiple meetings in which we discussed what exhibits would be and would not be admitted, stipulated exhibits that would or would not be admitted. And we said in the pre-hearing, it is clear that the only exhibits that would be admitted or considered to be admitted in this hearing, not necessarily relating to the shared file, but to the exhibits that have been identified in the pre-hearing order. So that's why I keep focusing on the pre-hearing order. And if you have 2 Roman 5, number 4, if you have those documents that you want to show, you certainly can offer to present that. Mr. Seymour may or may not object, but we need to go forward with not what we're looking at here, but what exhibits out of here that have been agreed to be part of your presentation. If that
Okay.
makes sense.
Yes, so I have that right here. I'm not sure who I need to show it to first.
Do you have copies for the commission?
I don't.
All right, have you shown has Mr. Seymour have what you have in your hand there?
If it's this, if it's just emails between HR, I mean, my objection on hearsay is still going to stand. So I don't. If she's on that chain of emails and it was, then that's fine. But I don't, unless she lays the other proper foundations. The city's going to object to admissibility anyway.
And I don't know what you're looking at, so it's hard for me to know.
It shows the process in which I was terminated. It shows what
An objection, it's
exchanges
not an evidence.
So
is an evidence.
how is it in evidence? Has Mr. Seymour seen it?
Yes.
And it's part of the pre-hearing order?
Yes.
And can you, Mr. Seymour's also objecting because where did you get the exhibit? Who sent it? Is it a valid copy, et cetera?
It was part of the open records request.
Okay. All right. Do you want to explain what that is?
Yes.
Okay.
I submitted an open records request to provide to me as a city employee any document, email, note, text message that was related to me, Sarah Rapp, during my employment with the city. And I was provided with thousands of pages of repeat emails, chains, probably 25 pages of text messages between my supervisor and I. I was given every single PDF that you see on that screen that I put in evidence, and I have copies of here today.
All right. So thank you. And so is it your contention that these are records of the city of Raleigh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what exhibit do you want to publish to the commission at this point?
The email chain dated July 20th, 2020, which is the most recent email of the RE documents for HR meeting. It is number 4
Okay.
under section 5 of email correspondence.
Okay. All right. So I will allow you, but you only have one copy. Maybe over the break you could perhaps have access to a copy machine and provide, because the commissioners do need to see a copy of it, and we'll have to hand it down to look at it. But I'm going to overrule the objection with regard to hearsay based on the foundation she's laid. So you may go ahead and present your evidence on this point.
Okay, should I come back to it since I don't have a copy of it, or?
If that would not disrupt your flow, absolutely.
Okay, so I guess I'll come back to this. The process in which Ms. Harris was communicating with Ashley Gower with HR, it spread out a little bit because, again, I was out on comp time. I was out, and I didn't think that I had to explain to anyone what I was doing while I'm on comp time. And I was actually preparing for an HR investigation or opening an HR.
Objection.
So my,
For the objection?
I'm sorry. Commission's already entered an order excluding this evidence.
I'm just mentioning that what I was doing during the time I was still employed and not terminated yet.
And Ms. Rapp, how does that pertain to the termination?
That my side of the story was not able to be shared prior to this termination taking place. The investigation, which I had been accustomed to going to internal affairs for, never happened. I was blindsided by this, and I am sharing what I found out via a open records request during that time, because this is all I know. The only thing I know what happened between July 14th, that phone call with Ms. Harris, and me getting terminated and sitting in Deputy Chief Todd Jordan's office, is right here in emails through open records requests, which I spent months going through and condensing for this purpose. And on the record, I apologize for having things mislabeled. I am obviously very serious about getting you all copies, and I will do so. I will not go into the details of my HR complaint. However, I will be asking the process in which when an employee files a complaint about someone, particularly a supervisor, hostile work environment, the nature of it, is there any protection? But if you are and this is what I'll be asking the HR professional here, Mr. Antonio Cruz. So at this point, I am unsure if I should. If we could talk about where we're at right now, if I'm in still.
So I don't know what you're getting ready to talk about, but recall that the commission has granted the partial motion to dismiss based on hostile work environment. And I don't know whether that's where you're headed with regard to your testimony or not, but recall that that evidence or that claim is not part of the case and therefore will not be relevant to the determination with regard to what is in the case.
Right. I'm speaking on the procedural part of it with the city of Raleigh. When an employee has an open or active complaint, if that would impact their termination.
So is there evidence you want to produce with regard to what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that evidence?
It is evidence, it is emails that was provided to me via an open records request.
And does this evidence, and here's where we're going, we need to just stay on track with regard to the termination.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if the investigation is with regard to your claim of a hostile work environment, that may, Mr. Seymour may, and I'm not speaking for, he may object because we already decided that that's not part of the case.
No, and this is not regarding the hostile work environment at all. This is the fact that there was an open investigation that did not get completed.
All right, do you have?
And this is about the complaints that were excluded. So we have the motion to dismiss, we had the hostile work environment claim dismissed. And then we have the evidence that was excluded by order of the commission in response to the city's motion in limine, in which case the commission granted the city's motion to exclude evidence of any alleged acts of misconduct or policy violations committed by any other city employees other than petitioners.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what, I'm just not sure, and I hear you, Mr. Seymour, but I'm not sure whether or not Ms. Raffett wants to present evidence in that category or not. So
I do want to make sure it's clear that I do not believe that there is sufficient evidence to sustain any allegation that I was out of line or I was insubordinate on that day.
So if you have further evidence on that point, do you want to go ahead and present that?
I have a screenshot of a tweet. So we had talked about a video. The only video that I was able to obtain, it was the last video that I took on that day. It was...
Could you explain? Video on...
Oh, it was the one that you wanted me to redact the identities.
So let's stop. Are you now wanting to present a video to the commission?
Oh, I mean, I can't.
No, you're in charge of, what you want to produce.
Oh.
But are you now wanting to submit a video for the commission?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and present your next piece of evidence or testimony.
Okay. There was a tweet that was produced on the day of July 11th that was regarding the protesting group
Can I object? I don't know who did this tweet, what it's about. Is there
It's
gonna be a-
included. It's actually included on the.
Can you show us?
Yes. If you go back to the main file of the flash drive.
Is this tweet, Ms.?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm so sorry.
Is this tweet one of the exhibits that you've
Yes.
identified? Where is that in your
It
list?
is. I'm sorry. Okay, if you go to section 1, 2, 3, 4. So, no, section 3, page 4, under Roberts Park, it is number 3 on the list. And this is B, as in boy. Roberts Park, July 11, 2020. B, Corey Branch tweet, YAP protest group.
All right, so this is the tweet that you want to show us now?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Seymour?
No objection.
Okay, go forth.
Thank you. Okay, so this tweet I screenshotted on, let's see, it was July 11th because I was at that time monitoring social media as part of my job. Although I'd been disciplined in public prior to this, I still was carrying out my job. The tweet reads, Young Americans protest retweeted this. And this was the video that we had talked about. And it says, today we asked...
Actually, so we had discussed, and as part of your order, Your Honor, that any video would need to have the identities
That's true.
taken off. And this is a screenshot of that video, and the identities were not taken off. So can I ask the commission to take that down and I would like to exclude that from the evidence.
So, Ms. Rapp, would you take that down, and I will allow you to read the tweet?
Okay.
But we did enter an order, I did enter an order in which any video would have faces obscured to protect the privacy of the people involved.
Okay, and I apologize. I thought that since that was open, that's a tweet that anyone can search at any time. I wasn't, because we
Understand.
talked about the video, I didn't, I
Understand.
figured
And
a
that is fine.
screenshot.
Just if you want to use this tweet in evidence, you can read it to the
Yeah.
commission.
Okay, so that tweet,
And also, can you identify the source of the tweet, if you know?
yes, ma'am. It is the protest group, hang on, let me pull it up on my computer here. Roberts Park. Oh my gosh. Hang on. Can I get my flash drive back? Sorry. Thank you. So what I'm talking about is a tweet. I screenshotted it on July 11th after the event, and it did what every other protest tweet did back in 2020, which was when the media would share what I would call negative information about
Can I ask,
people.
can I object that the relevance of this tweet and the significance in the case? How is this tweet that was not from you, that wasn't from anybody at the city, how's that relevant?
I obtained it as part of my job description at the time,
Sure.
and it was
How's that
on the day of the event.
And so, Ms. Rapp, how does this pertain to if you could just tie in how this pertains to the evidence that you want to present with regard to the termination?
So Corey Branch, as we all know, City Council, District C, at the time, he was out helping everyone out at the event. As a council member and a council member of color at this time, helping the police was a risque thing to do. Unfortunately, this protest group had tweeted, and it was not a positive message. It said, today we asked Corey Ford District C, which is his Twitter handle, to put his constituents first by answering our demands, divesting from the racist and violent at Raleigh police, and investing in health care, education, and housing. He said no. Hashtag refund Raleigh, hashtag defund RPD. And this tweet is consistent with the types of tweets that Ms. Harris asked me to collect and document as part of my position in assisting during the COVID-19 pandemic protest George Floyd era. This tweet was something I was attempting to prevent at the event. This is the example of documenting which I had been asked to do in previous situations. So that's my point about this tweet, and the video itself. Obviously, the identities, it would have been the entire video. We wouldn't have been able to see anything because I was close documenting. So this tweet was what I was going to hope to satisfy an example of work that I would do that was consistent with my position and what ended up ultimately getting me terminated.
Okay, all right. So, thank you. And do you have more evidence?
I don't believe so. Nothing that I can't talk about the workers' compensation claim that was filed for me. I cannot talk about my complaint about hostile work environment. I can talk about my disciplinary actions and what they were, the nature of what they were, correct?
Yes, without going back through whether or not they were merited or justified.
Right. I'm not asking for you guys to go back in time is it 4 years ago? 2018? Yeah, wow. I'm not asking us to go back and say, yeah, Sarah, you shouldn't have gotten written up for this, or this was wrong. I just want to review the nature of each of those disciplinary actions and attempts to get me in trouble with internal affairs, with the chief of police, with, I guess, like I said, internal affairs and the chief of police. If we can go back to sorry, I have to introduce it. I apologize. Okay, so, and the YouTube video, was that ended up being a stipulated exhibit that we're both going to use, or maybe I should present it just in case?
The WRAL?
Yeah.
I had planned to, if you want to go ahead and present it, I have no problem with that. I plan to use it during
You plan to
my
use it?
examinations.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So are we talking about the video of WRAL of August 28, 2020?
No, it's labeled in the pre-hearing order as YouTube video, and then it gives the URL. It's
Number 7.
number 7 on page 5. This is, and I have no objection to Ms. Rapp offering this. I think it would be helpful to the commission to actually see what the, it's a 2-minute snippet from WRAL showcasing the event. So it'll help paint the picture. So I have no objection to it.
So, Ms. Rapp, what I'm hearing is that there is no objection to your presenting this WRAL clip.
Correct.
Okay, fantastic. So could we play that then? I think is that computer connected to the internet? Oh, flash drive. I'm trying to think if it's on this flash drive or not, because it is an internet video on YouTube. So is that connected to the internet?
That one doesn't have sound.
It doesn't have sound. Okay, this. We could honestly, everyone could watch it on their phones because it's YouTube. I don't know if that's appropriate or not.
Yeah, we can't do that. We need to have an official
Okay.
record of what is presented.
Okay. Let's see. This doesn't have sound. If I can get on the internet here.
So here's the thing. If you
Yes, ma'am.
want to identify something on the internet, I
Yes.
need for you to make sure with Mr. Seymour that this is the exhibit that you all have agreed is appropriate. And let's see what time it is. It's a little bit after noon. or a little bit before noon. It may be that, so let me ask you this, Ms. Rapp, how much more do you think you're going to be presenting in terms of either testimony or exhibits?
I just want to run through my disciplinary actions. Well, if we're going to watch this video later, maybe it would make sense for us to like get that together for sake of time, and then I'll just run through my disciplinary actions real quick, and then we can,
Okay,
I guess, break for lunch if that's okay.
that makes sense to me.
For the, just for the sake of time, I had planned during my cross to go through the disciplinary actions, and so if well, I don't want to speak for you, Ms. Rapp, and I don't know what you plan to present, but one of the city's exhibits is the email from Ms. Harris to Ms. Gower that summarized your disciplinary action history. I think you alluded to it earlier. That's what I plan to admit as one of the city's exhibits. For time purposes, well, it's your case in chief. I don't want to tell you how to run your case in chief, but that's my intent whenever it's turned over to me.
So, Ms. Rapp,
Okay.
the choice is yours. We can, certainly, it sounds like you want to go through the disciplinary actions, and you can certainly do that as a part of your case in chief, or you can, as Mr. Seymour is suggesting, talk about it during the cross-examination. It's your choice. The other piece of it is that it sounds like you want to admit this WRAL YouTube, and we're going to have to, get that figured out. So if there's something you want to say now about the disciplinary actions that you don't want to have handled in the cross-examination by the city, which is your right, then let's go ahead and go through that now.
Okay, and I did want to make double, triple sure I made note of the redacted emails that I received as part of the open records request.
Ms. Rapp, recall that the commission cannot hear anything. We have not seen the open records request. And so any exhibit that is produced in your favor, in your case in chief, will have to have been identified, not in the open records request, but on the pre-trial order.
Yes, and it is here. I'm so sorry.
It is or is not here?
It is. And since Mr. Seymour is going to be going through and doing witnesses for the disciplinary actions, I think at this time.
Well, so I may not ask all the questions and bring forth all the facts that you would otherwise wish to do in your case. So I don't want, I will be asking pointed questions about your disciplinary action history. So I'll leave it there.
Tom, do you have a comment?
Well, it sounds like Ms. Rapp is about ready to close other than those few things. And what we might think about doing is go ahead and take our break, but start with Mr. Seymour later with the understanding that Ms. Rapp will have leave to come back. And, of course, she'll be cross-examining as well. So between those two things, she should be able to still have some comment on that.
Right. So, Ms. Rapp, again, we can certainly, it's a great suggestion to have a break and then, come back. I do want to make sure you have complete authority, subject to the things we've already decided are inadmissible, to present your case. And if you want to do it on your own time and your own way, you may do that. If you want to let Mr. Seymour ask the questions and then follow up with your own testimony about that, you can do it that way. But it is your choice.
Okay, yeah, I think I would prefer it that way, where
Okay.
I ask the questions.
So is it okay with everybody, the commissioners and the other participants, if we break for lunch now? Any thoughts about how long it will take for us to kind of get something quick to eat and be back? It's just a little bit after noon. Can we do this in 45 minutes, do you think? Or we could take an hour if we need
Table's
to.
very fast.
What?
Place of the table's very
Okay.
fast.
Okay.
I would ask if, based on time, I have a witness that is flying out of the country and she needs to leave.
Okay.
I would say by 2:00. I anticipated her being our last witness. I'm going to have to push her up to be the first, and foundation exhibits, it's going to be kind of, I'll need the predicate witnesses for those, but does Ms. Rapp intend her case in chief to be resolved by, how much longer are you going to need?
Since I'm not going to be going into the disciplinary actions, there's just 2 more emails that I wanted to go over.
Okay, but
That-
then my cross comes after you, and so that
Okay.
is going to be a discussion of your disciplinary action.
Okay.
Okay.
So if we need to, and we need to get your witness on first, we can take it out of order.
Okay.
I don't want to in any way prevent her from getting on her flight. So, but
Okay.
Let's take, because
Let's
of
just
it.
break for lunch for now?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
One note real quick. I
Yeah.
did look up that URL for the YouTube video. It does appear it's a broken link now. That the video is no longer up. So we may need to do some research on that to see if we can find it. Because as it's written here, the only question I have is at the end of the URL, just to make sure, I have CFERD61. Is that a 1 and then L? Because if that's the link, then it does appear that the video is no longer up.
I can locate it and screen record it on my phone if that's easier.
But I just wanted to say that we can work on that over lunch. if
Yeah,
that's gonna
for
be-
sure.
if that's
Thank
let's
you
get-
for letting us know about that.
Yeah, let's get everything we can figured out, and I promise, Mr. Seymour, I will not let, I don't know how much your witness,
Don't, tell her that. Don't tell me that.
yeah. I promise I will try to get you on and off. I don't know how long you think her testimony will be. Any ideas about that?
It would, 20 minutes max.
Okay,
For
all right.
my cross.
Okay, so with that in mind, let's take only 45 minutes.
Okay.
And let's be back here at 12:50. And we're adjourned until then.
July 16th from Miss, here we go. Sorry. Okay, so from Miss Harris to Miss Gower, it was the first attempt in terminating me, which Mr. Seymour said she was trying to do her job.
Okay, hold on just a moment and
Okay.
point us to what, yeah, I haven't
And I'm
found
not
the
looking
exhibit
at the
that you're
exact
talking about.
same versions.
I don't think we have that one.
Great. I'm not exactly sure what I was. Is there a way I can get a copy of what the order in which they were given?
So do you have a copy that was made to you by Mr., by
I kind
Bryce?
of. Do you have another copy of everything?
Is that it right there?
No, that's my.
Here's, looks like another copy.
Okay.
So it might be helpful just to reference the date and
The-
the first date on the piece of paper.
Yes. Yes.
And maybe even the timestamp.
Okay, so this one is going, oh, sorry. This one is going to be Wednesday, July 22nd, 2020. It was RE voice message requested document. So what I did was I attempted to condense all of these email chains that I received to make them into singular PDFs. And so if you go to the last page of the packet that you received, it will be the same email chain called RE voice message requested documents.
What are you talking about, RE voice message?
That's the subject line of the email chain.
Okay, all right. Okay, so in this packet, on page 9, you're talking about the last page does what?
So it serves as Ms. Gower, who is a human resources or former human resources employee, providing Ms. Harris with the instruction or her recommendations on terminating me.
Okay. And is there some part of this packet that you want to bring to that you want to have admitted into evidence for the commission to consider? And
Yes,
which-
ma'am.
And which one of these documents consists of that evidence that you want the commission to consider?
It's on the pre-hearing conference.
I'm talking about the actual exhibit,
Yes, ma'am.
because we need to look at each thing that you want to admit to make sure it's admissible and allowed. So right now, we're looking at the document entitled, at the top it says Amanda Coyne, but it's from Faye Cavanis, and it's to Karen Sperlin and Ashley Gower, dated July 22, 2020, 1:59 p.m. And we have it all stapled, so if there's something in this packet that you want the commission to consider, let's hear what that is.
So this is the one that I referenced that was number 5, and I'm trying to locate the pre-hearing.
Yeah, but is there something in here that you want to reference? Because that way we can decide, Mr. Seymour can decide whether he's going to object or not and whether it would be admitted. Because
Oh,
Mr. Seymour
okay.
has raised concerns that these
Right.
emails are intertwined with information that I have made the ruling that will not be admitted and the commission has decided is not pertinent. So that's why we're going to have to go step by step to figure
Got
out
it.
what is going to be admitted and what is not.
Okay, I got it. So it's, Mr. Seymour stated that Ms. Harris was doing her job to get assistance with terminating me. And I would like to include the context of that assistance
Okay?
that was provided to her from Ms. Gower.
Okay?
And if we look at this email chain, which I have labeled as RE voice message dash requested documents dated July 22nd,
Okay.
because that was the most recent email on that chain.
Okay?
Her response, RE voice message requested documents on Wednesday, July 22nd at 12 o'clock p.m. It states the fact that I was an FLSA exempt employee. And I know that we're not supposed to be talking about the state or all of that. I just wanted this to be context and further evidence that my termination was not supported.
So we are not going to be taking up any FLSA-related concerns. If there is something about the FSL, this email that relates to your termination, then I'll consider admitting it. But otherwise, it sounds as though this is about whether or not you were properly recorded time.
Yes, ma'am. So the last paragraph of that I'm looking at, it's labeled page 8 on the voice message requested documents. The last paragraph, it states, I would recommend that this incident be addressed as a written warning or final written warning at most, since it was a conduct issue. You can use the same document you previously wrote up, but I would change it to reflect the recommended level of discipline in the type of action section.
Okay, all right. So are there other emails in this packet that are in this stapled packet from Wednesday, July 22nd that you want to have admitted? And then, Mr. Seymour, I'll hear from you. So we've looked at the final page, which is timestamp 12 p.m. Are there other emails in this package that you want to have considered for admission?
I do.
Okay. Can you point which ones, please?
There is from Cassandra Deck Brown, former chief of police, RE follow-up response on Sarah Rapp's complaint.
And is this in this packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm looking at, it says 5, 3, and 1. Sorry, 5, 3, and 4.
I'm not seeing anything from Chief Deck Brown in this package. Am I just missing something?
Yeah, I'm sorry, August 12th,
So it's not in this
2020.
package. It's not in the July 22nd package. It's in is that right?
No, ma'am. So we were printed out and paper clipped. It's 4 different exhibits or
Okay,
5
and that's
different
fine.
exhibits.
Let's talk first about
Okay.
admitting or not the page there that begins July 22nd, 2020, 12 p.m. Mr. Seymour, do you have any objections to that, admitting that exhibit?
The one with the smiley face in the front.
Well, so, I mean, I don't know that it makes sense to admit everything in this package.
And that was going to be my objection, is we talked about the last page, or I'm sorry,
Next to the last page.
the next to last page, and
Right.
no objection to admitting
Okay.
that, no.
So, Ms. Rapp, in this package that is stapled, and it starts, it's got the happy face, and it's July 22nd, 2020, 1:59. So far, you have only mentioned and spoken about the last 2 pages. Is there anything else in this exhibit, in this package, that you want to have admitted?
No, unless we can talk about my comp time, which I don't believe we are able to.
That's correct.
Okay. So then I don't. No, just that last paragraph
Okay.
in this exhibit of
Right.
this email chain.
Right.
Only refer to this.
Okay, so I will admit, for the purposes of this hearing, the last 2 pages of this exhibit, and let's have it marked Exhibit S1.
S1, perfect.
All right, do you have other exhibits that you want to have admitted, Ms. Rapp? And for the record, the rest of this package is not admitted, it's not been introduced into evidence.
Correct.
Okay, anything else on the emails, Ms. Rapp?
Yes, ma'am. There is an email chain. It is from Ashley Gower, sent on Thursday, August 6, 2020, to Fagan Stackhouse.
And is it timestamped 152?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right.
And it is titled Information Regarding Sarah Rapp, RPD Communications Analyst / Social Media Coordinator. This does not have to do with my complaint. this is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's about 8 paragraphs of her recommendation, or essentially her, because Ms. Harris and I were contacting her at the same time. I had filed a complaint and she was trying to get me terminated. This is going on at the same time, so this document goes through the entire timeline
Okay,
as to what occurred during that termination period.
all right. And so
And-
we're talking about only the exhibit of the email that begins August 6, 2020 at 1:52, and goes through a second page with some redactions and ends up, "Thanks, Ashley Gower." Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there any objection to admitting this?
No, it's not.
Okay, this will be admitted as Exhibit S2. And do you have testimony about that, Ms. Rapp, or do you want to move on to the next exhibit?
I can go into that when there's witnesses,
Okay.
or when we're cross-examining, I
Okay,
guess.
all right, your choice. Are there other exhibits?
So there's question that I have about my compensatory time, and the email dated Thursday, September 10th at 5:01 p.m. from from Ms. Harris to Ms. Stacy Royer, who, regarding separation paperwork for Sarah Rapp.
This is about, I'm going to object because this is about the FLSA issues and compensatory time. It's not relevant, and we already,
No, it's not about the FLSA compensatory time. It's about my actual pay of when I was terminated. I was paid out for vacation time and sick leave, but there were compensatory time that I did not get paid for. So this is evidence of that point that I'd like to make.
I'd like to object because that's outside the scope of her hearing request. Payment of
Is she not entitled to, if she were to prevail, she's entitled to back pay, would that not include comp time?
Well, what exactly are you,
So I essentially I have a pay stub, my last pay stub, that said I earned 38 hours of comp time. That when I went to go do the whole termination process and exit interview and speak with everyone, they said I would not get that because I was terminated. They don't give you comp time if you're terminated. If you retire or you quit, you get it. But since I was terminated, I lose all that comp time. So I had at least 38 hours of comp on my pay stub that I never got.
I understand, and that's
All
fine.
right, so I will also admit this exhibit,
Okay.
and it will be S3. Are there any other emails that you want to have admitted?
So the last emails in this packet that we were given are related to my HR complaint, but they are not about the context of my HR complaint. So it's the procedure, it's basically questions that I have for, I guess it's questions I have for a witness about the procedure in which HR complaints are in the city of Raleigh, what typically happens,
Okay.
right?
So are you saying that these are exhibits that you may use in the examination of city witnesses?
Yes, ma'am. So the Sunday, August 23rd, 2020.
So let me just pause you and say, if you're going to use them as a part of the cross-examination of the city's witnesses, which is you're entitled to do, then we need to wait until you're actually introducing them for that purpose, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. So
So
I still have an opportunity to introduce evidence.
So in the process of cross-examination, if there's a witness who is testifying and you believe that you have evidence that may impeach that testimony, call into question that testimony, you can certainly present that evidence at the time. You can present it now if you want to too, but my point is if you're using it in the cross-examination of others, you may or may not want to introduce it now.
Okay. Well, as long as the opportunity to present, these are the last 3 email chains, and they're all essentially about procedure. And for the essence of time, because I know we need to get through this today, I'm pushing to get this done today. As long as I am able to introduce these 3 later, because they're only about, it's only about the process. It's nothing, I will not refer to the nature of my HR complaint. Since it wasn't completed, there's nothing to prove that there ever was one, right? There was. We can move on to the, I guess,
So the next step,
Sorry.
once you're finished presenting your case in chief, then the city will have the opportunity to present their case in chief. Before that happens, of course, Mr. Seymour has a right to cross-examine you as the witness, right?
Okay,
And after
sure.
that happens, you may or may not decide to rest your case, as in your case in chief, which means that you have presented the evidence you intend to introduce for your case in chief. Then the city will have the opportunity to call witnesses and also introduce exhibits. You'll have an opportunity to examine those witnesses. And if you have impeachment or other evidence that you want to provide, we'll look at that at the time and assess whether or not that can be admitted as impeachment evidence or not. But without any kind of context, I don't know at this point, it sounds like at this point you're not trying to admit these exhibits in your case in chief.
But just one point of clarification from a non-lawyer, that if the city does not call these witnesses, then you will not have an opportunity to submit this evidence in contradiction of them. And so if you do want these in the record, no matter what, they would need to be submitted now, correct? That if the city did not call these witnesses, that she would use these to contradict, then you would not have an opportunity down the road to submit these. Is that accurate?
That's right, Mr. Moore.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that. So one of these is from Chief Cassandra Deck Brown, so I can, for time purposes.
As long as the city decides to call the former chief, but if the city decides not to call the former chief, which that's the risk that you run, is that if the city decides to not call the former chief, then you would not be able to introduce this down the road.
So I would like to put this evidence in.
All right,
then.
all right.
Absolutely. So
I'll be calling the chief.
2020 at 3:07 p.m. to Fagan Stackhouse from Chief Cassandra Deck Brown. It's a follow-up response on my complaint. Now, I will not talk about anything like the examples.
Okay.
This talks directly about what was excluded.
So what is the purpose of this email, Ms. Rapp, for the purpose of showing the commission about how your termination was not justified?
Validating whether or not my complaint was known about prior to being terminated.
I mean, I think that there was a complaint, and that was because I moved.
Okay, so this is with regard to the HR complaint that you filed?
Yes,
is that
and I would
correct?
only use it for purposes of validating questions that I'd have, or I guess when I'm cross-examining, I would reference.
So does it pertain to, I mean, as I said, if you are using this to cross-examine a witness, who will be called? And Mr. Moore's right, there's no guarantee, but Mr. Seymour says that Chief Deck Brown will be called. You certainly can use this and other impeachment evidence to examine Chief Deck Brown. But my question is, does this on its own, without that context, support your case in chief with regard to this termination? And if so, how?
I don't think it helps or hurts my
Okay.
case.
All right,
just that
so I'm
it's
gonna
redacted.
affirm the motion to exclude for this purpose only, but without prejudice to admit it later if Ms. Rapp needs it for impeachment purposes. All right, Ms. Rapp, is there anything else?
Last one. So this email is from Fagan Stackhouse to Ashley Gower. It was dated Sunday, August 23rd, 2020 at 4:05 p.m. It is RE personal matter. What I want the commission to consider is the procedural, what happened with this. I was terminated prior to getting an answer on a complaint that I made.
Okay.
And that's what this shows.
All right. Is there any objection, Mr. Seymour?
I'm just unclear exactly what the purpose of this admission is. Is it just to show that there was a complaint that you filed after you were notified of your termination that was still pending at the time of your termination? Is that why you want to enter this into evidence? Otherwise, I think it falls underneath the umbrella of evidence that was excluded.
I made the complaint prior to being terminated, or notified I was terminated.
The complaint subsequent to the July 11th event. Is that the complaint that you're referring to, and the complaint that's the subject of the order on limine?
Yes.
Then I would move to exclude this.
Wait.
Based on the order,
Based on the order that states, the commission excludes evidence of any alleged acts of misconduct or policy violations committed by employees other than petitioner. This is, the subject of this document is Ms. Rapp's complaints against other employees about alleged acts of misconduct, and 168 prevents me from presenting any rebuttal evidence against that, as to explaining any of the justifications or reasons behind any of this.
all right, so you're talking in the motion in limine on Roman, or A, capital A, in which I granted your motion to exclude evidence of alleged acts of misconduct or policy violations committed by city employees other than petitioner, except where they were identical or substantially similar to the conduct which formed the basis of petitioner's conduct.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, based on that, I'm going to exclude this evidence, but subject to you opening the door with
Sure.
any kind of, ability that she has to impeach.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And can we just get one reference? I'm sorry I missed this on the first email, the one with the smiley face. Which emails actually was admitted into evidence? That
Yes.
9-page.
So as I see the first exhibit S1 is page 8 and 9 of the July 22nd email string.
Okay, is that including the partial email that's at the top of page 8, or is it the full, complete email starting on page 8?
I don't know well, I will say that that my ruling with regard to the evidentiary admission is based on the email starting July 22nd, 2020 from Ashley Gower at 12 p.m.
Okay.
Because I don't think the other has anything to do with that.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Any other questions or any other exhibits or testimony that you want to present, Ms. Rapp?
Nope, I'm very anxious to get this witness who needs to leave the country on the stand so she can make it.
Just,
All right.
just one
Yes,
question.
yes.
So for the email on Wednesday, August 12th, 2020, 6:12 a.m., are we just not admitting that, or?
August 12th.
I'm sorry, what was it again?
Yeah, at this,
At this point, that's on hold. She may bring it in rebuttal.
Okay, gotcha.
of
Right.
Witness testimony, so on that, that's at the whole, on
yes,
hold.
that's exactly right. All right, Mr. Seymour, do you want to cross-examine Ms. Rapp?
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Rapp, could you tell us a little bit about your education and background?
I would be happy to. I graduated from Virginia Tech in 2015.
Hold on just
Oh,
one
sorry.
minute, Ms. Rapp.
Do we want to go out of order to get the other witness who has to leave?
I'm happy to do that.
Is that,
If
so
it just-
it's
yeah.
about 1:20?
What time? It's already 1:20, yes. I would ask that we do
Okay,
that.
so Ms. Rapp, with your permission, we're going to go ahead and take the witness that has the plane to catch.
Absolutely, please,
And
please.
it'll be taken out of order, but we'll come back to you and have your testimony, okay? On cross.
The city of Raleigh would like to call Marshall Adams David. And do you have a driver's license? It's coming, yes.
She has to do it at Harlan Road. But she's a court reporter and just swear the witnesses. It's just part of the thing. But she, I don't know what her standards are, but, yeah,
Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name, Ms. Adams David, for the commission?
Marshall Adams David.
And what position do you currently hold at the City of Raleigh?
I am the city manager for the city of Raleigh.
At the time of Ms. Rapp's termination, what position did you hold?
I was the assistant city manager at that time.
How long have you been with the city in total, and how long have you been the city manager and assistant city manager?
So I've been with the city since August of 2014, and I was appointed city manager in November of 2020. I actually took the seat on January 1 of 2021. So I've been with the city just shy of 8 years.
Could you explain to the commission a little bit about your relevant education background and management?
Sure. So I am a true public servant. It is a calling that sort of kind of pulled at me before I pulled at it. I've been doing this work for almost 29 years. At the core of who I am is personal integrity, work ethic, and just trying to do right by people. I have been fortunate enough to work in organizations where both my personal and professional commitments kind of align, and I still enjoy getting up every single day to do the work, even as crazy as it is sometimes. I have managed police departments for almost all of my career, and kind of enjoy it, although some managers try to shy away from it because it is hard work, but to whom much is given, much is required. That's how I kind of try to live my life.
As the assistant city manager, could you tell us a little bit about your responsibilities and duties over RPD?
Sure. So each of the assistant city managers within the City of Raleigh's operations have a portfolio of work. My portfolio at that point was community. I had all of the public safety departments. RPD, obviously the largest department in the city, I provided strategic oversight and direction to the chief of police, Cassandra Deck Brown, who was my direct report at that moment. Any policy directives, any policy decisions, any changes in policies that came to the manager's office, that authority was delegated to me through the city manager. I heard all of the grievances and appeals from employees from RPD for that 7-year period.
So as assistant city manager, had the city manager delegated to you authority to issue discipline over RPD employees? I'm sorry, over appeals. Did the city manager delegate authority to you to conduct appeals and decide termination appeals on behalf of the department?
Sure. The only disciplinary authority I had was over the chief of police.
Okay. But you were given authority to either affirm or reverse a termination decision that was entered by the department itself of an employee like Mrs. Rapp?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the specific ACM assigned to Ms. Rapp's termination appeal?
Yes.
Okay, so the notebook in front of you, if you could please turn to Exhibit 16. And a lot of these exhibits, I'll need other witnesses to admit, so it's, I guess, a provisional admission. Could you take a look at the documents in Exhibit 16 that have been stipulated, Exhibit 16? And do you recognize these documents?
Yes.
What are they?
This is correspondence from Ms. Rapp to Mr. Fagan Stackhouse, our HR director, in regards to her grievance.
So this is Ms. Rapp's grievance to the city manager's office.
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to move to admit Exhibit 16 into evidence.
I believe this has already been stipulated. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Ms. Rapp, you don't have any objection to this, do you?
Not at all.
Exhibit 16 is admitted.
Okay. So you held the appeal hearing with Ms. Rapp on October 16, 2020,
Yes.
and you ultimately decided to uphold her termination.
Yes.
Before that, before the appeal hearing, what type of investigation did you do with regards to Ms. Rapp's termination?
Prior to the actual conversation that I had with Ms. Rapp and the HR business partner at that time, Ashley Gower, because we don't typically hold hearings without the HR business partner being there as a witness as part of that process. When the complaint came to HR, I had asked RPD about any information leading up to the final decision and determination of Ms. Rapp's employment with the City of Raleigh.
So HR essentially compiled all the documents and put them in a folder for you and gave them to you?
Yes,
And you reviewed all those documents?
I did.
I'm going to go over those documents real quick, not in detail, but I would like to have you turn to tab 2 in the stipulated exhibits notebook. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is policy 300-14 is a disciplinary action and suspension and dismissal policy for HR.
And did you review that document in your investigation and evaluation of Ms. Rapp's termination appeal?
I did.
The city would like to move to have Exhibit 2 entered into evidence.
Ms. Rapp, I assume you have no objections. These have been stipulated, admitted.
Okay, I'd like you to turn to tab 5 in the notebook as well, please, which has been previously marked as stipulated Exhibit number 5. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Could you explain to the commission what it is?
It is the Raleigh Police Department 1104-02 talks about deportment, appearance, and wearing of police uniforms.
It's RPD's conduct policy.
Yes,
And did you review this in your evaluation of Ms. Rapp's termination appeal?
I did.
So you would like to admit Exhibit 5 into evidence, stipulate Exhibit 5 into evidence.
No objection. Ms. Rapp?
No.
Admitted.
I'd like you to turn to the next tab, tab 6, which has been previously marked as stipulated Exhibit number 6. Ms. Adams-David, do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is this document?
It is another RPD policy 1104-04 that deals with compliance with the laws, regulations, and orders.
And did you review this document in deciding and evaluating Ms. Rapp's termination appeal?
I did.
At this time, the city would like to move to admit stipulated Exhibit number 6.
Assuming no objection from Ms. Rapp, admitted. Sorry.
If we can turn to tab 10 of stipulated exhibits, stipulated Exhibit number 10. Ms. Adams-David, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is this document?
This is an account from Sarah Rapp, who was at that point the RPD social media specialist, dated Saturday, July the 11th, 2020. And it is her account of what took place at Moore Square that day.
And did you review this document in the termination appeal with Ms. Rapp?
I did.
At this time, the city would like to admit Exhibit number 10 into evidence.
Admitted.
I just wanted to clarify, I referenced this document earlier, and this is the letter of duress that I was referenced earlier.
Okay. Thank you. This is admitted.
Okay, a couple more. Could you just please turn to tab 11? And Ms. Adams-David, could you, do you recognize what's been previously marked as stipulated Exhibit 11?
I do.
And what is this document?
It is a determination from RPD, findings and recommendations on the actions of Ms. Rapp and the allegation and an account of those allegations and the findings.
And did you review this document in your evaluation of the termination appeal of Ms. Rapp?
I did.
The city moves to admit a stipulated Exhibit number 11 into evidence.
Admitted.
And please turn to tab 12. And do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is this document, Ms. Adams-David?
It is a notification from Deputy Chief Todd Jordan to Sarah Rapp. It's an interoffice email notifying her of a pre-termination hearing.
And did you consider this document as part of your evaluation of Ms. Rapp's termination appeal?
Yes.
At this time, the city would move to admit stipulated Exhibit 12 into evidence.
Admitted.
Ms. Adams-David, could you please turn to tab 13 of the notebook, which has been previously marked as stipulated Exhibit 13. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is this document?
This is a transcription of the interview with Sarah Rapp and Todd Jordan as part of the internal investigation from RPD from the actions on July the 11th, 2020.
This was the pre-hearing, this is the written transcript of the pre-hearing termination that Ms. Rapp had with Todd Jordan?
Yes.
At this time, the city would like to admit into evidence stipulated Exhibit 13 at this time.
Admitted.
If you, tab 14, I'm sorry. If you could please turn to tab 14. What's been previously marked as stipulated Exhibit 14. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is this document, Ms. Adams-David?
So this document is a memo to Sarah Rapp from Deputy Chief Todd Jordan dated August the 19th, 2020, spelling out the termination of her employment, the two violations, DOI 1104-04, DOI 1104-02, and the subsequent information for that justification.
And you considered this and reviewed this document as part of your termination?
I did.
At this time, the city moves to admit stipulated Exhibit 14 into evidence.
Also admitted.
And lastly, well, that was it. We already stipulated and moved to admit 16. The appeal hearing with Ms. Rapp. You held that hearing pursuant to City Disciplinary Policy 300-14.
Yes.
And during that hearing, was Ms. Rapp provided an opportunity to present her side of the events of July 11, 2020?
Yes.
Was Ms. Rapp given an opportunity to present evidence that she didn't violate departmental policy as she was found to have done?
Yes.
Was Ms. Rapp given an opportunity to offer arguments and reasons against her termination?
Yes.
Did you hear anything in that appeal hearing with Ms. Rapp that made you disagree with RPD's conclusion that she violated RPD Department Operating Instruction 110402, discussing chain of command and insubordination?
No.
Did you hear anything during that appeal hearing with Ms. Rapp that made you disagree with RPD's determination and conclusion that Ms. Rapp violated RPD Policy 110404, Code of Conduct?
No.
And did you hear anything that made you disagree with RPD's decision to terminate Ms. Rapp's employment with the City of Raleigh?
No.
At the time, did you know that Ms. Rapp secretly recorded that hearing?
I did not.
And you learned that after the fact, and you learned that from the City Attorney's Office, right?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, did you conclude that Ms. Rapp, after reviewing all the documents that we talked about, what else did you do as part of your evaluation of the claim?
So in addition to all of the information that had been put together in a booklet much like this for the hearing, I also allow employees to provide information that may have been left out just because trying to be totally fair and impartial. So I do allow employees to introduce any other relevant information to their hearing. We had a casual conversation. It was a very good conversation. And at the conclusion of that, I asked Ms. Rapp if there was anything that she would like for me to know that would potentially help me to make my decision. And she said pretty much she had shared everything that I needed to know, and that she didn't contradict much of anything that had been presented in the case file that had already been presented. And we just had a good conversation with she, myself, and Ashley Gower.
So did she, besides all the documents we just went over, did she give you anything else to review?
No.
So based on your investigation and evaluation of the case, did you conclude that Ms. Rapp violated RPD's insubordination policy?
Yes.
And based on that violation, was she subject to discipline under the city's disciplinary policy?
Yes.
And based on your investigations, did you conclude that Ms. Rapp violated RPD's deportment policy or code of conduct policy?
Yes.
And based on that departmental policy violation, was she subject to city discipline? Was she subject to discipline under the city's disciplinary policy?
Yes.
And did you also conclude whether or not Ms. Rapp's conduct was sufficiently serious and disruptive to warrant immediate termination?
Yes.
And so ultimately, you upheld the termination and you denied her appeal. Is that right?
Yes.
But you didn't immediately come to this realization or determination, right?
I did not.
You thought about it.
I did.
You reviewed all the evidence.
Correct.
You didn't make a snap decision.
I did not.
And what is your, when you look at these cases, and what's kind of your process before coming to one of these final decisions?
So, in taking into consideration all of the information that is provided in the booklet, also hearing and talking to the employee, that is involved in the situation. And then further from there, anything that is raised as part of the hearing that I might have needed follow-up information on. And Ms. Rapp did raise one point about something that had nothing to necessarily do with this, but out of respect for her, I told her that I was going to go check to just follow up if there was some merits to any of that. And again, it is an employee's opportunity to plead their case. And I'm an employee as well, so I always try to be fair and impartial. And so in doing that, I don't rush to a rash decision. I don't necessarily always rubber stamp or endorse the department head's determination. I do my own evaluation before I issue a final determination. And typically, I take it all the way to the allotted time frame, just because I want to make sure that I'm being fair.
Sure. And so, just in your opinion, there was sufficient just cause to issue discipline in this situation?
Yes.
And you upheld the termination, and you believe that the termination was appropriate given all the factors and considerations of the case?
Yes.
So what were the factors that you considered in deciding that termination was the appropriate degree of discipline to impose?
Well, policy violations, number one, particularly when much of what we do in city government is governed by statutes, ordinances, and policies, is major. And we try to hold people to the standard of abiding by policies. Secondly, personal conduct. We, as I mentioned earlier, we are all public servants, right? And so we have to be on 24/7. And when you represent an organization or a department, and as Ms. Rapp has already testified, she saw herself as the spokesperson or the kind of face or the public face on social media of the Raleigh Police Department, that was taken into consideration as well. And the totality of the previous insubordination and all of the other acts leading to this moment was what kind of led me to get into the determination that that termination was probably the best course of action. And secondly, from an organizational perspective, I evaluate and work with HR to make sure that staff has not violated a policy either, making sure that we have not, violated anybody's rights through the process along the way.
Now, did you consider in determining whether to issue termination or a lesser degree, the public-facing aspect of the underlying facts that led to the termination?
Yes.
Did you consider the detrimental effect that her conduct could have on RPD's message of building trust?
Yes.
During the hearing that you had, Ms. Rapp, did she deny that she was insubordinate?
She did not.
And she didn't refute that she videotaped protesters that day?
She did not.
Did you, and you said earlier that you considered her previous insubordination and violation of policy. Did you also consider the likelihood of her reoffending? Or of the likelihood that something like this would happen again?
Yes, and to her previous testimony about the moment in time where we were at that moment in July of 2020, the totality of all of that weight of what we were dealing with as an organization and as what we were dealing with as a nation, putting it all into perspective, how she saw her role or how she represented the role was troubling, because we were literally dealing with protests every single day for about a 7 or 8 month period.
I don't know if I can object to that.
You
I
can't, and you can, later, you can
Okay.
cross-examine her.
And you had alluded to it earlier, but also as part of your evaluation of Ms. Rapp's case, of any employee's case, you also look at to see if the department itself violated any policy.
Yes,
And did you evaluate whether RPD violated any policy in the termination of Ms. Rapp?
I did,
And what did you conclude?
that we did not.
Okay. And that RPD complied with city policy with regards to their pre-termination hearing that Deputy Todd Jordan held with her?
Yes,
I noticed that you sat in the gallery this afternoon. Did you have a chance to listen to Ms. Rapp's direct examination of herself?
I did.
And did you hear anything that makes you believe that you were wrong in your determination in upholding her termination?
No,
Do you still believe that Ms. Rapp violated the city's disciplinary policy?
I do.
And do you still believe that Ms. Rapp's conduct on July 11, 2020 merited disciplinary action up to termination?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Adams David. Those are all the questions I have.
Ms. Rapp, you may now cross-examine Ms. Adams David.
Thank you. It's so great to see you again.
You too. Proud of you. You done well.
Thank you. It's been a process. So, first question is, were you at the event on July 11th?
I was not.
So, my next question, were you invited to this event?
There was another competing event that I was at, so we typically split up as an office and go to, as many events as possible. So I was not at the Roberts Park event that day.
Okay. So, what was your understanding of my previous history of insubordination?
That there had been other situations in the department where you had not necessarily followed the guidance or direction of your supervisor.
Okay, do you have any additional details about any of those allegations?
She just testified of all the documents that she reviewed. Excuse me.
It's been a minute, Sarah, but just other than, very broadly that there was a pattern of not necessarily following orders of Ms. Harris or whoever your supervisor is at the moment.
And for the record, I only had one supervisor while I was employed with the city of Raleigh. So back to our appeal hearing that we had, and I do want to say, he said I secretly recorded. I just documented, because all of these hearings have been recorded.
Is this a question?
No, I just wanted to state it. Okay, do you recall at the end, you provided me with a little feedback of my performance with the city? Do you recall what that was?
I don't recall exactly, but I probably shared with you, I think, because like I said, we had a casual conversation. That was a very good conversation from my lens, and talked to you about your excitement and your passion for what you believe in and how you go about doing what you do.
Thank you for that. Were you shocked to hear about, since you weren't at the event, were you shocked to hear that this was going to happen? You would have to make a decision on whether I would be terminated or not?
I don't know if shocked is the right word, typically because every grievance or appeal that goes up the chain from RPD lands, or at that point landed at my feet. So I don't know that shocked is the right word. And again, I wasn't at the event. Came with the job, yeah.
So since you weren't at the event, can you kind of tell us how you said you reviewed evidence, which we have all seen is this independent investigation. It's stipulated exhibit. Numbers are hard. I'm sorry, I'm trying to save time. It's Miss Harris's write-up of me that we've talked about, where her recollection of what happened. And we talked about the letter of duress, which you referred to as my account of it. So how did you come to your decision?
So, as I've previously testified, based on what was in the booklet, the case data that I had the opportunity to vet before we actually had the conversation, and then listening to you for, I think it was about an hour that we had the hearing, there was no new information introduced to change anything that had been previously presented in regards to your claim. There was no evidence presented by you or introduced by you that would suggest that the determination by RPD wasn't accurate. There was no, you admitted to the fact that there was an exchange between you and Ms. Harris about, and you saw it as your role to sort of kind of follow the protesters because they were sort of kind of out of line when dealing with Councilmember Branch. And you talked about how important that was to you. So in the totality of the conversation, as well as the book, there was no additional information to disprove anything that was provided or to introduce anything that would change that narrative in the hearing. So that's what brought me to the final determination.
Okay. How would you describe my passion and overall job performance?
Your passion, reckless, but very passionate about what you do.
Okay.
You wear it on your sleeves.
Do you feel as though the department appreciated me?
I think, Sarah, you brought a sense of energy to the department. I think many in the department appreciated the level of excitement, because you can get stuck in a routine and, you know, police work doesn't tend to be jazzy all the time. I'm just thinking about the youth summit and that level of excitement that many of us had in there with the kids that day. So yeah, you brought a level of energy and excitement that I think was welcomed.
Thank you for reminding me of that. That's always brings back awesome memories. The Youth Summit was incredible, and I am excited for the next one if you guys are still going to be doing them.
Fingers crossed.
Pandemic's over. So I guess my last question is, how do you believe that I was a threat to the city?
I don't know that threat is the right word. As I just stated, that energy, that excitement, that passion was a little bit reckless. And so in the moment in time that we were in, dealing with all of the dynamics of policing and community, race relations, trying to maintain stable operations in the city in the middle of a global pandemic, the calmness, the steady level judgment is what I think was needed to get us through those worst dark days. And so I'm not going to say that you were a threat. Again, I think your reckless energy and reckless passion kind of put you at a disadvantage. I don't think any of us personally felt threatened by you.
Thank you. That's all I have. I hope you have an awesome trip.
Thank you.
No questions.
Do any of the commissioners have questions for Ms. Adams, David?
I do.
Okay.
Just a couple questions.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
You as well. Sorry. Thank you. So, one question that I have is, you were asked by Mr. Seymour if Ms. Rapp ever denied during your hearing that she was insubordinate, and you said that she did not.
Right.
Is that correct? Would you look at Exhibit 10 in that notebook? Now, since we're kind of going out of order here, I think that Ms. Rapp has not had an opportunity to address what I think might be coming, which is that this memorandum was prepared under some duress. And she has made that comment a couple of times, and we
Yes.
haven't heard her say yet what that duress is. So, but since we only have you now for a few moments, I'm just curious, and she may explain this later, but on the third page of stipulated exhibit number 10, in the third paragraph, the one that begins with that moment the chief pulled us aside, do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then in
Yes.
the third line, it says, I wasn't in a position to explain my insubordinate actions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then a couple more lines down, I realized after the fact that there was nothing I could say in the moment that would make what I did right. I was wrong to continue disobeying you. Do you see that?
Yes.
So at any point in time during the hearing that you had with her, did she address those comments or explain them or try to take them back or say they were made under duress or anything of that nature?
No, ma'am, not that I can recall. I think she just gave me an overview of the day and what her actions were, and that Ms. Harris had told her to stop. I think that was the word that she used, and that she continued because she felt compelled to try to capture the protesters during their activities. I think she called it foolishness, but yeah. Yeah.
But she
So,
didn't retract those statements that were in the memorandum that she prepared
no, she did not.
for you?
No.
That's all. Thank you.
Any other commissioners?
Yeah, I just have one question for you, Ms. Adams, David. Was this sole incident the only determining factor in termination, or were prior disciplinary actions considered in her termination for employment?
See, my role in the process is to determine whether or not RPD's determination is justified.
So was RPD's determination, was it this sole incident, or were prior disciplinary actions considered? Because I thought I heard you mention prior disciplinary action in your testimony earlier.
Yes, I would say, and obviously you'll get the opportunity to ask them, but I think the totality of the insubordination prior to this incident that led up to all of the other pieces, so yes.
And is there a city policy in a time frame in which those insubordinate actions can no longer be considered for progressive discipline?
There is, but it's been a minute since I've done HR, so I can't exactly speak to what that time frame is. But there is mention in policy of how long, like obviously if something's been 10 years ago, you would not hold it against an employee
But if it was
today.
yesterday, it would probably be considered, right?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Any other commissioner questions? I have one, Ms. Adams, David, with regard to the policy, let's see which one it is, the deportment policy. I can't remember which exhibit that is. 7? Oh, yeah, it's 5. Can you point in that policy, what portion of that policy the city contended that Ms. Rapp violated? I know we talked about, it has to do with, deportment, appearance, wearing of police uniforms, but is there a particular part of that policy that is applicable?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. So on page 3 of 11, the piece that talks about respect for fellow city employees.
Okay.
And on page 4 of 11, conduct expected of an employee.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Adams.
you, and
Thank
safe
you. Have a good
travels.
flight.
So I leave this here, right?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so now I think we are ready to have a cross-examination of Ms. Rapp. Let's see what time it is.
Is it okay if I run to the restroom?
Yeah, we
that
can,
okay?
yeah, that's absolutely fine. You want to take a 5-minute break?
I can do less than that,
Well,
unless everyone else has to go.
Maybe we could take a 10-minute break now and everybody can do.
She
whatever.
was a high school track athlete, so she can maybe.
Very hydrated.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just take 10 minutes.
Okay.
correct?
Yes, April 16th, 2018 happens to be the anniversary date of the Virginia Tech shooting.
So by the time of the face mask event, you had been working for about 2 years.
Closer to 2.5, yes.
And during that time, throughout those 2 years is when the history of the disciplinary action history kind of arose.
I had
kind of-
not had any incidents or issues with Miss Harris that year.
Okay.
We actually had, so if I could describe the timeline.
Sure, and we'll get there.
Okay,
So
sure.
if you could turn to exhibit number 7 in the notebook. We talked about it earlier, but it was never admitted into evidence. This is your job description.
Yes, sir.
And this is fairly accurately describes the duties and responsibilities you had at the RPD. Is this an accurate job description?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd like to move to admit stipulated exhibit number 7 into evidence.
Admitted.
Okay, so well, your disciplinary action history. I've marked as city exhibit number 1. An email that you had indicated, I guess we'll pass it around for the commissioners. These are copies of city exhibit number 1. There should be plenty.
City exhibit number 1, is that in the joint exhibits?
No, hence the hard copies.
So you're
Realized
handing
last
them out.
night that, yeah, they aren't included. So we've got the stipulated exhibits, so we've got folders coming from me that are the city's exhibits. They've been disclosed to Ms. Rapp in the pre-hearing order, and everyone is aware of it to my knowledge.
Okay.
And I'll wait until Ms. Rapp, you have an opportunity to have a copy. I should have brought it over to you first. I apologize for that.
It's okay. No worries.
Let's hope there's enough.
Thank you.
And Ms. Rapp,
Can you say one for me too? Thank you.
do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is this document?
This is what I've referred to as the 13-page document that was placed into my personnel file on or about the 17th of July.
At this time, the city would ask and would request to admit into evidence defendant's exhibit number 1.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
Admitted.
So what I'm looking at is an email with essentially summarizing your disciplinary action history, your discipline history from your 2 years at RPD.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is an email from your supervisor, Dia Harris, to HR.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and does this accurately describe all the disciplinary actions taken against you?
They would describe her account. Yes.
Is it your testimony that the disciplinary action that occurred, or that is written in here, did not take place?
All of these dates, there were incidents. There is an incorrect, there are actually a couple incorrect dates on here that I have noted. And if I could look that up. I mean, it's not relevant exactly right at the second, but
So give or take a day or two, or maybe a week on the exact dates, were the events, the substance of each event, is that accurate
in her
this document?
side of each of these, yes, for her.
Okay, well,
Well, if we could go through each one, that might
Sure.
be the best way to do it.
on June 26, 2018, did you receive verbal warning for insubordination for calling a staff member by their first name?
Yes, I did.
On July 30th, 2018, was your probation extended for 3 months for insubordination for making a comment that was seen as disrespect to Chief Cassandra Deck Brown?
Am I allowed to answer more than just yes or no
Well,
at this
answer the
point?
question, then you can explain.
Okay.
But bear in mind, you've already made a ruling that we're not going to be overturning or, returning
Correct.
the disciplinary events. But you can answer
Okay, yes, ma'am. So, in response to the June 26th, this incident, I started April 16th, 2018. So, April, May, June. This is 2 months into my 2 months into my employment, my first time as a civilian in a law enforcement setting in the chief's office. And I had a deputy chief, he's retired now, Rob Council, had approached me and had said, you can call me Rob. Or I have, I have also, at this point, 2 months into my position, been meeting officers left and right with different rankings, different names, different first, last, all kinds of. So as a new employee, I'm trying to learn all of this information, the ranking system, everything. So I was written up 2 months in for calling or referring to Deputy Chief Rob Council as Rob in a closed-door team meeting.
But the verbal warning of insubordination did take place. You did receive a verbal warning of insubordination.
If you consider her telling me that I need to remember to call people by their first or by their correct names, then sure.
Okay, for the July 30th, 2018, your probation was extended for 3 months for based on disrespect comments to Chief Cassandra Deck Brown. Did that happen?
Yes, and here a little bit of context, if I may. I had referenced being afraid to say I was right, even if I was right. In this, again, this is April, May, June, July, 3 months into my employment. I was invited to a luncheon with the chief, as she would do with new employees, and at random would select employees to join her for a wonderful lunch, by the way. Thank you for the free lunch that day. And we had discussed at the time there was a trend going on called it wasn't the Running Man Challenge. It was a separate challenge, and I had asked her about this, and the chief had said I'd have to see some examples first. So a week or two later, we were in a separate situation where I was helping film a retirement video for, I believe it was the president of either a college or Wake Med. And after the filming of that separate project or assignment, Miss Harris actually was the one that brought up the challenge that I was referencing in the luncheon. And I don't believe the chief knew what I had been talking about in the luncheon was the same thing as what she was talking about in this instance. So when the chief said, I already told Sarah we're not doing that, that completely was opposite of what I recalled. And again, new employee, new to law enforcement agency, my response was, what? Wait, I thought that's not what you said. And that question, although it should not have been in front of anyone, because looking back, you should never chastise anyone or call anyone out or anything like that. However, in the moment, I was 4 months into my employment, still learning the ropes. And it was a knee-jerk reaction to a question that completely was opposite of what I was told a week prior.
Could you turn to page 2 of City
Yes.
Exhibit number 2? On November 10th, 2018, you received a final written warning for insubordination. Is that right?
I'm sorry, say the date again? The
November 10th, the IA
November
investigation.
10th.
Did that happen?
It did.
Okay.
So that was a dual investigation. So I actually have evidence that could support this, which is transcripts from that investigation where Ms. Harris had called Internal Affairs.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to answer my, that question that I asked was, did this happen November 10th, 2018? Did disciplinary action? In November of 2018, did you receive a final written warning?
Yes, I have
Fine.
in my notes.
Okay.
Final written warning signed by Major Jordan on November 8th, 2018?
That's what I'm referring to. I apologize.
Yes.
Okay.
Then yes.
And on October 15th, 2019, you were issued a discourtesy violation of verbal counseling for disrespectful behavior during a consultant's visit to RPD and training for Public Affairs Unit. Did that happen?
It did, but it was shared with my other coworkers who were Laura Horgan, Brian.
I'm going to stop you there
Oh,
because
sorry. That's right. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
That's right.
And then on July 1, so about 10 days before the face mask giveaway event, did you receive a verbal warning for contacting Wake EMS to weigh in on a social media post you put up?
That's one of those allegations Ms. Harris had added after I wasn't aware.
So you weren't given a verbal written warning at
No.
that time?
No, I mean, she contacted me saying that Wake EMS had contacted her asking, because it is an uncomfortable position to be in when one department asks another for help when it's an uncomfortable situation and it's not their problem. So Ms. Harris had contacted me asking me why and I can't even recall. It wasn't written or anything.
Sure. And we'll get into this whenever Miss Cassandra Deck Brown gets up here. So you'll have an opportunity to talk about that. Okay. The 2018, I'm sorry. The insubordination policy that was the subject of your termination. You were previously terminated under that same exact policy, right? Or I'm sorry, you were, sorry, wrong day.
It's okay.
You were previously disciplined under that same policy, is that right?
I received a final written warning for insubordination in 2018.
Okay.
Although the nature of why the context of that whole insubordination was not supported by Ashley Gower.
Could you please turn to Exhibit 9, page 6? I'm sorry, I actually had the mouse.
Was it dated October 29th?
I'll bring it up for you to make it easy on you. I don't know, I'm jumping backwards. You know what? Hold on to that. Could you please turn to exhibit number 9, page 6, which starts with Donna Harris. It's an email starting on October 29, 2018.
And where would we find this, Mr. Seymour?
Stipulated exhibit number 9 at page 6.
Okay. And you're, internally, there's an email?
Yes. And do you recognize this email, Ms. Rapp?
The one dated October 29th, 2018 at 3:11 p.m.?
Yes, at page 6 of the stipulated exhibits.
I do.
And this was an email from your supervisor to you, right?
It was.
Could you read the final paragraph of that letter, or of that email?
Even though you verified to me that you are familiar with the RPD DOI on insubordination, I am attaching a copy of the DOI for your review as promised.
So Ms. Harris previously provided you with a copy of the city's, or of RPD's departmental instruction on insubordination, right?
Yes, I've been reminded of what insubordination means multiple times.
And if you could turn to the previous page, which is page 5, which is a reply email from you to Ms. Harris. Do you see that? And
I do.
Do you remember that email?
I do.
The city at this time would like to admit stipulated Exhibit 9, pages 5 and 6.
Page 5 and 6. No objection, Ms. Fromm? This is
Not at all.
exhibit. Is this going to be Exhibit 2?
So since it's part of the stipulated exhibits,
Okay, so I just do Exhibit 9, pages 5 and 6.
yeah. What's the date of this email?
October 29th, 2018 at 5:51 p.m.
And this was the email that you wrote to your supervisor? And could you please read
It
for the
was.
commission? I'm sorry.
I said it was. I'm sorry.
Could you please read for the commission the last paragraph in that email that you wrote to your supervisor?
I have read over the DOI on insubordination and the importance of completing projects as you assign them to me. I appreciate your patience with me as I adjust to RPD's work environment. In the future, I will come more prepared for meetings with notes from previous meetings and my progress on them.
Thank you. Okay, so let's talk about the face mask giveaway event. That's why we're here, right?
Yep.
You said in your direct examination that you were there as a citizen.
As an employee of the police department,
So you were there as an employee and representative of the Raleigh Police Department.
I was.
You talked, you hit on it a little bit, and we've talked about it a bunch today about the social climate and during that whole thing.
Sure.
But you agree that it was a very, very tense time for law enforcement agencies like RPD, right?
It was. It was also an opportunity for RPD to shine in protecting and serving its citizens.
So you agree that it was very important for RPD to build trust with the community?
Absolutely.
All right, the group of individuals, a group of protesters showed up to advance the defund the police message. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had previously seen a tweet, I suppose, and that was then,
Correct. That was July 11th, 2018.
or 2020. I'm going to screw up the dates. It's been
Or,
a long
oh, yeah,
day.
2020, I'm
we know what
sorry.
we're talking
Yes.
the face mask
Yeah.
event.
Yes.
And so there was probably less than 10 of them there.
There were approximately 10, maybe more. There was enough to form a circle that blocked the street around Corey Branch, Councilman Corey Branch.
Were they so disruptive that they caused the event to not take place?
They were blocking cars. I do recall them being asked to move. Or I do recall someone who was volunteering have to come up to move them out of the way because they were where they were was standing right where cars were coming to receive the masks.
Did law enforcement have to intervene with their protests?
I can't recall if it was a uniformed or out of uniform police officer that came over. However, I do recall the officers being very hands off with protesters at this point. I do remember the incident with the young man standing on the woman's car, and the woman asked the police if they could do anything, and they said, "We can't do anything."
So is it fair to say that this group of individuals were lawfully protesting?
Sure. I mean, it was open to the public. They were public. They were allowed to be there. They were distracting to enough for my supervisor to come alert myself and Officer Hurd. They were distracting enough to be in front of Councilman Corey Branch's face and push them into a position to answer their questions and on a camera. They were distracting enough to get my attention to get help for a woman who they were trapping in her car.
So this video of the protesters, you took a video of the protesters on your city cell phone, right?
I took one video of the protesters.
And in the pre-hearing order that we entered into before today, you had indicated that you wanted to offer that into evidence today.
I did.
The very video that you took of the protesters.
I did.
Okay. And we haven't had that entered into evidence because of previous stipulations that faces would be blurred and things like that.
Correct.
Okay. But that, you took it on your city cell phone,
Mm-hmm.
and you kept it. Is that right?
I did.
Okay.
I'm
And so
not
when
sure
you
how
were
I obtained
terminated,
it.
did you have to return your city cell phone?
Yes, I did. I had to, on the day of my pre-termination notification with Deputy Chief Todd Jordan, exhibit, let's see. There's a note that I did turn in my city phone with everything else on, I think it's exhibit 2, 3, 4. It would be with the exit interview.
Yep.
Or it would be with the documents related to my termination.
I think you're referring to, well, now I lost it.
I'll find it.
Whenever you were terminated, you had to turn in all your city property, like your ID, your badges, including your city cell phone?
I did.
Okay, and so from the time that you had this event, the face mask event, to the time that you had to turn in your city cell phone, you downloaded that video from your city cell phone to your personal computer?
I did.
Okay. And you kept that video until, well, you still have it today, is that right?
I do, but it is not redacted by any means.
Sure.
It's
And did you keep any other city property?
no.
Okay. So publishing, and you talked earlier about, that your supervisor had talked about publishing and things like that. Earlier, you showed us this tweet from from an organization that I believe in your testimony you said this is the exact thing that I wanted to prevent. Something like this negative feedback from social media. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's why you were recording them, because you didn't want this negativity. You wanted to present a positive spin on things.
I wanted to have versus not have evidence that Corey Branch was being put in a negative light in the event that the protesters were to post, which they ended up doing. I wanted to make sure that as part of previous directions to have evidence to protect us. And I took Corey Branch as one of those, I guess, City of Raleigh family employees. I am always looking out for people, whether it was, and to be honest with you, I didn't even realize it was Corey Branch because of the mask.
Speaking of previous direction, is it your testimony today that your supervisor did not tell you before and during the event to not record and the protesters?
My testimony is that Ms. Harris approached myself and Senior Officer Brian Hurd towards the end of our agreed upon, or it wasn't agreed upon, there was never I had no calendar invite or...
Did Ms. Harris tell you not to record or give
sorry,
publicity to the protesters that were going to be there at the event?
She said not to give them publicity.
Okay.
Which I did not.
And your definition of publicity is?
And was.
What is your definition of publicity?
It is posting, publishing, making public.
Okay. So then why record at all? Why even record them whatsoever?
To protect if in the event.
Who? Protect who?
Protect whoever is getting interviewed so in-depthly. And if you heard them and what they were saying, it was very aggressive. It and again, I'm not a law enforcement officer, but it was very aggressive. And
You didn't like them
again,
being there.
I'm sorry?
You didn't appreciate them being there.
I mean, my supervisor didn't either. She was the one that told us
To record them?
to record other people there to make up for the fact that they are there, because she knew that they were recording and posting things. So she asked us.
Could you please turn to stipulated exhibit number 10? Ms. Rapp, you kept journal entries and personal notes around this time, right?
I did.
And in those personal notes, it was your feelings and how the events that were taking place at that time.
I wouldn't necessarily say feelings. I would say more memories of and recollections of what happened, because I do have a tendency to, I'm not sure how to explain this.
Document things.
I love documenting. I love it. I take videos all the time. I have kind of a fear that I'll get dementia one day and forget everything. And what am I left with? I'm very healthy. I'll probably outlive everyone I know, and I'll have videos and pictures if I forget everything. So also in regards to the video I shot on my city phone, I
want to talk about your journal entries if we can.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
sure. Sorry.
So going back to those, so everything that you wrote in there was honest and truthful.
Yes. Journal entries, yes.
Okay. And after the July 11th face mask event, you actually wrote an apology letter to your supervisor, Ms. Harris?
Yes, and that was a letter of duress, as I've referenced it
You've
as.
said that a lot today.
Yes.
Explain to me what you mean by that.
Duress is something that when you feel as though you will be in trouble if you don't. This is my understanding. This is not like a dictionary.com.
Sure.
My understanding of it is I felt that if I did not write something or find a way to communicate with my supervisor, a way to clear the air, I would continue living in this cold shoulder, being avoided, essentially uncomfortable environment that everyone felt in my office. Well,
After the event, because she was giving you the cold shoulder.
Yes.
Okay. But nobody actually forced you to write that letter, did they?
No one forced me to. However, it was strongly suggested that I be the person that, as I typically was, to initiate the addressing of when we would have these, and I wouldn't call it falling out, but whenever I would get in trouble for something, or if she didn't agree with something that I did, or I was afraid that I, was going to mess up or something, I would always address it with her. And I really wish that she was here today, that I could ask her these questions, but again, I wasn't able to get subpoenas.
And I think I haven't even offered it into evidence yet, but the stipulated Exhibit 10, is this an accurate copy of the letter, the apology letter that you wrote to your supervisor after the event?
It is, yes, sir.
At this time, the city would like to move into evidence stipulated Exhibit number 10.
Admitted.
So it's dated Saturday, July 11th, but you didn't write it on that day, is that right?
Correct. That would be the title of the letter.
Okay. And in this letter to your supervisor, you apologized for your actions on that day?
I did.
And you said that you admitted that you were wrong in disobeying her orders.
I've previously talked about this, where I was put in positions where even though I felt that I was right, I had to be wrong to keep the peace.
But you admitted that you were wrong in continuing to disobey her, is that right, that day?
I have to go with what she believes, whatever will make her
Okay.
happy.
We'll go over your letter then.
Sure, Please.
Could you please turn to page 2? At the beginning of paragraph number 2, could you please read the highlighted portion that I have up on the screen? It's not highlighted in your document, however.
Yeah, no problem. You notified us that a group of defund the police individuals showed up, and to not give them any publicity, approximately 20 minutes before I saw them harassing a gentleman in a gold shirt.
And further down the letter, again, your letter to Miss Harris. Could you please read that portion of the letter?
I was taking photos of the individuals when you came to grab me the first time.
Now, when she came to grab you the first time, that was when she said, okay, stop filming them, go pay attention to the chief. She's getting her media, getting an interview from the media. Pay attention to them. Don't deal with these protesters, right?
She didn't say stop. She said, I would much rather you be filming the chief right now.
What's your interpretation of, I would much rather you do this as opposed to that? What does that mean to you?
That she would rather me be spending my job description she felt as though I should have been filming the chief because I was not aware, I wasn't paying attention to the chief. I was distracted by the protest group who were aggressively interviewing Councilman Corey Branch.
And the beginning on the next page, you actually talk about that. You say that you were, while you were filming the chief, you kept the group in your eye, and you didn't like their tactics. Did I read that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the second paragraph, you admitted to her, look, I was blinded by this anger, by what I in myself believed to be what was true. And once the media came along, I just watched the defund the police yet again surround a car. And you talked about this car and this old lady. And is that what you were referring to earlier?
Yes, and if I may clarify this.
Well, let's go through the letter first, and then I'll give you an opportunity. Sure. And then further on down that paragraph, you explained my feelings of accountability and what I had been directed to do in the past, which you had alluded to in the past. Miss Harris told you, record any foolishness, the violence that was going on. She wanted that to be captured, the violence, the craziness of these protesters. And then what she told you back then completely overrode what she told you that day, which was to not record, correct?
Correct, because her direction to me was to not publish or give them publicity. I had to go along with what she believed was right in order to win her over and maintain equilibrium and peace in the office.
Did you talk about, which we talked about earlier, at the point of, the back and forth between you and your supervisor, the chief actually had to step in. And she said, you quote, you put in your letter, quote, picking up my behavior, and then you wrote, I snapped out of it. What'd you snap out of? What'd you snap out of?
You want my real answer or what I was sending to her?
Well,
the truth is this.
So let me ask you this. There are two answers?
Yes, I've told you this. There's two answers because I have to tell.
Is this not true?
This was a letter of duress that I wrote to my supervisor.
Okay, you've said duress numerous times.
Yes.
I can't do. Yeah.
I apologize.
Let's make sure that Michelle can get both.
Sorry, Michelle.
Every word. So don't talk over each other, please.
Are you saying today that the words that you wrote in this letter were lies?
No.
Okay.
I'm not saying. Okay. I've tried to explain this a couple times. In my position with the city of Raleigh, I learned how to not tell my truth when faced with an issue where someone above me believes something different than what I believe is true. I have learned to go along with a truth that just because I don't believe it, I have to believe it.
Is the truth you're talking about your truth as to your feelings about the protests in general? Is that the truth you're talking about? What truth are you talking about?
No, I am talking about the moment that my supervisor came into my face and started yelling at me and assuming that I was going to disobey her when I was not.
Further on down the letter, you wrote, quote, I knew you were so furious at me for disobeying you right in front of the chief. And further on down, I was wrong to continue disobeying you, and I was wrong to go back and forth with you. And that's all. You
More
said
fuel.
earlier, these weren't lies, right?
More fuel for her.
Okay. If we can just turn real quick to stipulated Exhibit 13. And you had a pre-hearing order, pre-termination hearing with Deputy Chief Jordan at RPD. Is that right?
I did.
And that pre-hearing termination was recorded. Is that right?
It was.
And I think this is already admitted into evidence, which it is. So Ms. Rapp, could you, let's see. Look at page 10 of stipulated exhibit number 13.
Yes. 10.
Now, I put up on the screen for you that portion. And for the sake of time, I would essentially and correct me if I'm misinterpreting these words, but question, that would be Deputy Chief Todd Jordan, is that right? And answer would be you?
Yes.
Okay. And in the highlighted portion below, you're responding to a question from Deputy Chief Todd Jordan, where you're talking about the July 11th event, right?
Yes.
And you said, quote, in your answer at line 419, I didn't follow her orders exactly as she told me.
Counsel, you gotta go slower.
Sorry. At line 419,
419. Okay.
you said to
Said-
Deputy Chief Todd Jordan, I
Yes.
didn't follow her orders exactly. Okay. And then at 425, you start talking about the publicity, and we've talked about that today, the difference between what you understood as publicity and not. And it reads as, answer, do not give the protesters publicity, okay? That's her order for the day. Sure, I violated it because I took a video of the protesters. Sure, if you want to define publicity as recording behavior. Todd Jordan. So are you saying that directive was given to you before you filmed the protesters? Yeah. Did I read that correctly?
Before you filmed the protesters? Yes.
In your hearing request, you mentioned that you weren't aware of the RPD's paramilitaristic culture, right? That was one of the grounds for your...
I was aware of it, but I was still transitioning and understanding how to operate in that kind of environment as a first time in a career at all. And
I don't think we talked about that. What is your job history?
my job description,
Job history.
My
I'm
job
sorry,
history?
The mouth is dry.
well, I guess we started, I got my bachelor's degree in public relations from Virginia Tech, where I ran track all 4 years and cross country. I then went to Houston to continue training and competing. I actually tried to qualify for Olympic trials, and I was close, but I had a back injury that prevented that. And I was working at the ExxonMobil campus in Houston as a receptionist. That was like my first part-time kind of job. And I was also working at the Chick-fil-A as the cow, and I eventually became the marketing director there. After about a year and a half, I moved back to Raleigh because my family, I was very far away from them. And I got a part-time job as a marketing specialist with the preschool, St. Rayfield Preschool off of Falls of the Neuse Road. I was there 20 hours a week. I worked with student athletes at NC State for about 15 hours a week. I was doing Uber. I did Guardian ad litem I started doing guardian ad litem, which was amazing.
Yeah.
I stayed with that through my time in Raleigh, and I had heard about the police job. I had actually reached out to a couple people in the police department before I was employed here, and I asked, how can I help? How can I help? This is all I want to do. I went to school at Virginia Tech. I was there when the chief of police, who was there for the shooting in 2007, he actually employed me as an intern to help him with their on-campus safety campaign. And between that and all of my positive experiences with police, I've always really cared about sticking up for them and overall people's protection. Like, people shouldn't be afraid of police, and that's what drives me every single day to fight. Ultimately, that's what I wanted to do for this city, help. And anyways, so marketing specialist at the preschool, and then when I got the job with Raleigh Police, I left everything. I was like, all right, I'm out. I was working at Cowfish too. Cowfish Sushi Burger Bar.
So RPD wasn't your first job?
My first real job, like full-time job.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I mean when I say first real full-time job.
But you've had bosses before?
I
in
have.
Your other jobs?
I have.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, do you have any follow-up, Ms. Rapp?
I guess my concern is the definition of publicity,
Are you
and
gonna offer testimony, or are you gonna argue? Because right now is the time to argue.
I can argue.
Or exhibits. If you have other testimony or exhibits, we can receive that now, and you'll have an opportunity to make the final offer.
Okay. I did request for us to use the audio version of the transcript because I thought that it made more sense to listen to it. The content is all there. However, I think that it's very obvious the exhibits I was questioned over are all evidence of that protocol, I'll call it, of telling the truth that supervisors or people above me wanted to hear in order to keep the peace and prevent me from being written up or prevent me from being insubordinate. I tried my hardest to figure out how to not be insubordinate for almost 2.5 years. The closest I got was that time period of, I guess, where's my dates? I'd say after I got my final written warning, I was walking on eggshells. I was scared to talk to people. I was terrified to mess up. I didn't know. I was threatened with, don't be insubordinate, or reminding I was insubordinate, pretty much every step I took. And that wasn't exactly allowing me to complete my job as written in the job description. It says you need to be high energy. You need to be able to, let's see if I could read it off right now. Ability to perform this job successfully. I passed all of the knowledge, skills, I guess, but to develop a positive presence with media, including newspaper, radio, television, social media platforms. Every single news reporter I spoke with, every single person outside of my supervisor liked me. Even the chief liked me. She said it to me. Marshall, the city manager, liked me. You ask any police officer in the city right now if they know who I am, either they'll say, yeah, she was awesome, or, and this is hearsay, I can't really say this, but, and for sake of time, I would just like to point out the fact that I received absolutely no training in terms of how to do my job. I came up with everything from these weekly meetings that we had. She expected me to bring forward work to do. There were occasional assignments with or without due dates. And the times that she did utilize due dates, they could have been vague, they could have been random, they could have been proposed after I was assigned something. It was a new position, of course. Any new position should be prepared for other duties as assigned or inconsistent direction or insert any new position challenges here. However, unfortunately, I was held accountable for violating or not being able to keep up with the inconsistency, not being able to keep up with what I'm supposed to be doing and what I'm not supposed to be doing on any given day. I will always, and I tell my current employer this now, I come to work every single day to do my best. And that's all I've ever done. It's all I ever will do. Because I'm a Division I athlete. At the end of the day, I'm a Division I athlete. I could be coached. Miss Harris never coached me. That's all I've got.
All right, so the city now may have other witnesses and exhibits, is that right? So Ms. Rapp, I will, at this point, I'm not hearing any further witnesses or evidence from you. And so the burden will now go to the city to make their case. And you'll have the opportunity, of course, as you did with Ms. Adams David, to cross-examine any witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The city calls Antonio Cruz as its first witness. I've only got two more after that. And I know, I'm very aware at the
Thank you.
time.
Yes, if you have your license, would you ready? Yes. Good deal.
Talk slowly for Michelle.
You don't have to do that. That's good. Thank you.
Good.
Take this down.
Good.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give today in this proceeding will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cruz. Could you please state your full name for the commission?
Antonio Cruz.
Mr. Cruz, what is your current, are you a current city employee?
Yes, I'm an HR business partner.
And how long have you been in your position?
I've been here since June of 2021.
Could you explain a little bit what your job duties are as an HR business partner?
Our role is primarily employee relations, and that entails being an expert with regard to the HR policies and procedures. We're here to help both management and employees, with an interpretation of them. Also, the grievance process, we're a resource for both employees and management to, properly adhere to the grievance policy.
And I don't know if you've been here throughout the day, but we talked a lot about it. A person called, or Ashley Gower. Was she your predecessor?
That's correct.
Talk a little bit about your past HR experience outside of the city of Raleigh.
Yeah, so I have 20 plus years in human resources, primarily in government, in all areas of human resources. With I guess my primary area and focus has been employee relations and EEO. I've had various roles throughout the years: EEO investigator, EEO director at the state of North Carolina. Also, prior to coming here, I worked at the town of Cary. I worked with their police department in all areas of HR, with particular emphasis on employee relations.
I appreciate that. And I just want to be clear, you had no direct involvement with Ms. Rapp's termination or her appeal. Is that right?
That's correct.
You came on board with the city well after the fact.
Yes.
Okay, but you are familiar with Ms. Rapp's case and her subsequent appeal, right?
Yes.
What is, as an HR business partner for RPD, could you explain a little bit kind of what your role is in the disciplinary process?
With the departments I work with, which those are public safety, including RPD, I'm there to essentially ensure that they're adhering to the grievance process and their disciplinary process, that they're following the policies, If they have any questions, I'm there to assist them, and that's both management and employees. When there is a grievance, an appeal to a decision, a disciplinary decision, termination, or other actions, I'm also there to make sure that it's following the steps that are laid out in the policy, and also gathering information and setting up the appeals processes and the hearings.
So your job is to just make recommendations.
Also, yes, we make recommendations. If management calls us with a situation, we, ask a lot of questions, get the information, and we do make recommendations.
But ultimately, you have no authority to overturn a departmental decision, right?
That's 100% correct. We can only make a recommendation, and the department makes the decision.
And so you're familiar with the city's citywide disciplinary policy and the city's internal grievance policy, right?
Yes, work with that on a daily basis.
Could you please turn to Exhibit 2, Tab 2 in the notebook, which has been previously marked as stipulated Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, sir.
What is this document?
This is the city's disciplinary action, suspension, and dismissal policy. And this is something I work with, as I mentioned, on a daily basis.
Was this the policy in effect at the time of Ms. Rapp's termination?
Yes, it was.
At this time, the city would move to admit stipulated Exhibit number 2 into evidence. I don't think I've done it yet.
Admitted.
Mr. Cruz, are all city employees subject to this policy?
Yes, they are.
And all city employees are expected to abide by this policy?
Yes.
And are all city employees informed of this policy and have access to it?
Yes, they are.
And this policy it's more of a guide for supervisors. It's not necessarily a rule book. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I want to go over just a few sections with you. I don't have a fun PowerPoint, so I apologize for that. So we'll have to go on the page. Could you go over section 1.2, or actually let me ask the purpose of this policy? Could you please review 1.2 for us?
Yes, I'll read it, and like you said, it's not a handbook or rule book, but it's as it says, it's a procedure designed so as not to restrict operating personnel, but to help them solve problems of this type in a fair and equitable manner without prejudice or favoritism.
So section 3 kind of goes into what the policy is, so ultimately, when someone is disciplined, there needs to be, and section 3.1 talks about this, the dismissal or the termination must be based on just cause. Is that right?
Yes.
And 3.1 further says the degree and kind of action to be taken will be based on the sound and considered judgment of the appropriate authority in accordance with the provisions of this policy. Did I read that right?
Yes, that's how it reads.
And so the policy breaks down causes of discipline, causes for discipline into 2 separate categories. Is that right?
Yes.
Causes relating to performance of duties and causes related to personal conduct. Is
Yes.
that right? And section 3.3 goes over what is required of the notice requirements that must be adhered to when an employee is being terminated. Is that right?
Yes.
And under 3.3, to summarize, essentially the employee must be given notice of the proposed action, disciplinary action, an explanation of the causes for the action, and an opportunity to present his or her side of the story in a pre-termination hearing as provided by section 5132 below. Did I read that right?
Yes, verbatim.
And did all those things happen in Ms. Rapp's case?
Yes, they did.
And in section 4, the policy actually gives examples that it considers just causes for termination, and obviously they're only examples, right? It's not an all-inclusive list.
Right, they're only examples.
So under section 4.2, that talks about personal conduct. Is that right?
Correct.
And just causes for personal conduct?
Yes.
Could you go over subsection D as in dog, and J as in Jack, and Q as in Queen?
Yes, sir. So section D states participation in any action that would in any way seriously disrupt or disturb the normal operation of the division, department, or any other segment of municipal government. And then section J is refusal to accept a reasonable and proper assignment from an authorized supervisor, insubordination.
And then Q on page 3, subsection Q.
Violation of written departmental regulations regarding personal conduct.
So violation of departmental regulations. So departments have their own policies. Right?
That's correct.
And they can have their own policies on personal conduct. Is that right?
That's correct.
And a violation of those departmental policies are grounds for discipline under this citywide policy.
Yes.
Okay. Could you explain a little bit what progressive discipline is?
When we talk about progressive discipline, that is specific to performance, whereas conduct, as we just went over some examples, there does not need to be progressive discipline. If there is a conduct issue, personal conduct violation, that's serious enough and egregious for some of the reasons that have been talked about today, the department can go straight to dismissal.
So progressive discipline, the degree of discipline progresses, and it would go
Right.
from maybe a verbal warning to a written warning to some along those lines, right? It progresses.
Right.
But that doesn't, under city policy, that need not apply where the grounds for termination is based on conduct.
That's correct. The policy does not require progressive discipline for conduct.
Like the situation that we have here in Ms. Rapp's case.
Correct.
At this time, I'd like to give to you, it's been previously marked city exhibit number 2. It's been provided. It's been provided to Ms. Rapp in the pre-hearing order. It's the city's grievance policy. And
I think you've already admitted this, have you not?
not this one. They all look the same. They all have the same typewriter font.
So 87.
All right, what I've just handed you is marked defendant's exhibit number 2. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is this?
And this is the city's administration of grievances policy, appeals process, administration of grievances.
And was this, it's effective 1987, but was this in effect at the time of Ms. Rapp's termination?
Yes, it was.
And this applies to all city employees?
Correct.
And in your role as HR business partner for RPD is to make sure that this is followed?
That's correct. And we, as the HR business partner, we want to be apprised of when there are appeals working their way through the departments.
And based on your, and you also interpret this policy?
Correct.
Excuse me, interpret this policy. Based on your view of the case, was this policy followed in Ms. Rapp's termination?
Yes.
And again, you weren't specifically involved in Ms. Rapp's termination. That was your predecessor, right?
Correct.
But in your opinion, based on your years of experience in HR for the public safety sector, and your understanding of the city's disciplinary policy, and your understanding of the facts of the case, in your opinion, do you believe that Ms. Rapp's conduct on July 11, 2020 was sufficiently serious to warrant termination of her city employment?
I absolutely do. I've read the documents that have been presented today prior to this in my role, and I absolutely think so.
And you sat here today in the gallery, and you heard Ms. Rapp in her direct examination, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear any testimony today that would change your opinion on her termination?
No, I heard that there was clear insubordination.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Do you have cross-examination?
I do. It's nice to meet you in person.
Nice meeting you as well.
Yeah. I remember you left me a voicemail because I had been attempting to figure out the status of a complaint. Do you recall that?
Is that the complaint that was excluded from evidence? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, then I object.
I'm not sure what the question is, Ms. Rapp. Can you re-ask the question?
I was asking Mr. Cruz if he recalls calling me to respond to a question that I had back in, I believe, December. I have the voicemail if
What does it pertain to?
he recalls talking to me in the past.
And
I don't object to that question.
Okay. You may ask the question.
Did you call, leave me a voicemail?
I recall we communicated in the past. You had contacted me first, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what I called you about?
I'll object on there,
Okay.
as to evidence already excluded.
Okay, sorry. Do you remember Ashley Gower?
Coincidentally, I worked with her at the state of North Carolina for 5 years, but I've had no interaction with her about anything city of Raleigh related. I haven't talked to her for years.
What was your, I guess, general thoughts about her? Did you like Miss Gower? Did you?
Object on relevancy.
Sustained.
Okay. So you say that you had gathered information about this and you absolutely agree that my actions were egregious on that day. However, were you at the event?
I was not at the event, but when you contacted me with a question unrelated to this, I've reviewed the information, and that is my opinion, yes.
Which information would that be?
So the information that...
Is this about the complaint?
No, it's not. Unless it is about the complaint.
If you could, if I could ask for clarification on what she's asking, that's all.
Yeah, Ms. Rapp, where are we going?
He just stated that he had reviewed information not around the complaint. And I want to know what that information was. If it was talking with RPD staff about me, or if, because the situation is,
So ask your question and then.
okay. So was there or was there not ever a formal contact from me to the city of Raleigh HR?
Are you asking if, you asked and answered, you guys spoke before?
I mean, okay. Prior to you being there, do you have any information on whether or not I contacted HR?
I can't speak to that. What I am saying that I've looked at is everything that was essentially presented today in the termination dismissal file, because I have access to that.
Okay. Was there anything that you reviewed prior to coming here today that you were talking about?
Just everything pertinent to this is, the dismissal record. But I've not talked to anybody at the RPD about it. I think you asked that.
They did. I did. So why would they make guidelines for HR representatives like yourself to make recommendations to supervisors or chiefs of police in this case?
Well, I think the guidelines you're probably referring to it would be the policy. So, my role interpreting and helping management navigate the policy and, ensure that situations are properly being addressed in accordance with the policy. That's the framework within which I work.
Have you ever made a recommendation to overturn a decision before in your career?
Definitely. Well, I've made recommendations different than what the department or the agency is planning to take. But just like here, I don't have authority to, overrule a department's decision.
I understand that. So you stated you have been here all day, you've listened to this. Have you ever heard of a situation similar to this one?
Frankly, no.
Interesting. Thank you. I think my question is in regards to the process in which an employee complains about someone. So can you walk us through the steps that on your end you take once you receive a complaint to when you complete an investigation.
Can I ask a clarification? Because there's different, depending on the nature of the complaint, there's different steps involved. And that's all I ask is, what kind of complaint are you talking about?
A hostile work environment complaint. Not mine, just in general.
Just in general, a harassment claim?
Sure.
What do you mean by hostile work environment claim? That would be helpful.
I would like Mr. Cruz to explain to me the process in which an employee who comes to HR, complains about a supervisor, what happens next when they have these claims.
Ms. Wright, if I may ask, if this does not relate to your situation, can you help me understand how that's relevant?
Yes, because I'm trying to decide if, in terms of my termination, since I had an active complaint, if that would have or would not have prevented, or if it should not have prevented it. Sorry. If the complaint had been fully investigated and there were results from this, would I have been terminated or not?
You can ask the question unless you object.
And I'm going to object. Mr. Cruz said that he wasn't involved in the termination. Maybe I just kind of...
So I'm going to overrule, and Ms. Wright, you may ask the question.
Okay. So in your experience, has an employee come to you while they are in the process of being terminated? So their supervisor is trying to terminate them, and an employee comes to you. Is that employee protected, or is that employee entitled to having the investigation completed?
So the best way to answer that, and having been an EEO director and done investigations myself, an employee can't be terminated for complaining or expressing concerns of unlawful harassment or discrimination. However, if an employer has already initiated, if they're terminating somebody for reasons that are, specific to violating policies, conduct, then yes, that termination is based on the violation of policies or procedures, whatever that, may be. So that's probably the best way I can answer that. And frankly, from what I've reviewed here, the city followed its policies. Of course, I wasn't present here, wasn't involved personally in all this, but that's, from what I gather.
If there's hearsay in a situation, does that... Okay, sorry, thinking about my question. If a termination is based on hearsay or someone, she said, they said, what protection does an employee have against that?
So I think as we previously, it was brought out, there is a pre-termination hearing process. Sorry, I'm not talking into this. There's a pre-termination hearing process. My expectation is, I haven't worked in HR for a while, is that, the managers in the department, they're taking, making decisions based on, objective reasons, business-related reasons. If somebody's terminated, carrying out an investigation, and then if the recommendation to dismiss somebody is being made, then that's what that pre-termination hearing is for the employee to give his or her side of the situation, and for management to take that into account and make an informed decision based on the employee's testimony and evidence. So I think that's where that pre-termination hearing would come into play, to give an employee an opportunity to give evidence that indicates otherwise.
So if I wanted to make a complaint in the same way my supervisor complained about me, how would I have gone about in doing that? How would I have gone about to do that? doesn't make any sense. How would I, as an employee, report my supervisor if she was doing this to me?
Can I object on relevancy? I mean, or we could ask hypotheticals all day.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand relevance.
It's not hypothetical. It's truly, what is the protocol? What is the protection for an employee who feels threatened by their supervisor when they try to come to HR?
I'll allow it.
Okay. I mean, the city is like all employers, I would imagine, has a harassment complaint process and a policy that pertains to that. So certainly, an employee, if they feel they're subjected to discrimination or harassment, could follow that process, and that would include the possibility of filing a complaint directly with HR.
If I can ask this. Do you have proof of whether or not I submitted an HR complaint?
I'm going to object. We've talked about this all day, this HR complaint. We can't talk about it. We got the evidence excluded. She's asking specifically, do you have excluded evidence?
I'm going to sustain.
Okay. So you don't know me beyond that phone call, correct?
That's correct. I've certainly never had any prior interactions.
You said you've been with the city how long?
Since June of 2021, so that's 9 months.
Okay. And you've been in the human resources field for quite a while.
Since '99.
Wow. You said you cannot overturn decisions. You can make recommendations, but you can't overturn decisions. Have you ever experienced a situation where the employer all had to tell the same story, regardless of anything the employee?
I'm going to object
said?
on relevance. Another hypothetical.
So in my termination hearings, I was afforded the opportunity to tell my side of the story. How common is it for an employer to not take into account what is being said, and the allegation is so serious, or the offense is so serious, that nothing that the employee can say would change the outcome?
I'm going to object. Can I get clarity on what the question is?
I'm asking how often an employee is alleged to do something, and no matter what they say in a appeal hearing, the decision has already been made. How often does that happen?
Yeah, I don't think I can answer that. I mean, I think every situation is different, and the facts are, analyzed, and decisions are made on a case-by-case basis. I don't think I'd be able to answer that. I mean, the pre-termination hearing process, again, is in place to ensure that the employee has his or her side of the story taken into account. And that's the expectation, and that's what the policy indicates.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you for all you do for our city. Appreciate it.
You're
Any
welcome.
commissioners have questions for Mr.
Can I ask a quick follow-up? Just confirmation.
Absolutely, sorry.
The information that you reviewed, upon which you based your opinion, was that the same notebook that Marshall Adams David testified earlier today?
Yes, sir.
The notebook that HR compiled with all the necessary documents and all the documents that were previously admitted into evidence?
That's correct. We gather, and it's stipulated by the policy, all the documents and present them for the city manager to take into account when they're, making their decision.
And that's all. Thank you.
All right, any commissioners have questions?
I'm trying to separate when progressive discipline is required and when it is not required. I gather from the things that you said and some things that we've heard before, as a matter of fact, as a body, that some conduct is sufficient for a person to be immediately dismissed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Under which category, not necessary for progressive discipline or immediate termination, was, in your opinion, I know you were not involved in it, but from what you've reviewed, in your opinion, which way was this termination followed?
Well, the overall category of 4.2 personal conduct, that in and of itself is open to, the city can, the department can terminate without progressive discipline because that's, conduct based. However, I think it does matter. It depends on the circumstances, the seriousness, egregiousness of the situation. Ms. Rapp, had a final written warning, I believe, for conduct insubordination in that situation. So that in and of itself, with a situation that led to her dismissal, I strongly believe, it was enough to justify a dismissal.
Would you characterize those incidents that we went through when previous disciplinary things were done? Would you then characterize this as an example of progressive discipline?
No, I mean, she did have a final warning for a previous conduct-based situation, but we don't the apply the progressive discipline piece to conduct. Whereas for performance, it's specified that there must be progressive discipline. You start out with a lower level of discipline, and then it builds up, and if that continues, then there's dismissal. Whereas with conduct, it's not required. But I mean, in essence, it was. You could say that it was progressive because she had previous disciplinary action taken for conduct.
You're saying it had occurred, but it wasn't necessary.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis.
Okay. Thank you.
City Council. Wait, before, this city exhibit number 2, we already have a 2, can you designate?
Oh, yes, so I designate it as, stipulated exhibit 2 and then city exhibit 2, but I'm happy to.
Yeah, let's come up with a different number.
Okay, yeah.
And
We'll call it A and B.
Okay, that's fine.
Stipulated exhibit B.
Or is it A or B? Do we have an A?
B, because we already have a city 1. I'm happy to get with Michelle after the fact and make sure that the letters and numbers lined
All
up.
right, so it's either A or B, but we know that this exhibit has been admitted. It's not part of the stipulated exhibits.
Correct.
But it has been admitted, and it was the former defendant's exhibit 2.
That's correct. Thank you, Your Honor.
You can call your next witness.
Yes, at this time I'd like to call Cassandra Deck-Brown. And the previous, the A and B 1 and 2, so the disciplinary action exhibit, that was defendant's exhibit 1 that was previously admitted, and so following that pattern, we'll call that A.
Okay, that's
Okay.
great. Perfect, thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name for the commission, please?
Sandra Deck Brown.
Ms. Deck-Brown, You're a retired police chief from the city of Raleigh's police department, is that right?
Yes.
And when did you retire?
Officially July 1st, 2021.
So you were the police chief at the time of Ms. Rapp's termination.
Yes.
How long had you been employed by RPD by that time?
34 years.
And before becoming chief, what other supervisory roles did you hold for RPD?
Every rank from sergeant, lieutenant, captain, major, deputy chief, interim chief, chief.
And about your involvement in this case, were you at the face mask giveaway event at Roberts Park on July 11th, 2020?
Yes.
And so you witnessed firsthand Ms. Rapp's conduct that day?
Yes.
So before we get into the face mask giveaway event, I kind of want to back up and talk about Ms. Rapp's hiring. So you were actually involved in that hiring process, right?
Right. I was part of the interview panel.
And what do you remember from that interview process?
And what I would like to say, just prior to answering that question specifically, is we had social media responsibility prior to the hire of this position. However, we budgeted and requested through council, through the budget process, that we actually have a standalone position as a social media specialist. So sitting on that panel was myself, Ms. Harris, and the social media specialist for the City of Raleigh's communications office. That was the only other position we had had in the city ever for social media, was the one in the city. So we brought that subject matter expert to the table as well. The interview, we had a number of candidates to apply, and the candidates were also prompted with several exercises. One in particular an example would be an essay. Raleigh being the capital city, there's a protest in this city every day, regardless of the polarizing events that took place in 2020, but this is the legislative hub. And so actually one of their exercises was to write about statues and statues coming down and how we could address that in our community. So it was really a very intentional process of trying to find the right candidate, which is why we had the City of Raleigh person on the panel as well. But the questions that we used in that interview, I can't recall them, but the process with me being chief was that we vetted those questions with our city attorneys also.
During that interview process, did you talk to the applicants about the paramilitaristic aspect of the police department?
Yeah, so that is, we recognize law enforcement is unique in a lot of aspects, particularly as you talk about rank structure, the paramilitaristic environment, the public engagement necessity, and this being the first time application process for this position. So several of those questions centered around why do you want to be an employee with the police department, but understanding the rank structure, understanding the environment, you know, what appeals to you in this application process. So you get a number of questions that are centered around that, other than, and actually you get a question about, tell us what you know about the police department. What do you know about the City of Raleigh, and so forth.
Explain a little bit for the commission, kind of the importance of chain of command in a police department.
Well, because we are paramilitaristic in nature, that chain of command is key, and it's key for a number of reasons. The various levels and ranks within the organization necessitate different levels of command and expectation in those particular roles. And I'll just use the example of as the chief, if I am absent for any reason, there's an expectation that the deputy chief can step in and make those executive level decisions should they need to be made. At the rank of sergeant, which is the lowest ranking supervisor, they're usually first line supervisors. So the expectation is that those individuals specifically that are members of units and squads, you have direct oversight over their activities, their conduct, their engagement, their performance. They're the ones who usually write the evaluation because they have firsthand knowledge of those positions and what they're doing in those assignments. Your lieutenants, your captains, your majors are your middle level your middle level supervisors. So there's somebody between them and those upper ranks. And they're, again, understanding the roles. They are designated by specific responsibilities and the expectations, be it a day-to-day operation or crisis. Everyone at a different rank has a different role in that particular assignment. There are civilian positions of management within the organization. Though they are not sworn, they have equivalent ranks. So in this case in particular, Ms. Harris's rank is equivalent to that of a captain.
Ms. Harris as in Ms. Rapp's supervisor.
Is Ms. Rapp's supervisor. And so that position is a direct report to the chief of police. And that has less to do with the position or the title itself versus the position. Media relations, those communications, that's an assignment that is in the chief's office, because you'll have captains that all captains in the department don't answer to the police chief. There are other civilian positions that are equivalent to the rank of captain because of their level of command. The training director is an example. The IT supervisor is an example. Their ranks are equivalent to captain, but they don't answer directly to the chief. They answer to other division commanders.
Are you familiar with Ms. Rapp's job performance and disciplinary history?
Yes.
And I didn't address this earlier. So Ms. Rapp's supervisor was, she was under you, and then Ms. Rapp was under,
right.
Ms. Rapp.
She was Ms. Harris was a direct report to the
Direct
chief's
report.
office.
If you could turn in the notebook in front of you to tab 9, please. And specifically page, bait stamped page 4. It's an email from Ms. Harris to Ms. Rapp where you were copied. Do you recognize this email?
Yes.
What is this email in reference to? Do you remember?
Yes.
And before we talk about it, at this point, the city would like to offer into evidence stipulated Exhibit 9, page 4. Tab 9,
Yes,
page
the
4.
probationary input. Yeah.
Okay. Could you talk a little bit about what this is about, this email?
Yes. On July 26, 2018, I was in the process of, well, we had already scheduled for me to be videotaped in my conference room. I had a meeting downtown that morning, so I was running late. So I called the training commander who was actually in the conference room. The team had already assembled. In the room was Ms. Rapp, Ms. Harris, one member of the city's communications office, and Brian Hurd. And so I called Ms. Hunter who was the training director, and advised that I was running late from the executive meeting that I had downtown, but I was on my way. Ms. Hunter actually said to me, "Not a problem. We'll see you when you get here, just FYI." Now I said, "Well, what is everybody doing?" And she said, actually, Sarah was looking at different videos. And so there was a thing going on in departments across the country at the time. And the Raleigh Police Department had participated in one event, which was the Running Man Challenge. You could probably still find it online. But you would basically engage your department into creating a video that just sort of showed a softer side of policing. And you would then, at the end of it, you would challenge another department to participate in something as well. We had already done that before before she arrived. And so I was pretty much over that, to be honest, because it was a lot of work. And the one that we put on here in the city, it involved so many other departments. It involved the elected officials. It involved our ballet company. We really went all out. Sir Walter Raleigh was in it. There was a lot of energy put into it, and I knew that it was just costly in time, effort, and equipment and technology. And so prior to this event, several weeks ago, prior to that, I held lunches with the chief. So I had my staff randomly invite sworn and civilian folk once a month to a luncheon, just so that I could hear what was on the hearts and minds of the individuals working within the organization. Sworn and civilian, new and senior employees. And I didn't handpick them. Staff members did it so that I could just have an array of folk. At that luncheon, Ms. Rapp indicated that she wanted to consider, it was actually the lip sync challenge. And my comment was, we cannot do that again. And interestingly enough, when she said it, I sit at the end of the conference table, the rest of the staff, and if I recall, Sarah was sitting towards the end, at the other end of the table, but the rest of the staff kind of looked like, really, again? Because it was a lot of energy, but it was exhausting to do it right and do it well. And so I said, we're not going to do that again. It's just very costly of our time and energy and so forth. We can't go back down that path again. And so she asked why, and I explained it to her and said we were not going to entertain it. That was the end of that. I continued with the round table, and that's really what she shared during when we did round table. That was her request. And I thought that I had explained it fairly well. So fast forward, I'm on my way to this conference meeting, and Ms. Hunter says, Sarah was looking at the videos, and I said, you all can look all you want, but I am telling you before I arrive, we are not going to put our energy into another video, period. I walk into my conference room, and just to give you, or just to kind of stage the way my conference room is set up, imagine this whole table being a conference table in that room. Imagine my door being closer to that video on that wall. So if this is the table, like behind you is a solid wall and actually had our org chart on it. It is my goal to walk in. There are chairs along that wall. I put my backpack down, and they are all ready, and I know that everybody's been waiting. So I go and I head to my chair, because everything is set up to capture me as I sit at that end of the table. And as I walk in to put my backpack down, Sarah says, I'm looking at these videos, and we need to do this. And I said, we have already had this conversation. We're not doing it. I'm not entertaining it. Sarah was actually at the end of the table, looking into the video phones, the cameras. She sprung up, met me en route to my seat. I'm only 5'3". She stood over me and said, "That's not what I recall. Tell me why." And I looked up at her and I said, "We have had this conversation. This conversation is over. We are not entertaining this now. Leave it alone." And she said it again. At that point, Ms. Harris interjects, and I'm looking at Ms. Harris at this point, and the room has a chill. And Ms. Harris taps her on the shoulder and says, "Sarah, go back to your task." We have a member of the city's office in that room as well. I get to the seat, and I realize for this video, I don't have lipstick on. And so I make the comment and I say, "I need my lipstick on. It's in my backpack." Dia is Mrs. Harris. She attempts to go towards my bag to get it, and I said, "I can get it faster than you." I get up, but they had already hooked me with the mics. So there's a microphone here somewhere in my collar. It's going down my shirt on the inside of the buttons. And as I get up, I realize I'm still connected. And Sarah, still leaning into the video, says, "You forgot to unhook your leash." And so there's a second chill in the room. I get my lipstick, I put that on, and I sit back in that seat. At that point, Ms. Harris reconnects the mic, and when she leans into me to reconnect, I said, "When this meeting is over, I expect you and her in my office within 5 minutes." And nobody else could hear that, because Donna Maria Harris was like this close to me, pinning me at that point. I do the interview because I do believe you chastise in private and you praise in public. We finished the interview and I came upstairs. They were waiting for me in the hallway. They come in, and as soon as the door opens, Sarah is talking about, "I've already had a conversation with Dia about this," and I said, "I have heard all I could hear today from you. It is time for you to have a seat and hear what I need to say about your behavior downstairs." And I shared with her the expectation of being an employee with the police department, how her behavior was inappropriate, how it was not accepted, and it was highly unprofessional. I further asked her, "What is attached to a leash?" And she started rambling, and I said, "That's a very pointed question. What do you put on a leash?" And she paused and she said, "A dog." And I said, "Exactly." Because she could not understand how her comment was inappropriate. And I said to her, "So that leaves me to question whether you thought I was a dog or a female dog. But in either case, don't ever do that again. I am bringing you into this office to have this conversation with you so that you understand the expectations of working in the chief's office and being a part of the chief's team, and more specifically, the communications team, and you spoke like this to your chief in the presence of your supervisor, in the presence of another commander, in the presence of your coworker, and in the presence of an outside employee. Don't ever do that again." And I went on to tell her how I also stated that it was highly inappropriate for her to step to me, because I had no other way to describe it, is that you stepped to me en route to my seat. Don't ever do that again, Sarah, and we've had this conversation in the luncheon. And she said, I apologize. I've had that conversation with Dia. I now understand. And she apologized again. And Ms. Harris said, Chief, I've had this conversation with Sarah, and I have decided to extend her probationary period.
Could you please turn to, still at Exhibit 9, but page 22? It's actually the last one of that tab. Mr. Brown, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is this document?
So this is a document that was brought to my attention by Ms. Harris following a social media banter, basically.
And before I'd like continue, I'd like to offer this into evidence as stipulated Exhibit 9, page 22. Is that the actual numbering? Okay. Okay.
Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9, page 22. Okay. I apologize.
For the record, in Exhibit
Oh, it's an exhibit.
Exhibit A, there's a clearer copy of it.
In my earlier exhibit, and that's now A.
Yeah, so Exhibit A, there's a clearer copy. This looks like it's been photocopied a couple times, so it
I
looks like there's
apologize for that.
a clearer
Thank
copy.
you.
You're welcome.
And I apologize for interrupting you, Chief Dick Brown. Could you please kind of tell us what the circumstances around this? And this, the date on this was July 1st, so approximately 10 days before the face mask giveaway event. Is that right?
I'm sorry, repeat the last part.
I know I'm mumbling at this point. What's the date on this document?
July 1st?
July 1st, 2020. Okay. And could you tell us a little bit about what happened with this?
Yes, I was introduced to the whole scenario regarding this document when Ms. Harris knocked on my door and basically advised me that that she had in essence received a phone call from the Wake County EMS Public Information Officer, Jeff Hammerstein. And this is the reflection basically of a banter that went between Ms. Rapp and members of the public as it related to one of the protests that we had.
And it was the banter, was that under RPD's social media account?
I believe so, yes. Okay. And so throughout this, the period where we had some of the most volatile protests, obviously you often heard, it was the exercise of First Amendment, but we also know that there were some violent circumstances as well. Some of these groups were actually fairly organized, and so sometimes they would come out in certain attire. There was a point where sometimes their legal teams wore lime green shirts. Their medics wore a helmet of some sort. And the helmets varied. It sometimes looked like a bicycle helmet. Sometimes it looked like a construction helmet. It was whatever they had to identify themselves. And sometimes they would actually have like a sticker like cross on the front, and sometimes they would have painted it on the front. It just depended on the equipment that they had on hand. And so this comes down to a conversation that the public addressed about RPD making arrest of medics. And what we did not do is we did not distinguish in terms of, we don't arrest medics or we don't arrest the green shirts. If they were actively engaged in the violation, they were arrested. And so this evolves out of an arrest with someone wearing a helmet and it going back and forth, and Ms. Rapp advising that medics don't wear helmets. It really didn't matter to us what they wore or what role they had in designation within their organization. And so the banter goes back and forth enough to where Ms. Harris is notified by EMS. So Ms. Harris is the equivalent to the EMS person, Mr. Hammerstein. So they're peers. So he calls her and says, hey, are you aware of this? And how he's brought into it is when the banter goes back and forth enough, Ms. Rapp reaches out to Wake EMS and says, hey, can y'all back me up on this? And so unbeknownst to us that she had reached into another organization, asked for backup, collaboration, support on a comment that was very polarizing and unnecessary in this moment of time that we were already dealing with tensions between police and the community.
Mr. Seymour, I think we probably need about a 5-minute break here.
Sure.
If that's okay?
Sure.
5-minute break.
Chief Dick Brown, we left off. Well, let's talk about the face mask giveaway event, which is why we're here today. We talked about it briefly before, but could you kind of touch on just what the social climate was like from your perspective as Chief of Police?
Yeah, so the face mask giveaway was held at Roberts Park. There was a little apprehension on my end about even participating in this event because we had to advertise it. And there was a concern, if you will, that it would draw some negative attention and not creating more tension in the middle of the protest. So we were very much involved in protests every day, every night, every evening. Curfews, all of this was going on in the middle of this event, but the pandemic had begun, and we did think that it was, a possibility to promote just a relationship building opportunity. So we actually ended up doing several of these in different locations throughout 2020. As chief, though, it is a concern. It's always a concern when you're kind of a sitting duck, if you will, in that space and not knowing if any or what adversaries could show up. And so I agreed to do this, and when we did it, it was bigger than us, and that was the biggest reason why we did it. We recognized that the pandemic was peaking every day, so it appeared, and we held it in Roberts Park because you may recall that one of the highest number of cases throughout our city was in the 27610 area code, and Roberts Park sits in the heart of that area. I'm sorry, not area code, but zip code. Roberts Park sits in the heart of that area, and so what better way of building a relationship than to show this collaborative partnership. And the partnership was, obviously, the masks were provided by Wake County Health and Human Services. We held it at a Parks and Rec facility. The fire department was out there. They actually provided, I think there were hot dogs that day to be given away as well. And we had, we gave water. It was hot. So we gave water as vehicles came through. There were a variety of other people who participated in that event. There were fraternities and sororities from what is called the Pan-Atlantic Council, which are the 9 African American sororities, national sororities and fraternities throughout the country. There were several motorcycle organizations that were out there, and really just a show of solidarity in the middle of riots and protests, but with a more focused goal of healing our community, and obviously the health issue was at the top of that issue. So we decided we'd hold it, and pretty much if you're not familiar with Roberts Park, I'll kind of set a similar stage like I did my conference room. So imagine that wall behind you as the Roberts Park Community Center. And the space behind you is the sidewalk. Your desk in front of you is parking spaces that we have acquired that day. And here is a driveway. And if you're familiar with Roberts Park, Martin Street is behind me.
And if I may, I think we've got the video working, so I think this would this help your testimony?
It probably would.
Just to kind of show, it's a 2-minute vignette from WRAL. Ms. Rapp and I have already talked about this. I don't think there's, it's just up to, and this is a video from.
Yes, so as you can see in that video, that really tall person standing there is actually one of our officers. Just beyond that mulch there is the Roberts Park Community Center. The street where the car is, that's where the vehicles come. They come in on one side and they exit out on the other end. You see me bending down into the cooler, and there is there's our police tent. So that is pretty much where I stayed for the most part until I did an interview. I may have stepped a few feet away from where I am there. So I was really one of the first or second people in that line to greet the cars as they came through. What we wanted to do that day also, as best we could, was make sure, most of us are not in uniform unless some had to run to another assignment or were already on the clock that day. We really just wanted to be a part of the community. When, in the middle of this, we have a group of young folk who arrive who have masks that say defund the police. I saw them when they entered the parking lot, and my hope, like any chief would be, was that it's going to be a calm day and uneventful. They did not recognize me. So when they came up, they mingled throughout the crowd for a while, and then they approached a number of us on this end and said, would you be willing to defund the police? And not knowing who I was, the gentleman actually in the green shirt is one of the directors for Parks and Rec. And he approached them and said, this is not the place to create disruption today. It's a public facility. We get that you're here, but don't interfere. And you all don't even know who you're talking to. And so at that point, the young folk were really wanting an interview too. And that's when he interjected and said, you're talking to the police chief. She's not going to support you in defunding the police department. And so they then had a few other questions, and I really just did not engage with them. And there had been a conversation between myself, Dia Harris, and Mr. Branch, Counselor Branch. And Counselor Branch is the person in the yellow shirt, as he is there not only as a counselor, but he's representing his fraternity. He's got his fraternity colors on that day. And he agreed that he would be interviewed with them, that he would engage them, because obviously if there's any defunding to happen, it's going to come from this table with our elected officials. So he entertains them and answers their questions, but as you can see in proximity, that tall person on the other side of that vehicle is an officer. So including myself, there are officers all alongside that roadway there, that entrance. So nothing's going to happen to the council person. And all are watching. So everybody is paying attention to the chief, everybody's paying attention to our city councilor, and people are watching them, but we're not giving them a great deal of attention, and they realize it. So they just kind of mingle, and they go from one side of Roberts Park to the other. So this is the Martin Street side. On the back side is where the hot dogs were cooked. There's a DJ back there. There's some other activity on the firefighters, the majority of them, and it may have been a Touch the Truck event where they had one of their trucks out there for display. They're on the other side or the back side of Roberts Park. And so people go between the two buildings. I am pretty much there. Cars, they peak and valley. They come and then there's a bit of a lull. In the moment where there's a lull, I had already been interviewed. And I look up, and actually you all heard something before. There are 3 different events. So there's beyond the water coolers, are vehicles parked in parking spaces facing Martin Street. And an older lady and her sister actually are walking to their car, which is parked in one of those spaces. The young folk, defund the police, are walking behind them. They do not block them in their space. They approach those 2 women as they walk up to their cars, and they're standing at the rear of the vehicle. And I said to Mr. Busey in the green shirt, can you please handle that? He walks over, he doesn't build a rapport, but he references himself as a representative of the facility as he's laying out the rules that they can play by. They entertain those women for a while. They've got these little placards, so they're trying to pass them out. And it's when I didn't accept one that they were like, well, why won't you help us defund the police? They're passing these placards out to those two ladies. Grady interjects himself. Those ladies get in their car. They really go about their business. They were not blocked in. They were not harassed to a point that they couldn't move or they felt they were being held captive. But they were elderly women, and so he went over there and stood by. They shared and they stood there and they listened. And I remember one of the ladies saying, "Thank you," and they got in their car and they left. Eventually, they worked their way around the grounds, the defund the police. I look back up at a different point, and there's a lull in traffic, and where I stand is about where I'm standing at that point. I've done my interview, so that's the second event. The third event is I look up and I see movement. I see the defund the police group. They are coming up about where that tall officer is standing, and actually the two women behind the tall officer, the lady with the visor on, or the one furthest away is Ms. Harris. And defund the police is coming up, and I look up and there is motion coming from about where the front of that vehicle is, and it is Ms. Rapp rapidly moving. And that is what catches my eye, because by now the tall officer has moved and I'm having a conversation with him. He's over there by me. And so initially he blocks. I don't see her until I see this movement, but by the time I see the movement, and the defund the police folk are pretty much on the sidewalk at that point. They're headed down the east side of the building. There's a sidewalk that leads you to the back. I hear Ms. Harris say, "Sarah, I said stop. Stop it, Sarah. I need you to stop. Stand down." If the three of us were standing, I would say, and really where that car is, our bodies created a triangle. We were each about 6 feet apart, give or take. I'd say 6 to 8. If you see, there's a tree on the other side of that tent, just over the person with the green shirt. Under that, just beyond the tent, is where the camera, and I can't see if it's there now, but there was this channel had their camera on a tripod. They had pretty much done their interviews, but they were resting. It was very hot that day. I never knew if the mic was hot or not with them. So when I see this, and it did concern me that they were literally standing just right over my left shoulder, just beyond the tent. And when this happens, they're not yelling at each other. Ms. Harris is not yelling. Ms. Rapp is not yelling. But when she says, "Sarah, I said stop this," Sarah turns around, because she is walking at a rapid pace. She turns around and says, "I will not." And she says, "I told you to stand down. Stop this." And she said, "No, I'm not. The people need to see how they behave." And I said, "Dia and Sarah," and it was no louder than this. It's loud because it's amplified. "I need the two of you to cease and desist. There is a camera over my shoulder, and the world is watching." And it got quiet, and both of them stopped, and Sarah disappeared. I didn't inquire until the next day, and Dia advised me that she left and went home. And my question was, she just left and went home? And Dia's comment was that was probably the best for her that day. And I did ask a conversation about why was she chasing them? And Dia said she had already had a conversation with her staff about, this is our day to showcase Raleigh PD and relationship building. Do not give them the attention. Do not, we had a standing order within our organization anyway. When First Amendment is ongoing, we do not videotape unless they are in violation of the law, which really coincides with our body-worn camera. So the videotape, that was not per protocol to begin with.
And so, how would you describe Ms. Rapp's conduct at that moment?
I thought she was unprofessional. She was clearly insubordinate. For her supervisor to say several times to stop, and that's what I hear it while I'm watching the movement, and she turns around, and when she turns around, she says, "I will not," and she said it twice, and I was embarrassed, because that young lady in the shorts is actually an assistant director's daughter. So there again, you had others who were watching this, and when they eventually move, there's other conversation that I have with other staff that you can't see because they're on the side of that car. And they're police staff who are just in disbelief as to what had just happened. I thought that her behavior demonstrated a level of belligerence with her supervisor. There was disregard. I understand the passion here, but when we are building relationships, we cannot be the adversary, and particularly at times like this. And this had been comments that I had made throughout 2020 to my department. It was not unheard of for me to go to roll calls, or for all of my executive team to go to roll calls and advise officers, do not engage, do not participate in bantering on social media. And at one roll call, I literally said, that includes before 2 beers and after 2 beers. You need to keep your cool in this moment. And of course, we are in a time where social media, people are following it. And already knowing what that's like personally, March 10th, I had 200 people stand in front of my home protesting because of a social media rant that was absolutely inaccurate and altogether wrong based on an officer-involved incident. So what I did not want in the middle of everything else was for us to be engaging in adversarial ways. And they've heard me say, we only have one time to get it right. If we're going to push it out there on social media, we've got to be factual. I don't get to say I bring it to you first at 6 o'clock and it's wrong and go back, redact it, and bring it back to you again. So the entire department was aware of that.
Could you please turn to what's been marked tab 11 in your notebook? It's been previously marked as stipulated at Exhibit 11. I believe during Ms. Marshall Adams' David testimony, we already admitted this into evidence, but do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And this is Dia Harris's findings and recommendations with regards to Ms. Rapp's conduct that day, is that right?
Right.
Have you, do you agree with these findings and recommendations based on what you observed that day?
Yes.
Does this report accurately describe the events of that day?
Yes.
Are you, as Chief of Police, I imagine that you're very familiar with the department's departmental operating instructions, is that right?
Right.
Especially the ones that are the bases of Ms. Rapp's termination. Could you please turn to tab 5 of your notebook? It looks like it's already been admitted into evidence. It's been stipulated Exhibit 5. You know, these were foundational questions, so since we've already done that, I'm going to check that box off. So with regards to 110402, the Deportment Code of Conduct Policy, based on what you observed that day with Ms. Rapp, was her conduct unacceptable behavior in violation of 110402?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 4 of that stipulated Exhibit 5, under conduct expected of an employee, it lists various unacceptable conduct that is subject to discipline. Now, did Ms. Based on your observations, did Ms. Rapp's conduct impair, disrupt the harmony and cooperative working relationships between RPD and other departments?
Yes, on several occasions.
Did Ms. Rapp's conduct damage close working relationships? I'm sorry, I reread that twice. Did Ms. Rapp's conduct impede the performance of the employee's duties?
Yes.
Did it interfere with the operation of RPD?
Yes.
Did it interfere with the operation of RPD's mission to build trust in the community?
Yes.
And did it conflict with Ms. Rapp's responsibilities within the department?
Yes.
Did it demonstrate disrespect and insubordination?
Yes.
So about your role in the disciplinary process. So traditionally, you're not involved in that process. Is that right?
Right.
You've delegated that disciplinary authority to your deputy chief of personnel.
Right.
Is that right? And in this case, that was Deputy Chief Todd Jordan.
Right.
Have you reviewed Deputy Chief Todd Jordan's findings and conclusions in this matter?
Yes.
Do you agree with Chief Jordan's decision to terminate Ms. Rapp for her misconduct and insubordination?
Yes.
Do you believe that Deputy Todd Jordan exercised sound and considered judgment in keeping with RPD and city policy?
Yes.
And lastly, do you believe that Ms. Rapp's termination was proper?
Yes.
In your opinion, was Ms. Rapp's conduct sufficiently serious to disrupt and disturb the normal operation of RPD?
Yes.
What necessarily makes you think that the termination was the appropriate degree of discipline and not necessarily another final written warning or something else?
Well, first of all, she had received a final written warning in the same category for which she was terminated for. To refute or to not terminate her, basically, first of all, gives the appearance that we weren't serious about the significance of the discipline in the beginning with the final written warning, but more so that we would not have taken the egregiousness of her actions seriously either. That, and it wasn't just, one event. There are several allegations in Ms. Harris's write-up. At some point, it becomes more of a liability to the organization, particularly when you are in such a pivotal role within an organization like a social media specialist in this moment in time more than anything else. We're not in a position to argue, and in some instances, the pettiness of what we've seen when we are dealing with the consequences of people's lives being put in danger, their property being put in danger, in this moment where society is very angry because of everything that spun off from George Floyd, and then here in our own city. And so we can't afford to play this game of social media banter to begin with. But at the point Your chief is telling your whole organization, this is what I expect. At the point you have policy that says this is what you expect. And at the point that policy has been presented to you specifically because of prior conduct, you can't let that continue. It becomes more of a detriment to the organization and more of a liability to the organization.
Thank you, Chief. Those are all of my questions.
I do. Hello, Chief. Good to see you again. My first question is, what do you define an allegation as?
An allegation is the accusation or the allegation of what an individual files a complaint, and I'm specifically speaking to complaints within the organization. An allegation becomes what that formal complaint is per the complainant.
So would you describe this list of incidents, I suppose, that we've been referencing, the 13-page document, as allegations, or were they sustained?
Well, I think you've asked a couple of questions. So the 13 pages is a summary of to include facts and findings. The allegations are specific headings that identify what you have been alleged of committing or doing. And then to answer your last question, I do find that, I'm not quite sure how you worded it, but I do find that they support the allegations.
Would it surprise you that I am afraid to challenge your recollection of previous events?
Based on what you have said today, as you spoke about two different truths, it would not surprise me. However, in the Raleigh Police Department, every employee is expected first and foremost to be truthful at all times. And based on how you encountered me that day in the conference room, it does surprise me, because you had no hesitation whatsoever to pretty much tell me that I did not tell you that before.
Pause for just a moment. Is there a way we can turn the sound off in a way that we're not picking up? I think it's not, where's that noise coming from?
Sounds like this.
Anybody have any idea what that?
Yeah.
I think it's probably the speakers.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I lost my train of thought. So I have a book here that Mr. Seymour and I have gone back and forth about whether I can or cannot use it. I love this job so much that I took notes every single day, whether it was good, bad, random. I thought an officer was cute. I wrote it in here. I'm unsure as to why I would have written on days after the luncheon why I would be doing research on these videos, which you...
I'm going to object. Are you testifying to the contents of these journal entries that have been excluded?
Yeah, I guess I'm getting confused. I'm sorry. Testifying, I'm not asking a question. Did you ever see on video me and Miss Harris together from the July 11th event?
Did I ever see on video? Mm-hmm. Is that RPD video, Channel 17 video? Whose video?
Could be anything, body cam.
Objection relevancy.
Well, I'm trying to say that the recollection that I have and what Chief Deck Brown has don't match. And I think about what you said, your recollection of the day, and I move fast. I always move fast, regardless of whether I'm going to the grocery store or if I'm running in the rain. I move fast. And that's a characteristic of me, a characteristic that, I'm testifying again, I'm sorry. I'm trying. I know I'm trying. It's very difficult. How could I have taken a video while moving so fast?
Objection,
not
personal
sure.
knowledge? I mean, I don't.
Okay. Did Miss Harris ever pitch ideas to you in the way you described I did at the luncheon that day?
Did Ms. Harris ever pitch ideas? I met with Ms. Harris every week, so there were always ideas exchanged between the two of us. A lot of them came from me. So that's, part of that is the reason you meet with your social media specialist, is that you are always, my mantra as chief was to tell our story. Out of that was a museum that was built. So ideas are every day in the police department. I encourage that from all personnel.
So you described back to the day with the leash incident. You described telling Miss Harris, while I was still in the room but couldn't hear you, you said you gave her direction to send both of us to your office. How often did you give Miss Harris direction like that?
Objection relevancy.
How would you describe me?
I think that you are very energetic. And it's not a question to me about your passion for RPD. I think that showed. It resonated in a lot of what you did, but it also spilt over into places where your judgment was lacking, and it became a detriment to the department as we were day to day confronting an angry, not everybody in our city was angry, but a lot of folk were. And that had no place. Did I think that you brought ideas to the department? Absolutely. I sat on your board. So I saw that energy. But I also saw detriment and a tremendous cost to the city, not just in the mask incident, but there was another incident at the legislative building. There were other incidents that became costly over time for us, and we couldn't keep going down that path. But when I witnessed the insubordination in front of others, that resonated to me as it did that day in my conference room.
Do you recall the day that Ms. Harris got upset with me for volunteering on a holiday?
I am aware of that situation.
Do you recall what happened after that meeting that we had after Christmas?
I wasn't a part of the meeting.
Do you recall having a meeting with myself and Ms. Harris after I was in trouble for volunteering on a holiday?
No.
Do you recall my probationary period being unbeknownst to me?
Your probationary period being unbeknownst to you?
Yeah, I mean,
Every city employee is made aware that he or she goes through a probationary period upon hire.
do you recall me asking you when my probationary period would be over?
Objection relevancy.
I had a question about one of the interview questions you mentioned in the beginning of your testimony. You said a essay was about statues being taken down. What would we do? Do you recall if that was the year I applied for the position, or was that for the current?
Objection relevancy.
That's right. How is this relevant to your termination?
I wasn't sure. I wasn't allowed to ask questions about what she testified about.
Well, we do have to keep to the relevance
I
of
understand.
whatever the testimony is and whatever your questions are.
Did Miss Harris like me?
Objection, personal knowledge.
Overruled.
Ms. Harris, I thought, liked you a lot. And the reason that I say this is because Ms. Harris fought for your hire. Out of all of the candidates that were considered, all of you brought different talents to the table, every single one of you. But she chose you. And she presented her argument to me as all three panelists had different candidates recommended. And so she saw a lot in you. She saw your energy. She saw your fever to want to make a difference. But she also saw the challenges that she faced with you time and time and time again. And those were the conversations that in all honesty led up to, can I give her another chance? So I would say that it wasn't about like from a personal standpoint. She saw great qualities in you and wanted you to be a part of that team. Can you work for people and not like them? You probably can. I never saw that in Ms. Harris with any of her employees. She had relationships with them and she talked about them with the highest regards when they were performing at their optimal best. And Sarah, like all the rest of them, received those compliments.
How would you describe Miss Harris's training for me?
The training that I'm aware of, you obviously came into an organization where you were not familiar with the organization. So that training had to happen, but I was not in a position where I knew what you had day to day and what you were exposed to. What I was able to see on the other side was the skill set, the byproduct of what you received from training.
Did Miss Harris ever disclose to you my attempts of asking for help or asking her how I can improve?
No.
I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you.
No questions, sir.
Do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Jack Brown? All right.
Thank you, Chief.
so much.
Thank you.
Got one more witness, is that right?
I do. I'm cognizant of the time. If the city could please call Todd Jordan.
I do.
Could you please state your full name for the commission?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Todd Jordan, and I am one of the deputy chiefs for the City of Raleigh Police Department.
And could you explain to the commission a little bit about your responsibilities as deputy chief?
Sure. So there are two, excuse me, my allergies are acting up a little bit. So there are two deputy chiefs. There's an operations chief, and there's an administrative-based chief, and I am the administrative chief, deputy chief. So I oversee administrative services, which has a variety of functions to include evidence and training, fleet services, records, our quartermaster's office, the volunteer program, among some other functions. Also, a big part of my responsibility is to oversee the professional standards unit. Professional standards encompasses internal affairs, the inspections unit, and our accreditation. And so I basically oversee the day-to-day operations of that side of the department.
And how long have you been employed by RPD?
I've been employed since October of 1995.
And out of those years, how many times, or how many years have you held a supervisory role?
So I was promoted to corporal in 1998. That was a quasi-supervisor role. It does not exist at this point. It was essentially a team leader position. But I was promoted to sergeant in 2007. I spent time in field operations. I spent time in the detective division as a supervisor. I later made lieutenant, and I spent time in the administrative services division as the lieutenant over admin. I spent time in field operations as a lieutenant in the patrol aspect of the department. I later made captain. I spent time as the watch commander, which basically oversees the day-to-day operations for the field units. I then was transferred to the internal affairs unit. The captain of internal affairs is essentially considered the commander of internal affairs, and in that role I would assign the casework and the complaints out to the investigators assigned to that unit. I would review the case before it's presented to the major, and basically run the day-to-day operations of internal affairs. Oftentimes that meant apprising the chief, the deputy chiefs, and the major over internal affairs of the status and updates with respect to complaints and internal matters. I was later promoted to major, and I was positioned as the major over professional standards. The major position essentially oversees all of the professional standards operations, to include internal affairs, the inspections unit, and our accreditation facet. Really, the crux of the major's position in that role is to receive the casework by the investigators, to review all of the facts and circumstances of that case, to include all witness testimony, basically all of the evidence that's compiled and the facts that are compiled through the investigation of an internal affairs case, and then I would adjudicate the case. And so that meant determining the facts and circumstances of the investigation and determining what discipline, if any, would be implemented, then bringing that employee in and implementing that discipline. And that would include up to potentially having to recommend termination and then following through with the termination process at that level.
And your involvement in this case was what?
So my involvement in this case, and so as the chief mentioned in her testimony, the chief's office is designed a little bit differently. Dia was a direct report to the chief as the manager over the public affairs unit. With Dia being a direct report, and of course by policy, a supervisor can initiate discipline against an employee for a violation across a myriad of policies and procedures. Certainly, they can initiate discipline in terms of when they actually violate, witness that violation in their presence. And so Dia, or Ms. Harris, conducted the facts and the findings and recommendations for the case. Because the major of internal affairs and because internal affairs was not involved in this process, it was then determined that I would be best suited as my position as deputy chief, being a direct report to the chief, also my personnel background. Also, part of my responsibilities as a deputy chief is I hear the grievances brought to the department by employees, and that could be anything from discipline, or if they believe they were transferred inappropriately. And so basically any personnel grievances are brought to me, and I hear those grievances, and then once I render a decision, if the employee disagrees with my decision, that's when the assistant city manager, as you heard today, would then hear that grievance. This was a little bit different in that I actually conducted the termination process, and so I wasn't hearing a grievance by Ms. Rapp, but I was actually implementing the termination process in my role, which is a little bit different than what would typically occur. But again, because of the structure within the chief's office and with Ms. Harris being a direct report, we felt that it was appropriate that my level would then look at those findings and recommendations and ultimately make a determination as to whether or not Ms. Rapp would be terminated per the recommendation offered by Ms. Harris.
So you ultimately held the pre-termination hearing with Ms. Rapp?
I did.
Okay, and you're the final decision maker for RPD on personnel matters, personnel decisions like Mrs. Rapp's?
I am.
Okay, and that authority has been delegated to you by the former chief of police, Cassandra Deck Brown?
By the former chief of police and by the current chief of police.
So you're the appropriate authority to issue disciplinary action on RPD personnel?
That is correct.
Are you familiar with the departmental operating instructions?
I am.
And each RPD employee, sworn or civilian, they're expected to abide by those policies?
We are. We're all expected to abide by the policies.
And each RPD employee has access to those policies, right?
Yes.
And actually, they're posted online.
They are posted online for access by all employees, and we regularly update and expect employees to essentially go into what we call a Moodle system and acknowledge receipt and that they've read and understand and will comply with policies as we revise and update them. But as it stands, any and all policies which stand as current policies are expected to be abided by all employees.
So I'm going to hand you what I've marked as, it says defendants, actually, I'm sorry. Make sure it's the right one. Exhibit 3, but we'll remark as Exhibit C. I need one more to give to him. It's a long day.
Thank you. I do recognize this policy, and I am familiar with this policy.
And is that the policy, the discipline appeals grievance policy that was in effect at the time of Ms. Rapp's termination?
Yes, it was.
At this time, the city would move to admit Defendant's Exhibit C now into evidence.
Admitted.
Okay, I want to just go through a couple of these provisions. We're not going to go through it tooth and comb. I know we're limited on time. But on the second page, under causes for discipline, where it says in accordance with SOP 304, does that track the city's disciplinary policy with regards to two categories of potential causes for discipline, performance of duties, or I'm sorry, yes, performance of duties and personal conduct?
It does. This policy 1105-1 aligns with City Standard Operating Procedure 304, which are the cause for disciplinary action, typically falling under two categories: personal conduct and performance of duty.
And towards the end, right above performance of duty section, that paragraph, it says the last sentence, in serious cases, employees may be dismissed or suspended without warning.
That is correct. And as we've heard today, with cases involving or incidents involving personal conduct, we don't necessarily follow the same standard of progressive discipline as has been described today as we oftentimes do with performance of duties. Personal conduct, depending on the severity of that conduct, a decision may be made to terminate or separate the employee directly thereafter, of course, going through the process of determination as protocol and policy, but sometimes the decision is made that that would be the best decision just accordingly, depending on what the circumstances are with respect to that personal conduct.
And so if we turn to page 4, under the caption disciplinary actions, it states disciplinary actions may be initiated by any supervisor and may result from internal affairs investigations or from occurrences of which the supervisor has knowledge. Did I read that right?
That is correct, yes.
So there is no requirement that IA gets involved with every potential disciplinary action of civilian or sworn RPD officers.
No, that's correct. Oftentimes, internal affairs is asked to take on an internal matter if we feel like there are witnesses that need to be examined, if the behavior or the violation of policies or procedures run across a span of time, and so the investigation would require a little bit more of a thorough investigation as far as being assigned to a case manager who can work across those violations. But certainly a supervisor, if they witness a violation in their presence, would certainly be allowed and would be more than capable to initiate discipline based on not only their supervisory role, but their knowledge of that violation, again, perhaps witnessing it themselves. And so that is not atypical for a supervisor to do so.
At page 6 of this Defendant's Exhibit C, under dismissals, it states, in severe cases, the department may dismiss employees without warning. This is especially true with violations related to personal conduct. In less severe cases, the employee would normally be given at least 2 warnings prior to dismissal. These warnings normally should include at least 1 oral warning with a follow-up written counseling and a final written warning with notice that a continuation of that practice may result in dismissal. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And on the second bullet point, it says if an employee is being dismissed, a minimum of 2 weeks' notice is given. This 2-week period may include payment of accumulated leave. Is that right?
That is correct.
And did that happen in Ms. Rapp's case?
It did.
Okay. And an employee being dismissed will be given a written statement of the dismissal, which includes the reasons for the dismissal, the effective date of this dismissal, and a statement of the status of fringe or retirement benefits after dismissal. Did that happen in this case?
It did.
You didn't go to the face mask giveaway, did you?
I didn't. As you've heard today in different testimonies provided today, it was really in the middle of what we were experiencing as far as months of protest almost on a daily basis. For the majority of time, especially as July continued, the other deputy chief and I were oftentimes in the emergency operations center trying to manage the day-to-day operations involving the protests, and I actually believe that that's where I was on that day as well. As the chief said, we had days upon days of protests consecutively, and so I didn't necessarily have a chance to attend some of those events because of our responsibilities in the midst of the protest activity.
So a few days after the event, Ms. Rapp's supervisor, D. Harris, presented to you with the findings and recommendations that we've already stipulated to at tab 11. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what was according to this document, what was the basis of Ms. Rapp's termination?
So the document provided to me pointed to 2 violations within policy, 11044, which is compliance with laws, rules, and regulations, and 11042, which is our deportment or conduct policy. It also speaks to our dress code. It really didn't apply to this particular incident, obviously, but it was more conduct-based. And so what those findings and recommendations concluded is that on July 11th, during the face mask event, Sarah was in violation of our conduct policy, which you've heard some of the testimony today, but essentially that her conduct was definitely not in favorable light of the department, the city. It was conduct that would not be approved by any of our employees. Additionally, 11044, which is compliance with policies, would be the insubordination piece.
And let's talk about 11. We've talked about the conduct policy, but we haven't really talked about the insubordination policy, or 110404. That's at tab 6, which has been previously marked and admitted into evidence as stipulated exhibit 6. What is the purpose of this policy?
So this policy has several facets to it. I think most importantly would be our compliance with law. And so obviously if any employee is involved in criminal activity, that would be of a substantial nature and could ultimately lead to the termination of an employee. However, it is also very important for us to follow policy and our guidelines. Part of that is to adhere and to comply with direct orders given to us by really anyone in our chain command, not just our direct supervisor, but it could be a person 2 or 3 levels above your direct supervisor. But really any order given to us by a supervisor, even if that order comes through an officer of equal or lesser rank. And so if I was a first-class officer and my lieutenant told me to tell Andrew Seymour to go in the middle of the intersection and direct traffic until further notice, then Andrew would be expected to comply with that order, even if it was directed to him through somebody who is of lesser rank. As long as that order came from a superior officer or a superior supervisor, then that order needs to be followed if it is lawful and appropriate and based within policy.
And on page 2 of that policy, right under general policies, there's a second paragraph that says all personnel shall abide by the chain of command and comply with all lawful orders of supervisors. Is that what you were referring to?
I am, yes.
And at the bottom of page 3, it talks about conflicting orders. It says any member of the department who is given an order in conflict with a prior order shall respectfully explain what the original order was. If the supervisor wishes to countermand the original order, it is their responsibility and privilege. Did I read that right?
Yes, correct.
So in this case, when Dia gave say for example, an order on one day to do one thing, she could give a different order on another day to do another thing. That was well within her responsibility and privilege.
So I think your statement means 2 things with respect to this policy. I think when we talk about conflict and order, I think essentially what that means is if you're an employee and you're told to do one thing by a sergeant, but then a lieutenant comes right behind the sergeant and tells you to do something different, that order may conflict, but the lieutenant would outrank that sergeant. It would basically supersede the order given by the sergeant. And so, again, as long as the order given by the lieutenant in that moment in time is lawful and appropriate within policy, then you would have to basically adhere to the most recent order given to you by that lieutenant. I think in respect to this case, what we're talking about is an order or a directive that was given to Ms. Rapp by Ms. Harris a day or even a week before that. So you may get an order on Monday to do one thing. As long as that order is, again, lawful and within policy, that order may differ on Tuesday, depending on the facts and the circumstances or the totality of what we're experiencing with respect to everything you heard today through the protest. So, again, as long as that order is appropriate within policy and lawful, it may look very different than an order that you were just given, even by that same supervisor, days or weeks before, even minutes before, as I have just described to you. What you are to abide by is the order in that moment. If your supervisor or your superior officer tells you to do something that is within policy and lawful, that is your directive at that time. It doesn't matter if it sounds different or feels different than an order given to you at a previous point. You are to comply with that order now.
And under insubordination, employees, and it says employees, so not just sworn RPD officers, right?
That would be non-sworn and our sworn employees. Everybody who works, all employees who are employed with
Will
Raleigh Police.
will promptly obey any lawful and appropriate order from a higher-ranking supervisor, regardless of whether that employee is on or off duty, to include orders relayed by an officer of the same or lesser rank. And then it follows on the next page, page 4 at the top. Employees who do not promptly obey lawful orders may be subject to may be considered insubordinate and may be subject to disciplinary action or dismissal. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
So an RPD employee who violated this departmental policy is also subject to disciplinary policy under the city's policies. Is that right?
Correct. And I think that was described, and I believe it's 314.
That's right.
Yes.
And in the interest of time, are we okay beyond 5 o'clock?
Yeah, so let's just take one moment. I'd like to be out here by 5:30.
Yeah,
But, that's gonna include you finishing up, Ms.
In
Wright
closing,
finishing
yeah.
up, and any kind of closing arguments and the commission deciding. So
Mhm.
if we can't do that, we can stop, but I would like really much to do that today.
I will keep that, yes. Then, if you could, did we already get this? Deputy Chief, if you could please turn to Exhibit 9 in the notebook. We talked about Ms. Rapp's 2018 final written warning. Were you here whenever they, have you watched this testimony today? Have you been in the gallery
Yes, sir.
today?
I've been here
Okay.
pretty much the whole time.
Are you aware of Ms. Rapp's 2018 final written warning?
I am. I actually issued that final written warning.
You issued that final written warning. And was that when you were a major in the internal affairs unit?
Yes, sir. That was when I was the major of professional standards, internal affairs.
Okay. Starting at page 7 of tab 9, do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is that document?
So this is the complaint form that is used by the internal affairs unit, and this would be completed by the sergeant at the time who was assigned to complete that case. Specific to this form are the allegations which pertained to the investigation at that time in 2018 involving Ms. Rapp.
And on the next page, page 8, it's captioned our Raleigh Police Department Internal Affairs Unit Summary. What is that?
So this is essentially the conclusion of that case. So specific to this allegation, you'll note that under DOI violation 1101 executive policies, I determined for that to be not sustained. So I didn't think there was sufficient evidence to sustain that allegation against Ms. Rapp. However, with respect to 11044, compliance with laws, regulations, and orders, that is the insubordination incident that you've heard referred to you today through multiple testimony. I sustained that DOI violation specific to that investigation.
And this was from back in 2018, not the current.
Okay. Correct.
And the following 4 pages on page 9 through 9 through 16. Let's speed things along. The first 4 are findings and recommendations. The next page is a disciplinary action form, and then from page 15 to page 16 is a memo. Do you recognize these documents?
I do, yes.
And were these from Ms. Rapp's 2018 disciplinary IA investigation?
They are.
And are they accurate copies of those documents created from the investigation?
Yes, sir, as best I can tell, yes.
At this time, I'd like to move to admit pages 7 through 16 of Exhibit 9.
Admitted.
And could we turn to page 13 of those, of stipulated Exhibit 9? And I'm specifically interested in the bottom portion where it says action taken.
Yes, sir.
Correct me, could you please read that section?
Action taken reads as follows: written reprimand recorded on the departmental disciplinary action form. This will serve as Ms. Rapp's final written warning. Any additional violations of this policy will result in progressive discipline up to and including termination.
And on the following page, was that, or in the date, that was Deputy Chief Rob Council, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he was in your position that you are now at that time, right?
Yes, sir, at that time.
Okay. So, okay, back to the current issue, back to the current termination process. After the event, Ms. Harris comes and gives you the findings and recommendations that we've stipulated to it, number 11. What did you do after you got those recommendations?
After reading through the findings and recommendations, I then made contact with Ms. Rapp. She was called in initially. I advised her of what the violations were against her. We placed her on administrative duty. I collected several items belonging to the city, including her phone, I think her key fob, which allows access into our facilities, and I think at least one of her identifications.
So,
also on that day, I'm sorry, and I know I'm trying to be a little brief. Also, I scheduled the pre-termination hearing on that day as well.
And if I represent to you that it was a Monday on August 10th, 2020, would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
So you met with her on the 10th of August, and you informed her that her termination had been recommended, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you give her a copy of this findings and recommendations from Ms. Harris?
I believe so.
Or you at least reviewed the entirety of it with her?
Yes.
Okay. And you also gave her a pre-termination hearing notice, which is at tab 12, is that right? It's already been admitted into evidence, so at tab 12, that's what you're referring to. This is the notice you gave her that said we will have a hearing on Friday, August 14th for your pre-termination hearing, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so during the week, she was afforded an opportunity to compile evidence and documents and witnesses to otherwise provide her a defense in her potential termination, right?
Yes, sir.
So let's fast forward to that Friday, the pre-termination hearing. It was recorded, right? The pre-termination hearing was recorded.
It was recorded and then later transcribed.
Okay, and it looks like we already had admitted into evidence at tab 13 the pre-termination hearing transcript. During the pre-termination hearing, was Ms. Rapp given an opportunity to present her side of the events that led to her termination recommendation?
Yes, she was.
Was Ms. Rapp given an opportunity to refute the investigative findings that her supervisor had made at that time?
Yes.
Did Ms. Rapp present any witnesses?
There were no witnesses presented that day, no.
What, if anything, did Ms. Rapp provide you document-wise to essentially in her defense?
I don't recall necessarily any documents. I think there was an attempt to provide documents in reference to the matter that has been determined to not be allowed into today's proceedings. It was a matter that I was not familiar with, and we had a brief conversation about that I had no knowledge of any kind of an HR investigation and that it wasn't pertinent to the matter at hand.
Sure. And at Exhibit 10, do you recognize that July 11th letter from Ms. Rapp?
I do.
Did she give you that letter to look at during her termination?
Yes, so I apologize. Yes, this was provided to me by Ms. Rapp.
And so no IA investigation was opened in Ms. Rapp's case, right?
No, sir.
During your pre-termination hearing with Ms. Rapp, did you hear anything that made you disagree with the findings and recommendations that she violated Departmental Operating Instruction 110402?
No, I didn't hear anything that was conflicting with that. There was actually an acknowledgement that by Ms. Rapp that she did, in fact, admit to insubordination that they were not following a direct order.
Did you hear any evidence during the hearing that made you disagree with the findings and recommendations of her supervisor that she violated Departmental Operating Instruction 110404?
Are you referring to today's hearing or the hearing on that day?
That day.
No, I did not.
And today. You said that you'd sat here today, and have you heard anything from Ms. Rapp or the testimony of any other witnesses that would make you change your mind today?
No, sir. I just wanted to be clear on which hearing,
Sure.
but no.
No, that was on the next page. In addition to reviewing the documents relevant to her termination, did you also speak with Ms. Rapp's supervisor?
I did.
Okay. And were her statements consistent with her findings and recommendations laid out in stipulated Exhibit 11?
Yeah, I essentially asked her if her account of the event was illustrated and documented in her findings and recommendations. If there were any additional was there any additional pieces of information that I needed to be aware of? And she said no, that her account of that incident was described within the findings and recommendations.
And did you speak with Chief Tech Brown?
I did, and she also described the events that day as being consistent with what appeared in the findings and recommendations.
And so before making your decision on whether or not to sustain or ultimately impose the termination, you reviewed the findings and recommendations from DIA, or from Ms. Harris. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed the relevant departmental policies, 110402 and 110404. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed Rapp's letter that she wrote that's at Exhibit that we talked about earlier at Exhibit 10. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you considered her 2018 prior final written warning.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so based on your investigation, and you also considered all the evidence that Ms. Rapp presented to you at the pre-termination hearing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So based on your investigation, did Ms. Rapp violate departmental policy on insubordination 110404?
Yes, I believe so.
Based on your investigation, did you conclude that Ms. Rapp's conduct at the face mask event was unacceptable conduct in violation of RPD's 110402 deportment policy?
Yes, sir, that was my conclusion.
Okay, and you also agreed that that termination was the appropriate degree of level of punishment for Ms. Rapp's conduct. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, but you didn't come to this conclusion lightly.
No, not at all. I mean, I will tell you that, in my position as major of professional standards, those are very difficult decisions. I can recall telling the chief at one time that I lost a lot of sleep having to deliberate those matters, and that I would oftentimes almost get, sick. But I told her that if I didn't feel that way, that I was probably not the right person for the job. And at the end of the day, my responsibility is to review all of the findings, the facts, the recommendations. But above all, my responsibility is to be objective and reasonable based on the law and policy that we have to abide by. I have had to make some very unfortunate decisions with people that I care about and that I like very much on a personal basis. And those are difficult decisions, and I would include Ms. Rapp in that category.
And you testified earlier that even in past situations, you found it situations where you've not sustained recommended personnel actions against Ms. Rapp.
Yeah, I've certainly gone in both directions. I think I've found that in some instances discipline may have been overused, and I've overturned different recommendations for discipline. I have upheld others, including this one. I've also had my decisions overturned by the assistant city manager, and that's part of the process. That comes along with this position. I think I've always respected the supervisors underneath me that make those recommendations. Sometimes I just felt that looking at the totality of everything that they didn't necessarily get it exactly right, and I would adjust the discipline. And as such, I think the assistant city manager in some circumstances has felt the same on my decision. That's why we have the process that we have, and I think it's a very fair and reasonable process.
So in deciding that termination was the appropriate degree of discipline, did you consider the public nature of Ms. Rapp's misconduct and insubordination?
I did. I mean, it was a very public-facing position. As the chief described, you're working closely with the chief's office, with the chief in particular. It's a very public-facing, it's a lot of exposure to the media, a lot of exposure to different departments and partners that we work with, but most importantly, the members of the public who we have to demonstrate the highest level of integrity and behavior in front of. And so it's a difficult position, and it means a great deal to this department. It's really the mechanism as to how we tell our story and how we represent ourselves to the public. So it's a vital and important position.
The last exhibit, I hope for the day. Could you turn to tab 14, please? It looks like we've already had it admitted into evidence. Chief Jordan, is this your final? This is your termination notice to Ms. Rapp, is that right?
It is, correct.
And the following page, is that a personnel action form that essentially documents the termination of Ms. Rapp?
It is, yes.
And it's starting at page 3. Is that a written transcript of the meeting that took place between you and Ms. Rapp on August 19th, in which you presented to her termination notice?
Yes, this would be considered the determination hearing in which I upheld the recommendation for termination.
I asked you about it earlier, but your present impression today, you listened to the testimony, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you still believe that Ms. Rapp violated departmental policy?
I do, yes.
Do you still believe that she was subject to disciplinary action under the city's disciplinary policy 300-14?
Yes, I do.
And do you still believe that termination was appropriate in this case, considering all the factors?
Yes, I do.
There's if you wouldn't mind turning to page 17. And I lied. This is the last one. Do you recognize this document? Exhibit 17. I apologize. What I'm doing is I'm trying to lay the foundation for the final termination decision by the city manager's office. We talked about it specifically with Ms. Adams David, but I can't. My handwritten notes don't tell me if this is admitted or not. So that's what I'm. The city would move to admit this into evidence. It's been stipulated to, and I believe that that's been the conversation that we had with Ms. Adams David today. So the city would move to admit into evidence stipulated Exhibit 17.
No objection, Ms. Rapp.
No, I would like to say that we have 12 minutes remaining, and I have not gotten the opportunity to cross-examine this witness.
Yep, I understand. We're doing the best we can.
And those are all my questions. Thank you, Ms.
Witness is yours.
Hello, Deputy Chief. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good. Thank you for being here all day. Really appreciate it. It means a lot. I wanted to ask you one very specific question. Do you recall the investigation that resulted in my final written warning in 2018?
I do.
Were you one of the investigators in that internal affairs investigation?
I was not one of the investigators. My role as the major was to review the investigation, which was conducted by the internal affairs staff. My role in particular to that investigation was to adjudicate it, or to determine the merit of the violations, and then determine if and what discipline was appropriate.
Do you recall after I was issued the decision, so my final written warning was sustained based on time reporting violation?
Yes, I do recall that, yes.
Do you recall having a meeting with me on a Friday afternoon after that?
Vaguely, I believe so. I don't remember the conversation specifically, but I do think you wanted to meet with me at some point after the determination.
So, if I may recollect your memory, I had been invited into your office, and we discussed.
Objection. She's testifying.
Sorry, I forgot.
Can you
I keep
call the question,
forgetting.
Ms. Rapp?
What do you remember about the internal affairs investigation that resulted in my final written warning in 2018?
So I'll briefly run through this. So Ms. Rapp worked on September 3rd, which was an observed holiday, Labor Day of that year, 2018. By policy, any work performed on a city-recognized holiday needs to be compensated at the holiday rate, which is time and a half. So essentially, I'll summarize this. Ms. Rapp registered her time into our time reporting system on a day other than September 3rd. When that was brought to the attention of her supervisor, which was Ms. Harris directed her to put it on the correct day, because by policy, you would have to be compensated appropriately for your work on that holiday. Ms. Harris also had, Ms. Harris also admonished her for not receiving permission ahead of time to work that holiday. And so she was given a direct order, Ms. Rapp was given a direct order by Ms. Harris to go back into the time reporting system and move that time back onto the appropriate day, which would have been September 3rd. That was not done by Ms. Rapp. Ms. Rapp left the time registered on a different day. I believe it might have been the September 2nd. And so when the case came to me, what I discovered is that despite being given the directive to put the time on the appropriate day, which would have been September 3rd, the holiday, that Ms. Rapp essentially went against that direct order and just decided to leave the time reported on the wrong day.
Do you recall any other incidents of insubordination, specifically my previous supervisor coming to you to report?
No, I did not handle any other insubordination incidents within internal affairs during my time as the major overseeing that unit. I am familiar with the other events that were mentioned today as part of testimony. I do know that there was a submission by Ms. Harris in our blue team system. Our blue team system is basically how we catalog and how we maintain the record of discipline. It's basically the administrative system or software that we use to record and to document and keep a history of discipline. There was a submission into Blue Team by Ms. Harris for Ms. Rapp referring to former Deputy Chief Rob Council as Rob. However, there was not a specific violation, DOI violation, associated with that discipline in Blue Team. So it was recorded, but it didn't necessarily refer to 11044 insubordination or 11042 the department policy. I would say that the construct of what was entered described inappropriate behavior, but it just didn't have an associated DOI registered with it. The other incident in which the chief testified to, I do not believe was ever officially registered into our Blue Team system, which is held within internal affairs. However, I do think that Ms. Harris recorded that in some supervisory notes and potentially even her evaluation, but I'm not privy to that. I'm not aware of whether or not it ended up in the evaluation.
Okay, 2 more questions. Was I sworn or civilian?
You were non-sworn. You were a civilian employee.
Was I exempt or non-exempt?
You were non-exempt, I believe.
It's stipulated Exhibit 7. It's on our job description. I don't even...
For the record, he wasn't sure. He said non-exempt when I am exempt. I was an exempt employee.
Okay.
And that was a confusion for many people. Finally, last question. Who else did you speak with determining your final decision?
Specific to this?
To terminate me.
Other than Ms. Harris and the chief, just you.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No additional questions.
Any commissioner questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Chief.
And And so now we have, do we have any other evidence or?
The city rests. Oh, I noticed that the Raleigh Civil Service Act was not admitted. Stipulated Exhibit Number 1. The city would move to admit that into evidence officially, and
Any other evidence or witnesses at this time?
no, Your Honor.
All right, we now move to the closing argument stage of this. Appreciate very much the patience and the tenure of the commissioners, and we're going a little bit later than I thought, but we do want to give both you, Ms. Rapp, and you, Mr. Seymour, the opportunity to summarize. Mr. Seymour, the protocol is that you go first.
And if can't remember if I put this on. Oh. Yes, I did put my notes in here. Okay. Thank you, Commission, for your time today. The Commission's role today is simple. It's to decide if petitioner has carried her burden of proving to you, by the greater weight of all the evidence, that the city policy was violated when they terminated her. The city contends that Ms. Rapp failed to carry that burden. We talked about the city's disciplinary policy, 300-14. There's really two main elements to disciplinary action. There must be just cause for it, and the degree of discipline must be based on sound and considered judgment of the appropriate authority. The evidence here today showed that just cause did exist for Ms. Rapp's discipline. She, based on her conduct at the event of July 11, 2020, Ms. Rapp displayed, you heard evidence today and testimony that Ms. Rapp displayed unsatisfactory conduct in violation of the RPD's deportment policy. You've also heard testimony today and documentary evidence that Ms. Rapp, including admissions to herself in a letter that she wrote to her supervisor, that she was insubordinate. The RPD policy on insubordination specifically says that any RPD employee, sworn or unsworn, shall obey any lawful direct order. Ms. Rapp has repeatedly said and today that she recorded protesters that were lawfully there. There was no reason for her to record. Her supervisor told her not to. Yet she continued to do that because she couldn't get beyond the anger, her frustration, her personal beliefs that were just always intermingled with her professional responsibilities. The degree and kind of discipline determination didn't come lightly to any of the final decision makers. As you heard from Marshall Adams David earlier and from Chief Deputy Todd Jordan, they don't take their jobs lightly. They look at all the evidence before them. They have an opportunity to speak with petitioner to get her side of the story because they want to get it right. Nobody wants to make the wrong decision in these. If Todd Jordan had testified that he sometimes will get reversed by the city manager's office, and that's part of the process. I think his testimony speaks directly to that. But this is when it comes to RPD officers or RPD employees, chain of command is very important, and policy drives their policy reigns supreme over there, and there's no evidence, or Ms. Rapp failed to present the greater weight of the evidence. It failed to carry her burden that the greater weight of the evidence, that's what I'm trying to say, showed that the city violated any policy. The city gave her notice, gave her an opportunity to be heard, and the city asked that you affirm her termination and that you deny her request for leave. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be quick, I promise. Never seen anything like this. Lost a lot of sleep over this. You heard me say I'm afraid to challenge the chief. I'm extremely grateful for this day. It obviously means a lot. However, I'm a little upset because I wasn't able to explain my side of the story in terms of these hearsay incidents. You heard people say she documented it twice. She filmed them twice. I took one video to document. I was accused of publicizing or being insubordinate because my supervisor told me a different directive from a week ago to not publicize. There's a difference between publicizing and documenting when it comes to doing my job. Those are two completely different features of the position. I was never trying to be insubordinate. What Chief didn't tell you is I cried when she assumed that I was being disrespectful to her and her rank. She did not tell you that. She did not say how much I cared about.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but she's testifying. She can't testify to what was not
This is
said
my
in
closing
court.
argument, sir, and I know it's 5:31, and respectfully, I am trying to finish this.
Ms. Rapp, if you could, just stick to what evidence we do have.
I'm lacking in legal background. I may not know exactly what policy that was violated here. However, I was wrongfully accused. I was wrongfully assumed and misunderstood my entire career in the city of Raleigh. And I feel as though it is up to the commission to decide whether or not this termination was just, whether I have specific policies to help me out or not. You heard as much as we could get to today. I had no witnesses. I went on my own here. I couldn't get an attorney. It was the middle of a pandemic. I was out of work for 11 months. I could not get a job in the career that's all I wanted. So I understand there's policies. I understand there's rules and laws. However, I'm asking the commission, and I'm not even asking for full back pay of 11 months. I am asking for the salary I would have gotten minus unemployment, minus all the restaurant jobs I got, minus I went through all of my bank account, what went in, and I deleted that from what I would have earned because I didn't want to go anywhere. This was my home. I wanted to eventually retire in the city of Raleigh, and I had people who apparently liked me get rid of me. And again, I appreciate you guys. It is 5:33 p.m. and this is just closure. I mentioned earlier that in the beginning this was to get my job back, but now this is just to get closure and hopefully at least the compensatory time that I actually worked that was on my final paycheck, 38 hours, you could look at it, that I did not receive because I was terminated. If I had retired or if I had quit, I could have gotten those 38 hours. So I, again, thank everyone who's here from the bottom of my heart. And yeah, I guess that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rapp. Now is the time for the commissioners to discuss, to make a decision about what we do about this case. Any commissioners want to weigh in about what you're thinking and what you think we should do? Do I have a motion?
I'd like to say something. I know I personally am moved by Ms. Rapp's presence. I think it's unfortunate that she didn't subpoena witnesses because it seems like she feels like she was denied that. I didn't get a sense that you were ever denied that. You just chose not to subpoena them. I know it's tough for a person that's not in the legal profession to know how to do that. I appreciated what former chief had to say in her evaluation when you asked her what she thought of you. I think that I'm struck with that same sort of feeling, that I think it's unfortunate that you haven't been able to grasp the seriousness of the things that you've been disciplined about. Like has been said before, I like you, but I would stand that the city did not violate any personnel policies, as that's the only thing we are allowed to talk about. And I move that we do not grant her petition.
I second.
Any other comments before we vote? Well, I'll just very briefly say that this is it's a very difficult job. I'm sorry. It's very difficult when you're on your own, and I appreciate that. And it's also hard to understand that this is not like a regular court. We have very limited jurisdiction. We have very limited amounts of things that we can do, and that's because of the legislature. And I'm also going to agree with Commissioner Ball. So I guess we need to take a vote at this point. All in favor of Commissioner Ball's motion to deny the petition, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? All right. The decision of the city, it stands. And thank you for everybody. Thank you for your patience and your diligence today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And this hearing is now closed.